then that's how you get these results. Avs also in the middle of a 13 road games in 17 games stretch right now, which I think is probably wearing on them a little bit. You know, it's a lot of time to be away from home. It's almost like for a full month, they've just been on the road. It's a very, very tough schedule, and then it's Detroit. You know, they got the Wings coming up tomorrow night. And after the Wings, they go to Jersey, and then after Jersey, they go to Pittsburgh. Like, it's a long, long, extended time away. So there's some things that go into that. But the Nuggets are healthy. The Nuggets have their full complement of starting five. The Nuggets have Jokic playing the best basketball of his career somehow. The Nuggets have Christian Brown, who stepped up into a giant role in this offense and has lived up to it and then some, at least on the offensive side. Michael Porter Jr. is having his best season of his career so far. AG is being exactly what AG is supposed to be, and then Jamal is not playing well. But you put all that together, and I don't know why the defense falls off this much. And the only real difference of what you're missing is KCP's not there anymore, and I'll be the first one to tell you I think KCP is elite defensively. You know, Christian Brown is a good defender. KCP is an unbelievable one. So you're going to take a little bit of a hit, but God, is it this much? Is it like an extra 10 points a game? That I don't know. You know, when you have a team that you've just sort of taken as, and maybe this is the realization that I've come to, is like I've just taken the Nuggets as a given for the last few years. I've just looked at them and said, yep, I know I'm going to get every single night. Jokic is going to do this, this, and this. They'll play good defense, and they'll probably win. Like, that's just what they do. Not the case right now. And you thought, okay, the bench unit, the ones that are going to be responsible for the non-Jokic minutes, they're going to have to come in and play well, but that's a pretty veteran group. Peyton Watson's not some sort of rookie anymore. Russell Westbrook's 35 years old. Julian Strother's at least, a couple of years into the league, and the problem is, I don't know who else. Like, do you want to put Zeke in there who gives you like 3 or 4 minutes a night? Should we talk about Saric? Like, Hunter Tyson played a little bit earlier this year. Now he's not playing it all again. DeAndre Jordan is just kind of hanging out on the bench. I still don't understand the reasons as to why they can't let him play a few more a few more minutes. DeAndre is a veteran presence who seems to do his job every time he's out there. He's not going to be anything spectacular, but he's going to be solid. So I don't understand. I don't get it. And it's so frustrating. You try not to freak out this early in the year. And we can play the game where you look around the NBA and you see the teams that are struggling record-wise, and it's like, oh, well, Phoenix is also 12-9. And the Clippers are 14-10, and the Lakers are 12-10, and Minnesota's 11-10. But I don't care. I don't base the success and failure off of what my team does by pitting it against other teams. The Nuggets don't look good. End of discussion. They just don't. And when you look at the things statistically every single night, the only thing you can point to is defense. And they just can't get a stop. And I remember when the Broncos were really struggling to get any sort of offense going, and they were losing football games. You can go back to the years with, the Hackett year, or you can go back to the Joe Flacco years, or the Case Keenum years, or the whatever you want. Pick the quarterback of your choosing. Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock, and the Broncos are putting up 19, 20 points a game. And you're like, you know what? It's not even about the losing. It's how they're losing. If they lost a game 33-10, at least that would be entertaining. And I tried to tell people, It sounds good now because it would just be different. I don't think you would enjoy losing games 33-30. And here's why. There's a helplessness to where your defense can't get a stop. Like, that's when your defense can't get a stop, it feels like somebody's just walking up and punching you in the face repeatedly, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's what the Nuggets are. It's like every time the opposing team, no matter who it is, gets the basketball, they walk it down the floor, and they get an easy bucket. Like, it's not even difficult. And that is what's the most frustrating. They're barely having to break a sweat to get a good shot off. It's an open three. It's an easy drive to the hoop with almost nobody contesting. It just looks simple. And when you're in that position, you have to sort of reevaluate everything of how you want to do things defensively. It's another night in which you lose by 12 points and Jokic is playing almost 40 minutes. That also isn't sustainable. Texture says, as a Bengals fan, it's a horrible way to lose. No kidding. Like, it's not just about offensive fireworks and be able to put up points. Like, that's not what sports is just about. Now, how many times have we seen the Rockies lose games at Coors Field 12-10? And you're like, is it fun when your bullpen comes in and gives up 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th or the top of the 8th? Because I don't think so. Like, the defense is necessary to success. And the Nuggets have gotten away with, at times, not up to standard offense because their defense plays well. And it's a much easier way to win. When your defense is playing well, you don't need to be precise. It's the same thing with the Avs. Like, the Avs have just made their hay off of their just an elite offensive team that is every once in a while and occasionally going to give up just a clunker, either with goaltending or defense or a combination of both. But at least that's kind of what their identity is. This isn't the Nuggets' identity, and that's why it's more bothersome. Nobody is truly surprised when the Avs have to go out and win a game 5-4. The fact that the Nuggets need 122 points a night to have a chance to win is crazy. Crazy. Because that's not who they are. That's not how they play defense. That's not how they won a championship. Like, you can't draw many correlations from the championship team to this one right now. So, a lot more we can discuss with that. I do want to talk about Thursday Night Football for a second because I want to know what you guys think when, first of all, Detroit in Green Bay was just an unbelievably fun game to watch. But you're lined up for about a 35-yard field goal, and it's 4th and inches. The Packers are out of timeouts, and if you hit the field goal, you're up 3. You leave Green Bay with about 40 seconds left and no timeouts to drive down and get in field goal range or potentially a touchdown, depending on what happens. And Dan Campbell elects to go for it on 4th and short. And I've said this before. If you're a coach, if you're a player, play to your identity. It's one of the reasons why I was, I guess, one of the few people last year when the Lions were in the NFC Championship game that didn't have a problem with some of the aggressive calls on 4th down that were made by Dan Campbell, because that's who they are. They've been doing it the entire season. If you were to be out of character in the biggest moments, then that would be, it sends a weird message to your team. It would be like if Steph Curry is in the NBA Finals and he's 0 for 10 from 3 and you tell him stop shooting threes. No, it's kind of what he does. That's what his game is. It's what his identity is. And if he's 0 for 10 from 3 and there's 5 seconds left on the clock and they're down 3 points, you're drawing up the play, despite his bad shooting night, to get Steph Curry another look. But that was insane. Like, he's a certified psychopath. I don't think there's anybody else in the history of coaching in the NFL that would have done that. It's nuts. And this is why I want to stick on the theme of coaching here for a second. It's coaching to your identity. And this is part of what the factors are with the Avs and the Nuggets. You need to have an identity as a team in any sport. And I think the Avs still have theirs. It's why I'm less bothered with the Avs than I am the Nuggets. Their identity is still very clear. We're going to play fast. We're going to throw wave after wave at you. We're going to try and get out on a break. We're going to try and find a way to get guys like McKinnon, Makar, Mikko, and maybe not one-on-one chances, but we're going to try and get them free and let them shoot. And then it's play sound defense and kind of cross your fingers that your goalie's on that night because that's all you can do. That's their identity. I don't know what the Nuggets is right now. I don't. And, say what you want about the decision last night in Detroit with Dan Campbell. That's what that team does. Did it really surprise anybody that they did that? And that's one of the things that I think is necessary in winning in sports. Sean Payton has an identity. He certainly has one. And at times it's ones that I don't like, but it's about aggression. Sean Payton's sitting there with a rookie quarterback. He's like, don't care, throw it downfield. We're going to push the ball downfield, especially now as they've built some confidence in Bo Nix. Push it downfield. If it's 3rd and 2, I got no problem putting the ball in my quarterback's hands and letting him make a play. They aren't going to rely all that much on the run game to help them out. Defensively with Vance Joseph, we're going to blitz. We're the highest percentage blitzing team in the NFL. It's what we're going to do. They have, for the first time in a long time, I think, an identity with the Broncos, and it's part of the reason why they're 8-5 right now. But when the Lions went forward on 5 4th downs yesterday and got 4 of them, there's no question. The team doesn't even leave the field when it's 4th and 2 or less. The offense stays on. They're like, yeah, I know we're going to go for it. And when I go over to the Nuggets, what is it with them? What's their identity right now? Their identity used to be we're a really good defensive team that at the end of games will choke you out with a 2-man game between Jokic and Murray. And now what is it? Because it's not identifiable. And that's, again, as a fan of one of the teams that played on Thursday Night Football last night and the one that was making the sort of psychopathic decisions, I don't have an issue with making a call like that because that's how you've operated for years with that team. That's your standard operation, okay? Is any moment, even if it sounds crazy, we're going to go because that's who we are. And is it always the purely, I think for the first time, Jesse, have you ever seen when you're watching a football game, they'll put at the bottom graphic, the analytics say on a 4th down, and let's say it's 4th and 4 at your own 48-yard line. Analytics say, go. Every time they put that graphic up, there's never been a single time that I've seen that graphic say, you know what you should do? You should punt this. You know what you should do? You should kick the field goal and not go for it. I think that's the first time yesterday when the Lions went for it on 4th and inches at the end of that game when they were already in field goal range where the analytics would have been like, dude, what are you doing? Put the field goal unit on the field. It's the first time. But you don't care because this is how we operate. And we're 20 games in with the Nuggets, and I don't see how they operate. I don't get it. Who are you as a team? 20 games in, the answer is I don't know. I don't know if we're we outscore our opponent by just throwing a whole bunch of offense out there kind of team. They certainly aren't a 3-point shooting team. At the moment, they aren't a defensive team. They aren't a team that can rely a little bit on their bench to bail them out. They aren't a team that is super physical right now. They aren't a team that is super fast. They don't play with a quick pace. What are they? And we're a quarter of the way through the year. That's a tough conversation to be having right now. And it's a team that's largely the same. They haven't had a whole bunch of turnover on their roster. Okay, you elevated one guy to a starting lineup in Christian Brown. Okay. Yeah, you got a new bench piece in Russell Westbrook. All right. Who are the other guys that are playing? The same people that have been there. It's Peyton Watson off the bench again. It's a little bit of Julian Strother. It's the same other core four starters that you have. It's frustrating as hell. But I think it comes down to identity. And as crazy as it seemed last night on Thursday Night Football for the Lions to do what they did, it doesn't shock you because you're like, well, that's what the Lions do. You can think it's stupid. I thought it was stupid, but it's what they do. I don't know who the Nuggets are right now. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios, their passion is justice. So a lot more to break down with this. A lot to look forward to over the weekend with college football championship weekend. Talk about that a bit. And some audio I heard yesterday from PhD. You know, we had the homecoming game for Jerry Jeudy as he returned to Denver and he balled out. And as I was watching the game, I go, oh, yeah, Shelby Harris plays for the Browns too. And Shelby Harris had a not-so-flattering comment about Bo Nix in the postgame that I want to get to next.
Tonight,
college football!
Altitude Sports Radio has the Mountain West Championship game when number 22 UNLV visits number 11 Boise State, who are vying for a berth in the college football championship, led by Ashton Genty, the presumptive Heisman runner-up. We've got all the action starting tonight at 6 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Presented by Ramos Law. From the Ramos family to yours. Happy holidays.
Travis Hunter! Give him the Heisman now!
Hey, holiday heroes. It's a special time of year at Shane Company. As a family business for 4 generations, we know firsthand that fine jewelry is the gift that says it all. From the engagement ring that says, "You're the one," to the diamond tennis bracelet that says, "Thank you for being you." We have the widest selection of fine jewelry gifts, in stock and ready to take home. Come pick out a pair of hand-matched diamond stud earrings or a necklace with a colorful gemstone. Check out our new Bloom collection, one of owner Tom Shane's favorites this year, featuring stunning sapphires, emeralds, or rubies. At Shane Company, every gift and every price range is crafted to our high-quality standards. We have jewelers working in every store to bring your gifts to life, making sure rings fit just right, setting center stones and engagement rings by hand, and engraving your pieces to make your gifts even more special. Your gifts will always be protected with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There are trucks, then there's the truck. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR for 36 months on GMC Sierra light-duty models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $28.16 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment 15%. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 1/2/25.
This ad furnished by Nesmataju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 45cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
45cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to 45cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 45cash.com. That's 45cash.com. 45cash.com.
Hey, take it from me, Mark Mosier. Smoker-friendly Cigar Lounge is the most welcoming cigar shop. Smoker-friendly Cigar Lounge in in Brighton has a wide selection of premium cigars, a comfortable lounge, and a knowledgeable staff that will find the right stick for you, and that's important. Find your flavor. Find what you want. They will do that for you. So check them out today at Smoker Friendly Cigar Lounge in Brighton on Highway 85 and West Bromley Lane.
Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The roadways are looking mostly normal. Got a crash here, though, on I-25 southbound approaching Arapahoe. That's blocking the left lane. Also, a little bit of slowing, I-25 southbound through downtown Denver. I-70, a little bit of heavy traffic westbound approaching I-270, and I-270 also seen some heavier traffic in both directions approaching Brighton Boulevard. This report is sponsored by PayPal. Get exclusive cashback offers in the app, and with the PayPal debit card, stack 5% more in your chosen monthly category on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal. I'm Mike Spataro with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
Where are you at, Texters?
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the Champ Mazda text line.
303-504-0925.
Champ Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour.
All right, we're going to have a boring weekend, aren't we? No Broncos game this weekend because they are on a bye. There is no Buffs game this weekend because they failed to make the Big 12 championship game. There is no Rams game this weekend because they failed to make the Mountain West championship game, so we got to wait until bowls for both of those. But you know what? I heard this audio, and I guess I'm late to the party on this, but I don't know where this came from. I believe, what did you think it was, Jesse? What podcast did you think it was?
It's called We're the Harrises, so it's Ryan Harris, Shelby Harris, and Chris Harris.
Yeah. He was talking about, because I forgot, we were all caught up in the Jerry Jeudy game and his return to Denver that, you look on the field and you're like, is that Shelby Harris? Oh, yeah. Shelby, obviously, he had a show on this station every single week with Kreckman and Lindahl. But he was talking about Bo Nix. And Bo was far from perfect in that game. Far from it. But he made some big-time plays. And this is what Shelby Harris said in his assessment of it a few days after. Okay, so that's Shelby Harris. Couple things on that. It sounds sort of haterish coming off a loss. Just sounds like it to me. That's number one. Number two, I agree that Bo wasn't super efficient in that game. 18 of 35, around 50% completion. That's not great. Couple of picks, in the box score that looks bad. One of them was just a good play defensively. You get a hand in there, ball pops up in the air, gets picked off. Not a lot you can do about that. The second one, I don't know what that was. Sean Payton said it was his fault, but still, I don't like a 500 ball just downfield with a guy draped all over your receiver. That was a bad play. But also, how many times did Bo Nix make a play when he had to? And here's the funny thing when you get caught up in the box score stuff. You see that he had 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. What that doesn't tell you is he had like 2 throws where guys got tackled at like the 2-yard line or the 1-yard line. You punched it in with Burton or with Javonte. Yeah, it's not a touchdown pass, I suppose, but it pretty damn close. And what the Broncos did, they were 6 of 13 on third down, which is pretty good. They had 400 total yards of offense, which is pretty good. 294 passing yards, pretty good. Like, he did plenty to win that football game. Did he get helped out by a defense that got him a couple pick sixes? Sure. But he also made a huge play. And the defense gave up a huge play, the play after the Mims touchdown. But putting that much pressure on a rookie QB, like, okay, you played Jaden Daniels earlier in the year and he tore you up. Well, who's playing better now? There is no discussion to be had on who's playing better football from the quarterback position for, the past 6 weeks. If it's Jaden Daniels or it's Bo Nix, it's not close. Bo Nix is the best. He's been the best of the bunch of any rookie quarterback in the league over the last 6 weeks. And we saw the takeoff that Jaden Daniels had early in the season. Saw that. I think what happened in Washington was after a few weeks of tape, they realized how they can play Jaden Daniels a little bit easier. By the way, that was week 5 of the season when Shelby Harris and the Cleveland Browns played against him. So it's a little bit different guy, I guess, you're facing right now. But that just sounds sort of like a grade A hater after a loss. The Broncos being an 8-5 football team with, here's how I'd put it. If what he's saying about Bo Nix is true, then can somebody explain to me how they're top 10 since October in points per game and have an 8-5 record with a lack of superstar playmakers on offense, without a rushing game to speak of, without a tight end? Like, their tight ends that are playing for them right now are like at best second on the depth chart for virtually every other team in the league. A wide receiving core that, yes, Cortland Sutton has had an amazing season, but Devon Vele, a 7th-round rookie, seems to be your second best option. You're slowly reintroducing Marvin Mims back into the lineup. If that's not quarterback play buoying some of that, then I don't know what it is. So sounds like some sour grapes to me from Shelby Harris. On top of that, with the Broncos heading into a bye, and you're kind of keeping an eye on teams behind them in the AFC playoff picture. The biggest impediment that they have now is the team they're going to play after the bye week, who is also on a bye in Indianapolis. So there's nothing that they can do to move or shake position after this weekend. But Miami, if you're still concerned with the Dolphins, have a game against the Jets, and I'm actually going to give the Jets a shot in this game. I have a hard time believing, and maybe this is just, past trauma of watching Aaron Rodgers over and over again. That team has lost 8 of their last 9. I feel like he's going to get a win at some point, isn't he? Wouldn't you assume that eventually it's going to happen? I mean, so that's one. And I don't think we can be concerned about Cincinnati anymore. But they have a relatively easy end of the season at Cowboys, at Tennessee, Browns, Broncos, Steelers. Like, you can control your own destiny with that. But just a couple of games to keep an eye on before we hit the weekend. But it doesn't matter if Steve Nelson is not here and Jesse is taking over. Jesse, I'm going to need you to sing with me. Hit the music.
Ready and his grits.
Ready and his grits. Yes, Jesse. Give me some backup, Jesse. Ready. Do it, Jesse. Sing it.
Ready.
Yeah, Jesse.
Ready.
Yeah, Jesse. All right, so here's what happens. I do no research on this. I give you 2 games over the weekend. I give you a lock, and then I give you a long shot of the weekend. The long shot's the one I just discussed. The Jets have lost 8 of their last 9, and just mentally, I don't know how Aaron Rodgers could lose 9 of 10. So I'm going to take them to win against the Dolphins this weekend. They're 5.5-point dogs at Miami. And then as far as the lock, there's a couple different ones that was kicking around in my head, but I like the idea of Cleveland, who is a 6.5-point dog on the road at Pittsburgh, covering the spread. I think they can keep it within a puncher's chance. And if you're asking me, will Pittsburgh beat them by more than a touchdown? My answer is going to be no. So I'll take the Browns to cover the 6.5, and that is Brady and his bets. So a lot to discuss today. Again, not happy this morning with how both of these games have gone, but you are 20 games in for the Denver Nuggets, and you're 27 games in for the Colorado Avalanche. These are over a quarter of the way, or at least near a quarter of the way, in both of these cases through the season. And you're having some very basic foundational questions for both teams, which is a very, very bad place to be. And I think it's worse for the Nuggets than it is the Avs, because the Nuggets have no excuse for guys being out of the lineup, for guys being hurt. They got everybody in. They know what their team is. And they're still struggling to find an identity. And that's scary at this point in the year. So we'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can download Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Break down both of those games from last night, the double loseroo, Thursday night football, and college football this weekend, as it is championship weekend. All of that coming up. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
With cashback offers in the app and with the PayPal debit card, stack 5% more in your chosen monthly category on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Hey Colorado, at Phil Long Ford of Denver's Commercial Vehicle Center, we take your business further. With Colorado's largest selection of work-ready trucks, flatbeds, service bodies, cargo vans, and passenger vans, our commercial experts are here to help you every step of the way. We'll find the perfect vehicle for all your business needs. That's why Colorado businesses drive Phil Long Ford of Denver. Go online at phillongdenver.com or come see us off Wadsworth, just south of Hampton.
Hi, Terry Lombardi, along with Vic.
For Redbird Farms chicken, you could taste the difference.
Which is why Redbird Farms is offered by fine restaurants.
Yeah, and the Redbird Farms is juicy, tender, and delicious. It's so tender you can cut it with a fork, don't even need a knife. Available at King Soopers, City Market, and Safeway.
Redbird Farms chicken, what real chicken tastes like. Did you hear me clapping? I don't know why I clapped.
It's a wrap.
Redbird Farms.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come
Experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds, cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
This is Dan Kaplis. Many big problems in Colorado are caused by a lack of respect for the inherent dignity and value of human life. That lack of respect for human life is also behind the explosion of violence on our roadways, committed by reckless drivers who don't respect your life or anyone else's. Our firm has a long and distinguished track record of making these reckless drivers and their insurance companies pay in full, so that seriously injured people receive the money they need to rebuild their lives. We're the only firm in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis so that we can represent good people from all walks of life without regard to ability to pay. If you need my help, give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit DanKaplisLaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com.
Make the most of your holidays with the King Soopers app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week, get access to low prices, and earn fuel points to save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. The King Soopers app makes it easy to save this holiday season. King Soopers, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Check out this great deal on USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roasts. On sale now for only $5.99 a pound with your card and digital coupon. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The holidays are just around the corner, so now's the time to shop new deals at Lowe's. Make your home even merrier with up to 50% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees, holiday lights, and more. Plus, don't miss our limited-time weekly deal drops on items like appliances, tools, and grills. There's something for everyone on your list. Count on Lowe's to help you save all season long, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/5 through 12/11 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
This is Coach Mike Sanford. This is Alex Ryan-Emmy. Morning Sprint coming up at 10.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver, Colorado.
This is not spin time.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Your game is at its best when it's around this guy.
And Altitude TV.
People must think that I'm drunk.
It's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
There's nobody with a more colorful tongue than Mark Mosher.
Here's Vic, Mark, and Brett.
Our local engineer here, Mark Burton, only producing and hosting. There's the horn in Cleveland. The Cavs are for real, folks. They beat Denver 126-114. Nikola Jokic, a 2020 triple-double, all for naught. Denver loses game number 1 of a 3-game road trip. Again, the final tonight from Cleveland. Cavaliers 126, Denver 114.
All right, we've had double winnaroos, Vic. We've had double loseroos, and I like this one from the Safeway Twitch feed, a double dudderoo, because that's what both of those games felt like last night. And I'm frustrated this morning, and I can explain why. So Mosier's off because he has to catch a flight to Detroit because the Avs are in the middle of this extended 13 road games in 17 game stretch, and they lose in Carolina. But I want to put them on the back burner for a moment and make a comparison to something else that happened yesterday. I have a really big concern with the Nuggets. We're 20 games in. This is not a small sample. This is almost a quarter way through the year.
This is not a sample. This is a quarter of the season.
Yes.
It's no longer, hey, there's a trend. This isn't a trend. This is what they are right now. This is what they are.
Here's the comparison I want to make. And I promise this will only take a minute. Last night, as all these TVs are showing, Thursday Night Football, it's Detroit and Green Bay. And Detroit had a 4th and inches with 40 seconds left and a chance to go ahead by 3 points. And they went for it for no reason. Like they were in field goal range already. And I don't know any other coach that makes that call. And whether you think it's stupid or not, that's who the Lions are, right? This is what they do. That's their identity as a football team. They know in those moments they're going to do the unconventional thing. I don't know what the Nuggets' identity is. Because it used to be we play good defense, and then we run 2-man game, we choke you out late in the fourth quarter. I don't know what their identity is right now.
I can tell you what their identity is. Their identity is Nikola Jokic. Opposing teams are at the point now where they're like, we can't stop this guy. There's nothing we could do. Let him go do his thing, and then nobody else really hurt us.
We have a good player isn't an identity. That's not how you identify a team.
But that's how they play.
Right. But it can't be that if you want to play winning basketball. Like for the first time in years, Vic, I don't think the Nuggets are very good right now. Like this isn't just a bad stretch of games. They don't really have an excuse here. They're healthy. This is who the team is. This is their roster.
They've lost 6-10.
Yeah.
It's 1 on, 1 off, 1 on, 1 off. That's the way it's gone here for a while. Listen, I've been waiting for this to turn. Remember at the beginning I said give it 10 games?
Mm-hmm.
What were they at the 10-game mark?
7-3.
7-3. And then they go on that road trip. And if I look back at the season, here we are 20 games in, and if they're continuing to swim like this half of the season through, I will look at that road trip when they were 7-3 and a road trip that they went to where they should have won all 3 games. New Orleans was missing 6 rotational players. L. Memphis, first time, missing key starters. L.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis, second time they won. Now, your excuse might be, oh, you didn't have Joker. You didn't go on that trip. Well, then what are you then? I just gave you played a New Orleans team that was missing 6 rotational players. 6.
Yeah.
What are you if Joker doesn't play? You are what you saw last night. You are what you saw the other night. You are helpless. You are feckless. Do you know what feckless means?
Yes.
I hope I'm using that correctly. Feckless and hopeless.
I'll get a definition for you.
And the fact that
lacking initiative or a strength of character or irresponsible.
Yes. Feckless probably best describes what they are without Nikola Jokic, because here's what I saw last night, and you tell me. And I continue to see this. When he's not in the game, they don't know what to do. They try to play the same style. Let's pass, let's go through the post, let's pass. How many times in that game last night, when Joker was not on the court, did the shot clock go down to 3, 2, and they attempt some
just
late
have
shot?
to heave it. Yep.
How many times did we see that?
Okay.
They don't know what to do.
Is that all that different, though, from especially last year?
Well,
2 years ago.
You tell me if it's different. Have you seen that the last couple of years?
Last year, they still looked lost without Joker, yeah.
Not like this. There's lost, and then there's feckless.
Of course, the bench is a problem. We know that. When Jokic leaves the floor, things go poorly. But I don't think that's all that new. It's worse this year, but it wasn't good last year either. The on-off stats for Jokic last year were awful.
Well, the problem this year, and it's become accentuated because of where the league is going, and it reared its head last night. When you lose the three-point battle, the way the Nuggets lost last night, when you give up 22 made threes, 22, and you make 6,
Find me a team that's going to win that game. Find me a team that is going to overcome that disparity in three-pointers made and three-pointers missed. 6 for 24 for the Nuggets. By the way, 6, the lowest they've hit all season. They averaged 12. They averaged double that. 6. And they gave up a season-high 22. Game's over. Game's over. So how was the game so close then? Because it was close at one point. Because the Nuggets dominated inside. They missed, do you know that they missed 15 layups last night?
I
which is
saw
also
them.
a season high.
Yeah.
So if you make half of the layups you miss, the only way to overcome that kind of deficit in the three-point shooting is to make everything inside. They missed 15 layups.
Well, and this is, this is perfect, Vic, because this goes back to something I talked about last year, and especially throughout the offseason. I really, and I'm being honest here, I don't have that much of a problem with you hitting 6 threes. I have a problem with you giving up 22. The Nuggets won.
But they gave up 22 because Cleveland doubled up its three-point attempts. Cleveland shot 48 of them. The Nuggets shot 24. This is the NBA.
Yeah, but
now you can embrace it or you can run from it.
Hang on, though. They shot 46% of those 48 attempts, and the Nuggets shot 25% of their 24.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm getting at. 2 years ago, when the Nuggets won a title, they won 2 playoff games where they hit 4 threes.
Yeah.
That's not the issue here. They've won basketball games without being able to shoot. That's
No.
how they've been good for years without being able to shoot.
But that's where I'm going to push back on you. This is the issue. This is the issue, and let me tell you why it's the issue. It's not just making threes and attempting threes. The Nuggets are dead last in threes attempted in the NBA. They're 30th. That's fine. That's fine. As long as you're making a lot, and they're near the middle of the pack in makes.
Right.
They average 12 makes. That's fine. That's fine. You can deal with that low volume makes and attempts as long as you stop them on the other end.
That's what I'm getting at.
Their inability to stop other teams from making threes is what has done them in. And you can look at those stats that you just pointed to in the NBA Finals last year and how they made few threes, but then look at their three-point defense. They were much better.
But see, this is the point that I'm getting at, Vic. They've never, even when they won a championship, been a three-point shooting team who puts it up with volume. They've never been that. What they've been is a team that plays solid defense to where your inside stuff, the stuff that you can do better than anybody else inside the paint, makes up for all the math.
Let me ask you a question. Do you recall, again, 48 three-point attempts for Cleveland? How many of those 48 were just clean?
It's been like that all year.
I mean, when I say clean, no one to defend inside. Not an arm in a face. Nothing.
Yeah.
And that's what's frustrating. There is a disconnect. Everybody talks about connection on basketball terms on the offensive side. Well, for the Nuggets, offense really comes easy when you have Nikola Jokic. That's easy.
Yeah.
Give him the ball and cut. That's easy. The lack of connection defensively is stunning to me. Their lack of rotation. They're not rotating properly. They're getting blown off the ball. And that's where it starts, too. When you have guards that get blown off the ball, what happens? Everybody has to rotate because you have a 2-on-1. The rotation isn't done quickly enough. It's not done efficiently enough, and you give up open threes. And that's what we saw last night. Look at every single Cleveland possession. How does it begin? It doesn't begin by throwing the ball around the horn. They're not just throwing it around the horn. They're driving.
Kick out.
They're driving. And
that's
in
what
order
the
for that
Clippers
to work,
did.
yes, and that's what Oklahoma City does. You drive. You drive past a guard most of the time. Guard has to play catch-up. And now you're playing catch-up for 5 dudes. You're rotating around. You got to play better D.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to win if you don't play better D. This defense is atrocious. It's not bad. It's atrocious. It's the worst Nuggets defense of the Michael Malone era, probably since the first 2 seasons.
I don't even think it's close either. Like, let me give you this, Vic, because I looked this up in the appetizer. The Nuggets right now. So last year, the Nuggets were 6th in points allowed per game defensively. This year, they're 24th. The teams behind them, Chicago's the worst in the league. Chicago is 10-13. Washington is 29th. They're 2-18. Utah is 28th. Utah is 4-17. Atlanta is 27th. Atlanta is 12-11, about the same record as you. And then it's Indiana. Indiana's awful this year. They're 9-14. And then it's Toronto, and Toronto is 7-16.
You have to play
all the
defense
teams
to win.
behind you are terrible.
And they bought into that for a few seasons. They bought into it certainly during their championship season. They took as much pride on the defensive end as they did on the offensive end. But I think that the Nuggets they've become too comfortable now that we can outscore you. Give up a 3, big deal, we'll make up for it. Well, you have to be perfect on the offensive end then. If you're going to give up those kind of points and those kind of open looks, you have no room for error on offense. And so when you lose a game like they did last night, what do? Oh, they missed 15 layups. When you lose like they did to the Clippers the other night, what do? Oh, well, they missed 9 free throws. You focus on the offensive misses. You focus on what they didn't do offensively, the deficiencies there. Truth is, that's not the problem. If you play defense, those problems don't exist.
Right. You can make up for it. And they've done that the last couple of years, but that's why I'm talking about identity and what I don't recognize with them. I don't recognize a team that needs to score 122 points just to have a shot to win. When they scored, remember Scott Hastings?
How do you look up? I'm trying to find it. Help me out. I'm not good at this. I found the free throws, the 3-point attempts made, 3-point attempts total.
Mm-hmm.
Help me out. Where do the Nuggets rank in 3-point defense? 3-point defense.
How do you want to judge it?
What percentage do they give up?
Okay.
How many do they give up? A little bit of everything. I'm just curious where they are.
Nuggets 3-point percentage allowed is 36.6%, which is 21st in the league.
So they're near the bottom of the pack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, near the bottom of the pack in 3-pointers percentage. How about 3 points attempted?
I'll give you 3-pointers made first. They give up 14.2 per game, which is tied for 26th.
Okay, that's as bad as it gets. Right? There's only, 4 teams worse, 3 teams worse.
And as far as attempts go, they're 23rd. Right. Teams take 39 a game.
They're last third in the league in that category. And what does the NBA become? It's a 3-point shooters league.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland's number 1 in the league at doing this. Boston has attempted more threes right now. They're on a record pace. Now, I hate it. I can't stand it. I think the fact that the NBA's gone this route it makes for bad basketball, boring basketball. It's boring. I don't like it. You don't have to, but this is what it is. So, and either you adapt.
Adapt how? Like you take more threes? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, if you want to play their style offense, again, the offense is fine.
Yeah.
I am not. You're not going to hear me this morning make any remarks about the Nuggets offense. The Nuggets offense so far this season, where are they offensively? You tell me. They're top 10 offense.
Points per game, they are 7th.
Okay. How can you complain about that?
Exactly.
You're a top 10 offense. I have no problems. But you're so bad defensively, and especially in that category, in allowing threes. That's it. Anybody who criticizes the Nuggets this morning, we could talk about certain players. We could talk about the bench. We could talk about rotations. Their 3-point defense is putrid. Fix it.
Well, and this is why 2 things that are going to be an awful combination if the Nuggets want to be a good basketball team. Being 24th in the league in points allowed per game is by far and away number 1. And here's the other thing. That's why I pulled my phone out and took a picture as you were talking. Yeah. Sorry if that distracted you. It's because I saw on TV the Nuggets offensive ranks with Nikola Jokic on the floor. They're number 1 in the league in offensive rating. They're 30th when he is off the floor, dead last.
So first to last when he plays or doesn't play.
Their field goal percentage as a team is first in the NBA with Jokic on the floor.
Yeah.
It is 30th when he is off it, so dead last in the league.
Okay, these are 2 offensive numbers that you've given me, right?
These are all offense. These are going to be all offense.
Okay, see,
but
I don't care
But
about
hang on. I'll make the point in a second. They're first in 3-point percentage offensively when he's on the floor.
Okay.
They are 28th when he's off.
Okay. So, I mean, you fall off a cliff.
And then assist to turnover ratio is first in the league when he's on the floor, and they're 28th when he is off. Here's the point. The combination of you playing bad and poor defense, along with you can't survive 7 or 8 minutes offensively. Because here's the thing, Vic. They play bad defense, but when Jokic is on the floor still, you can sort of match up offensively. And then when he leaves and that's what happens along with bad defense, you don't stand a chance. Like, you really don't.
I'm reading a lot of text right now, and I know people get passionate and emotional 20 games in. Chris writes in, did Malone lose the locker room? No, he didn't lose the locker room. Everybody keeps texting about offense. I mean, I don't know how many more of these stats I'm going to have to give you today. This is not an offensive issue. It's not an offensive issue. Now, the bench that's an issue, and the bench can't score.
That's what I was getting at.
That's an issue, yeah. But overall, I'm talking overall, it's not a problem on the offensive side. Stop looking in that direction. Stop looking there. Because every text I'm getting now, well, this guy can't score. Stop. I mean, this is what we do. We look at the shiny object all the time. Stop looking at that and focus on the defense. And it's not pretty, and nobody wants to do it because it's the ugly part of the game. But watch what happens on the perimeter. Watch what happens when they get blown by and it turns into a 2-on-1 and the ball rotates and it's an open three. Watch how many times that happens to them during a game.
I feel like I've said it for 4 months. People kept talking about offense, and I'm like, it's not the concern. It's really not. Even with the way that Jamal's playing right now, Vic, offensively, which is substandard to what he should be doing, the Nuggets, if they play defense, would have a great record this year. If they had that 6th overall defense like they had last season, they're tops in the NBA.
Yeah.
Despite Jamal struggling.
But the problem is, I don't know, and here's where I don't know. I'm going to raise my hands like this and go, I don't know. I don't know if it's a schematic issue, because I think they're running the same scheme.
Yeah.
Or if it's just a want to. Because defense is want to. Defense is moving your feet. Defense is, for the most part, you can give me all the scheme you want in the world. I have to hustle and move my feet to play the game on that side. So I don't know what the problem is. I mean, dude, if they're not scoring 125 points, they're not winning. That's ridiculous. Do you know that they have yet to allow fewer than 100 this season? We're 20 games in. Do you remember when that used to be the standard here?
Yeah.
That was the standard.
You'd count them out. So we'll jump back to this in a little bit. I do want to get to the Avs, though, from last night, who also suffered a loss. And maybe this is just me. Texters, go ahead. 303-504-0925. I'm not nearly as concerned or upset with the Avs, although the Avs need to step their game up too. But there's a difference between the two. And I have a lot more faith that the Avs can get this figured out, and I'll explain in just a couple of minutes. Again, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Our guy Nick Wright's trying to take shots at Bo Nix.
Andy Lindahl.
He's like, well, here's his numbers if it weren't for the 93-yard Mims touchdown. No touchdowns, 2 picks. Fine. But guess what?
He made the throw.
He got that one.
What
is Nick Wright's problem? Why is he just always coming after everything Denver?
He's a KC guy.
Okay, fine. Enjoy your dumb dynasty then, dude.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Today at 3. Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5.
Only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500. Discount on eligible product only and reflected in quote. Restrictions apply. See Pro Desk for details. MVP's Pro Rewards program subject to terms.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
9 News Mornings is everywhere to help you start your day.
We're a team that works relentlessly overnight, covering the breaking news, weather, and traffic that will impact you.
Start with 9 News Mornings.
Weekdays beginning at 4:30.
When friends and family come to visit, do what I do and take the short drive up the hill to Central City. It's only 30 minutes from the west side of town via I-70 and the Central City Casino Parkway. Central City offers everything your fun-seeking group desires. Hotels, dining, bars open 24/7, a craft brewery, and live casino action day or night. Central City isn't the big box, corporate-owned casino experience. It's Colorado-owned and operated, rich in history. Bring your friends and family, cruise I-70 to the Parkway, and take the 4 lanes to fun.
Holiday parties are important this time of year. You got to find a place, a restaurant, a beautiful venue for friends, family, perhaps coworkers. How about Joe Willie's on Broadway? Talk about great food and the fact you can watch sports. Tuesdays, all-day burger madness. $4 off burgers all day, including a side order of fries galore. Best happy hour in town, Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. Book your holiday party at Joe Willie's. It's filling up quickly. Open 10 a.m. on the weekends, just in time for football.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Packed with power, style, and innovation. Elevate your drive with the new 2024 Mazda CX-5 at Shop Mazda. Experience the ultimate blend of performance and luxury starting at $30,675. Check out the new Mazda CX-5 today at Shop Mazda, where it's always one price, one person, 1 hour. And remember, we never charge dealer handling fees. Visit us today during Mazda A Season to Move You sales event and embark on a journey where excitement meets simplicity.
Crocky Sports Charities is committed to improving lives through the spirit and power of sports. You can show your support of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche with a Nuggets or Avalanche license plate. Visit the Crocky Sports Charities page at ballarena.com for more details.
Roadways are continuing to get busier here on the morning drive, but no crashes causing any issues. I-225, a lot of jamming up here southbound between Parker and I-25. It's almost a 10-minute delay through there. I-270, a little bit of spotty traffic in both directions approaching Brighton as well. This report is sponsored by PayPal. Get exclusive cashback offers in the app and with the PayPal debit card to stack 5% more in your chosen monthly category on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal. I'm Mike Spataro with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hi there.
Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane are coming right back on Altitude Sports Radio.
Listen to the show a little more.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Face off at center, one back for Gosses Bear. Seven seconds left. Buck in the Avalanche zone. Not to center ice, and this game is over. In my mind, we're going away from Carolina. The season series is split. Both home teams win each game. And the Hurricanes win this one by a final score of 5-3 as their losing streak ends at 3.
All right, Vic, so Avs also play last night. They lose. Maybe this is wrong. Again, you guys tell me if you agree or disagree. I don't feel the same with the Nuggets as I do with the Avs for a couple different reasons. I'm not going to go to the injury thing, although they do have some key players that are out. Ross Colton, Miles Wood, those guys. Josh Manson on the back end. But the Avs issues that they have, at least as of recently, seem a lot more fixable, which is, going back to my thing talking about identities and stuff like that. The Avs' identity is still the same. We have really good offensive players. We're going to play fast, try and score, and we're going to cross our fingers and hope goaltending does its job.
You just said it. I know the Avs problem. The Avs problem is simple. You wake up every morning and you say, who's playing goalie?
Right. Yeah. And look, that is not a super fixable issue. They've tried to do this. I thought Wedgwood was fine yesterday. Fine.
Yeah, the problem last night, I looked up, I didn't watch the game as closely because of the Nuggets.
Right.
But I look up and there's, 6 minutes left in the game. They're at the 6-minute mark, and the Avs have 12 shots on goal.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
And that's what I'm getting at here is I think the Avs will figure that one out. Okay, they aren't going to go a full season of struggling to get shots on goal. They're going to get that fixed. Power play is a big problem right now for them, but their issues seem like they can get rectified in a hurry with just, this is the middle of a long road trip. You got a couple of guys out of the lineup. You can get that fixed. The goaltending thing is going to be a question for all 82 games this year. Like, there's never
unless you do something.
Which I don't know what you can do. The only thing that you would do to make you feel better at goalie is by taking the good part of your team, removing an aspect of that to go fix another problem, which is you're just moving.
Hold on a second, because something can be done. Something can be done. I mean, the trade deadline is there for a reason, and you never know what other teams' intent is. And if Gabe cannot come back, and I think we'll know something here by the turn of the calendar year, right? If the calendar year turns and we have no idea whether or not
you're saying 3 weeks from now,
yeah, I mean we're close here, right?
Yeah,
they got to make a decision there, and there's a price tag that comes with that decision, and that's money that can be utilized for a goalie if you choose to go that route. Now, it's not the full salary because they're above the cap right now. They're above the cap, but it's always money that's available if that's what unfolds. We don't know what's going to unfold. But, man, that's all part and parcel. You mentioned you don't know what the Avs' problem is. For me, you have to fortify the back end first. Who's playing goalie? Who is it? And if you can't answer that question, I mean, you think it puzzles you. Imagine what it does to the players.
Well, here's what I wonder, though. Last year, Georgiev was still an up-and-down goalie. We all remember the conversations heading into the postseason last year about how do you trust this guy? And then he plays pretty well.
Yeah.
It's not like he got worse over the course of a year. It could be a confidence problem with him for sure.
Well, worse is a very select word. He may be more inconsistent than he's ever been.
Yes, that is true. But when it comes to what the Avs do from here, you're right. Depending on what happens with Gabe or what they want to do for, a trade type of move, if that's available to them, like certainly possible. But what I'm getting at is the Avs just aren't scoring at the rate that we're used to, and I don't think that's going to be a sustainable thing. Like, I think that they're going to find a way to put a whole bunch of goals on the board because they're too talented not to. They just are. Having McKinnon, having Makar, having Mikko, having Lehkonen, Val back in the lineup, like they're going to get that part figured out, and I'm less concerned with them than I am the Nuggets, is all I'm getting at. You talk about trades, Vic. Seen a lot on the text line today and really all year about Jamal. That's not possible.
You can't trade him.
Forget the idea of what team would want to pick up a contract? It's not even about that. It's literally impossible to do right now.
You're not allowed to till next year.
Yeah.
With the max contract coming. And even then, who?
Let's let Kevin O'Connor explain this on the Jamal subject.
Not only the Jamal subject, by the way, he talks about sort of the trap that the Nuggets find themselves in when it comes to trade windows. Trade windows, especially midseason, if you're going to trade, there's always like a draft pick attached.
Yeah.
Right? People always say, well, just add a number one draft pick. Who? How? Listen to this.
There isn't a move that they can make that can really move the needle. They can't trade a first-round pick until 2031 because they're giving up 3 firsts already and 25 to Orlando. 2 years after that to OKC, and then another 2 years after that to Oklahoma City again. So they don't have their picks. They're locked up there. Those picks are protected. They can't trade a first until 2031, and they don't have young players of great value. Christian Brown, you can't really move him. You can't move Brown unless it's for a clear upgrade. But I don't know if you're getting a clear upgrade without those picks. Strother has no value. Zeke Naji has no value. He has negative value, if anything, with his money. And other guys like Jalen Pickett have just not worked out. So Denver, what move is there to make? I don't think there is a needle-moving decision that Calvin Booth and that front office can make. Michael Malone with the roster. I mean, look, you got young guys, you have some aging veterans, you're doing your best to make it work. What needs to happen is Jamal Murray needs to return to his prime levels. That's the number one question for Denver. That is one of the biggest questions in the entire league right now. Can Jamal Murray refine himself over the course of the season? And if he doesn't, well, that means one of the greatest seasons we've seen being wasted, because Jokic tonight, 27 points, 20 rebounds, 11 assists, another extraordinary performance, passes Magic Johnson for the most triple-doubles all time. And I know, as his teammate Russell Westbrook knows, the triple-double king.
Okay.
Triple-double.
Yeah, I got it right there. He's right about one thing. The easiest fix or the quickest thing you can do to make this team better is Jamal looks like himself. That's the easiest thing. I really do think if Jamal is having one of his like 25 to 30 point game, like shooting efficiently nights, it puts a lot more pressure on the opposing offense to where they aren't relaxed when they're taking some of these shots.
Well, last night's a night where they could have used. I mean, listen, Michael Porter Jr. Take a look at Michael Porter Jr.'s box score last night. He was superb.
He's playing great this year.
He's the Nuggets. He's the Nuggets' second best player.
Yep.
He's their second leading scorer. And take a look at what he did last night defensively. He had 4 steals. He had 4 steals last night
And
to
2
go along
blocks.
with 24 points. And he's not shooting the 3 ball like he would like, but that's also because he's added another layer to his game. He's making shots in the paint like he's never had before.
He's also shooting 41%, which is totally fine.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now Jamal, if he gets to be the Jamal we're used to seeing, the averages that he put forth last year, career highs, a lot of these losses would be wins.
Sure.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But that also masks the fundamental problem I brought to the table today, defense. That masks a lot of that. And the Nuggets they're handcuffed. They're handcuffed. Their 5th and 6th highest paid players are DNPs. How many rosters can call themselves championship rosters when your 5th and 6th highest paid players do not play? That's a problem. How do you fix that? Do you play them? Do you just force it? I mean, what do you do?
I mean, this is difficult because I know who Michael Malone is, personality-wise. And he's not just going to give minutes to people and just say, let's see if this works. That's not how his brain operates.
But he did last night. He gave initial minutes to Zeke.
3.
How'd that go?
It went poorly. But is that what we're going to do the entire year? Like, you're playing... Vic, they've been playing a playoff rotation for 20 straight games.
I know. They're playing an 8-man rotation, and that's
you
impossible
can't.
to do. And
I
I know. I agree.
So you can say, how did that go in 3 minutes with Zeke? It's like, well, you're going to have to find out. You're going to have to.
Cleveland played.
Why is Saric still getting DNPs? See what you have.
Yeah, I agree. That's on Malone to play more guys, because I'm looking at every game, and I see the same thing you are. Cleveland played 10 guys last night. They had a 10-man rotation. Hell, Golden State plays everybody. I don't know if you watched that game or if you've paid attention to Golden State. They played the whole damn bench. The Nuggets largely are playing an 8-man rotation. That's what they've done the last couple of weeks, and you cannot survive.
Like, Hunter Tyson might not have been great.
But you see his side of it, though, right? I see both sides. I really do. I see people saying you got to play more guys. You got to play 10 guys. You got to play 9 guys. I see the coach's side saying, who?
But how about this? I just have a tough time believing, Vic, that here's the translation of what he's telling you. I have 8 players who are NBA players on this roster, and nobody else is. That's what he's telling you. Like, nobody else is even worthy of minutes.
It is a mystery to me. And I'm not saying this only because I pounded the table for him. Somebody with any basketball acumen, please tell me, please. How did Dario Saric go from a very adaptable, flexible, and a guy who you can count on to come in and do a little bit of everything in the NBA, a very good NBA bench player? That's what he was. How did he go from that to virtually unplayable in a span of one offseason?
And he's 30. It's not like he's 39.
Exactly right. It's not like he's past his prime. How does that happen? What is going on there? What turns to where, because I've watched this guy play for the last 5 years. I've seen him against the Nuggets.
He averaged 17 minutes a night for Golden State last year. 17 minutes a night.
So how do you go from you're skillful, you can make threes, you're a great passer, you can do some things defensively, to I don't know what the hell that is?
Vic,
So what is it? What's the disconnect there?
Well, purely from my perspective, because I'm not at practice every day, I can't even give you an assessment because I haven't watched him play. I've seen him play like 4 games. You know, when he came in, when Jokic was off for whatever that was, that week, however many games he missed, and he got real minutes. He played 30-some minutes. It didn't look great, but it looked like somebody who could give me 10 minutes a night.
It looked like he was coming along.
It looked like
he was coming along.
But he just hasn't played since then.
I think what happens is in the non-Jokic minutes, this team gets so desperate. They don't know what to do. Again, watch last night's game if you have a chance. Watch the non-Jokic minutes and look at how the offense performs and the defense, frankly. They're lost because they try to mimic what they do in Jokers in the game. They try to play the same offense. They try to work the ball around and everybody touches it. That, in my opinion, when Joker goes to the bench, scrap all that.
Yeah.
Say, forget. We're going to play helter-skelter, defense first, run and go. You got to, whatever notion you have in your brain that this is Nuggets basketball, no, it's not. Not when 15's not in the game. No, it's not. When 15 is not in the game, whatever you're used to doing, stop doing it.
Okay. Let's just say, I know this scenario didn't play out, but let's just say it did. You have Peyton Manning as the quarterback of the Broncos, and his backup is Tim Tebow.
Would you play a different style?
Run the same offense.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't.
But see, in years past, and again, this is a circular dilemma because we just keep going into circles. What did they do last year when Joker went to the bench? And they didn't do well. They still dropped off. Murray would pick up the offense.
Yeah.
Murray stayed in there with the second unit, and he handled the bulk of the offense. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so what happens if you can't do that anymore?
Then you get this.
You get the 24-second clock going 3, 2, and heave up a shot at the clock.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
And they stagger guys like Michael Porter with them, and Porter's having a great year, but Porter isn't a guy that's going to run an offense like that.
I honestly thought that those 4 games that Joker didn't play, was it 4 games? I can't even remember now. When Joker was out,
3 or 4, yeah.
When I honestly thought that it was a good thing in hindsight. I said, this is good for the Nuggets early in the season. Get him out of there. Don't even put him on the floor and force guys to play without him and see if they can find something when don't rely on him as much as you have. Well, that hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Because they rely on him now more than ever.
303-504-0925. A lot more to get to with these games. I want to talk about the college football championship weekend coming up. And what did you think? And what would you do if it's 4th and inches? You have a 35-yard field goal to go up by 3 with 40 seconds left in the game. And Sean Payton said, nope, we're leaving the offense on the field. We'll get to it next.
Altitude Sports Radio has a Week 14 NFL doubleheader. Sunday at 11, we've got the Commanders and Saints. Then Monday night, it's the Bengals and Cowboys. Keep up with the NFL all weekend on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Shop limited time deals at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 30% off select major appliances to save big this season. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 to 12/11. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
This is Dan Kaplis. Many big problems in Colorado are caused by a lack of respect for the inherent dignity and value of human life. That lack of respect for human life is also behind the explosion of violence on our roadways, committed by reckless drivers who don't respect your life or anyone else's. Our firm has a long and distinguished track record of making these reckless drivers and their insurance companies pay in full so that seriously injured people receive the money they need to rebuild their lives. We're the only firm in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis so that we can represent good people from all walks of life without regard to ability to pay. If you need my help, give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com.
Packed with power, style, and innovation, Elevate your drive with the new 2024 Mazda CX-5 at Shop Mazda. Experience the ultimate blend of performance and luxury starting at $30,675. Check out the new Mazda CX-5 today at Shop Mazda, where it's always one price, one person, 1 hour. And remember, we never charge dealer handling fees. Visit us today during Mazda A Season to Move You sales event and embark on a journey where excitement meets simplicity.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry is Colorado's largest watch repair center. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew. We service all major brands, factory authorized for TAG Heuer, Cartier, Omega, Breitling, Panerai, and IWC. We service Rolex and many more. Our on-site watchmakers are Wolfstep, SADA, and CW21 Swiss certified. With up-to-date factory training, our watchmakers can handle any of your watch repair needs. Matthews, we have time for you.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Andy Lindahl here with Colorado Off-Road's Jerry Jones. Jerry, what do we got coming up for the holidays?
Remind your loved one about running boards, floor mats, mud flaps. How about bed covers? Let's keep those presents dry in the back.
And the floor mats are easy for gift giving.
You want to keep that interior clean and ready to go.
It's Colorado Off-Road, located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, on the web at cooffroad.com. The number 303-761-1264.
Colorado grown, Colorado owns, Colorado Off-Road.
Defining a new era in men's health, Game Day Men's Health delivers results with no shortcuts. Get stronger and healthier by putting your health back in order. With 6 clinics in Denver and Boulder, we offer testosterone replacement therapy, erectile dysfunction treatment, and weight loss support. All in spaces designed for men. Enjoy privacy, comfort, and flat screen TVs while in-house lab determines your testosterone levels in 15 minutes. Visit GameDayDenver.com to schedule your free consultation today. Start living and feeling your best. Game Day Men's Health. Visit GameDayDenver.com.
Sport Trade is introducing a totally new way to get into basketball. On Sport Trade, you can view the odds as probabilities, allowing you to bet Denver to win pregame at 47% odds, then sell your bet at 60% when they take the lead in the first quarter. For first-time bettors out there, this is your calling. No more having to understand confusing odds like plus 115 and minus 160. Just buy low and sell high. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Cyber Week sale, save 20% on most Sleep Number smart beds, plus free home delivery with any base. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
More Denver sports talk in 60. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yo.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/altitudesr. Brought to you by Safeway.
So, Vic, if the Broncos are playing the Chiefs, there's 40 seconds left. Chiefs have no timeouts. It's a tie ball game.
Yeah.
It's a 35-yard chip shot for Will Lutz to take a 3-point lead. And it's 4th and inches. And Sean Payton says, let's keep the offense on the field. What do you think?
Well, there are 2 coaches who wouldn't surprise me pulling that stunt. One is Dan Campbell. We saw it last night. And Sean Payton has been known to take those kind of chances.
So Campbell's is a Sean Payton disciple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it would surprise me as much as you think. The 2 coaches that would do that, one resides in Denver, the other one in Detroit.
Yeah.
So were you surprised last night when Campbell? Now, I was not for this reason. The game was tied. If the Lions were down by a point or two, and then you do that, I think it's stupid.
Right.
Because the game ends if you don't get it. But if you don't get the first, you're still tied.
Surprised? No. Because they've done that for as long as Dan Campbell's been in charge. But I guess when it comes to, how about this? I was somebody after the NFC Championship game last year when Campbell got ripped apart. I was like, I don't have an issue with him being aggressive because that's how they've always been.
We talked about it on the show.
They were always that way.
Mosier and I ripped him and you for making those choices, and you're like, no, it's okay. And you know what? You're closer to it than we are. And you're right. You play to who you are and what you do. And you made a great analogy in the appetizer. You don't tell Steph Curry to stop shooting threes because he misses a few.
Yeah.
This is who he is.
If Steph Curry's 0 for 10 from 3 and there's 4 seconds left and you need a 3-pointer, you run a play for Steph. You still do it. But that's what's weird to me about the way that we analyze some of this stuff is that if that doesn't work, then he's called a moron this morning. And that's just sort of how we analyze sports, I guess. But I got no problem with people playing to their identities and who they are. You know, it's funny when you watch, and I think the Broncos are like this. If they're faced with those moments, there's like not even a hesitation. Like the offense doesn't move from the field, do they? They stay out there. What is it, 4th and 1? Okay, I know we're going for it. Let's do it. And here's what's funny. I think that Sean Payton's in a place where he trusts Bo Nix like that already. I really do. I think if they were faced, maybe not that exact same decision, but if they're faced with, like it's balls at the 37-yard line and it's 4th and 1, I don't know if he trots out Lutz for that 54-yard field goal. I think he keeps Bo Nix on the field, which, by the way, did you hear sound of Shelby Harris?
Yeah.
If you guys, I noticed this in the middle of the game. I totally forgot because I was caught up in, it's the Jerry Jeudy
I forgot
homecoming.
Shelby Harris played for Cleveland.
Yeah. So he plays for Cleveland. And he's got a podcast, and I think this is the Harris podcast, which is
Ryan Harris, Chris Harris, and Shelby Harris.
Yes. He talked about Bo Nix. And you tell me, is this a guy giving his honest thoughts, or is this a guy who has some sour grapes about Bo Nix? Here's what he said.
I mean, I would say other than that big throw, Bo Nix isn't the most efficient quarterback out there. I think that he needs, to make the little throws and it's a lot of flair. Obviously that big throw is going to get a lot of airtime. We're going to talk. It was obviously a big throw, but also that's a throw that should have been an interception. At the end of the day, so like we can oh my God, great arm, all that, but I think he's still a rookie. Obviously the ceiling is there. He can be a very good quarterback, but he did just enough, and he lived off that defense, and that defense really went and made plays for them to win the game. But obviously he did exactly what he needed to do. But it wasn't the most efficient game, and 2 interceptions, and it's just it's a tough game. Obviously, it's a tough game to digest for me. Just going back to Denver and losing that type of way, but I just think that maybe, when I played Jaden Daniels, I played Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, chopped our defense up. He really messed our defense up. I think, Bo Nix he still has a ways to go. He has the talent to be a great quarterback in this league, but in order for the Broncos to be successful in the playoffs, he's going to have to be better.
Is that sour grapes or what?
I have zero issues with anything Shelby Harris had to say there.
Okay.
That's his opinion. And this is the problem. This is what happens when current active athletes partake in this podcast thing, because it's happening everywhere. And when they offer an opinion, that's an opinion, people mistake it for sour grapes or whatnot. Yeah, they lost. That's how he felt Bo Nix played. He followed up by saying, we also played against Jaden Daniels. And he's right. Take a look at Jaden Daniels' numbers against Cleveland. You remember that game?
Yeah. It was week 5.
But do you remember the game?
I do.
Okay. So all he's doing is comparing the 2 quarterbacks that he faced, the 2 rookie quarterbacks. It's an opinion. Right or wrong, that's his opinion. If he doesn't think Bo Nix is worth all the hype, fine. He won the game.
Yeah.
Bo Nix won the game. If he believes that pass should have been intercepted, we can argue. I thought the pass was a perfect pass, and maybe he didn't see the safety moving over, but at the end of the day, the result was a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to look at me in the eyes and tell me this. In terms of the last 5 or 6 Bo Nix games, where would you rank that game that he played the other night?
Third or fourth.
That wasn't a very good game.
Yeah.
He had a great pass, a couple great passes, but overall, efficiency-wise, that wasn't what we've been
especially
used to
early.
seeing.
Early in the game, he was
Would
struggling.
you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And I guess that's all he's saying. Why does everybody get all untethered when somebody speaks an opinion? Big deal.
I think a part of it is, I'd put it this way. The way that the Broncos offense has continued to kind of grow throughout the course of the year, and especially with him, the stat line can also be a little bit deceiving. There's a couple throws that Bo Nix had where guys got tackled at the 1, and then Burton punches it in, and then...
There's also a couple throws that could have been picked. Listen, he was 18 of 35. That's not efficient, dude.
No, that's not.
And that's all I'm saying. We know this is the guy. I'm not trying to knock the guy. This is the guy. This is our guy. This is the quarterback. You're not going to have great games every week. You're not going to have games like he did against Atlanta every week. This is going to happen. They decided to go long ball, deep ball. Part of that is the game plan.
Sure. And it's one of the things that I think I'm most enjoying about watching the Broncos offense right now is that you've seen an evolution in what that was to start with and what it is now. That offense in week 2 and that offense in week 13 are completely different offenses. Yeah. Completely.
100%. We're getting these texts. Shelby's a hater because of what the Broncos did to him. I'm not going to get into this stuff. If you can't handle another man's opinion of your quarterback or your team, and you get all bent out of shape and you call him a hater, this and that, I can't fix that for you. That's a you problem. He offered an opinion. Did you want him to lie? Would you feel better if he lied? Or would you feel, this is also a podcast, if he was asked the question, would you feel better if he said, I can't answer that, I'm an active player right now?
Well, I think what people are saying is when the game he discussed with Jaden Daniels, and this is why I think they're accusing...
And another thing, there's too many of these damn podcasts.
That too. The reason I think that people are accusing him of sour grapes is you go back and you look at that Jaden Daniels game that they played against him. Jaden was 14 of 25 for 238 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Now, ran the ball well. He had 80 rushing yards. But it wasn't that big of a contrast numbers-wise from Bo Nix.
Hey, man, I'll never forget this. I will never, ever, ever forget this. When Russell Wilson was it a rookie quarterback or second-year quarterback? And Andrew Luck was doing his damage in Indy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never forget asking Chris Harris on the Monday night show. We had him on the Monday night show at Channel 4, and I said, boy, you faced Andrew Luck. You faced Russell Wilson. Who's better? He goes, Russell Wilson's better. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? What a hater. The same kind of issue. I can't believe you would say that. What's wrong with the guy having an opinion? That's his opinion. He doesn't hate one guy over the other.
Right.
Now, the opinion may not be right, but that's what it is. That's why it's called an opinion.
Texter writes in, the Broncos had 2 pick sixes. Without that, they lose. Bo didn't beat the Browns. That's the thing that I'll push back on. Yeah, they had 2 pick sixes, then got them to 41 points. Bo's also not responsible for the defense giving up 30-some either.
Yeah.
He still put up, take away the 2 touchdowns, it's 27 points
that was not a good defensive game.
Yeah.
If Shelby's going to turn that and say that was a good defensive effort, that was one of the poor defensive games out of the Broncos all season.
Sure.
So the pick sixes notwithstanding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not bent out of shape. Again, it's not that big a deal to me. We know what we have in Bo Nix in Denver. Nobody needs to confirm it with you. This is like, this is like regurgitating the whole Nikola Jokic argument again. He's got the haters. We know what we have.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to. I don't need to puff my chest out. You don't need. Bo Nix is going to be your future franchise quarterback. He's only going to get better.
Want to look ahead to the college football championship weekend. What's the most intriguing game? Because the trouble with this is...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I love these texts. And I love our listeners. This text coming in from 6763. So Shelby gets to have an opinion on Bo Nix, but fans are stupid for having an opinion. There's some hater in there because he got traded. That's hypocrisy. Get your own podcast. I don't know what to tell you.
They're just stating it on the text line,
fine.
I suppose.
Your opinion's fine, too. I'm not hating on your opinion. But people all of a sudden hating on Shelby Harris. I read some of the, because they put this out on Twitter. Yeah. I read some of the comments. That's embarrassing. It's insulting, some of the comments I read, for a dude stating his opinion.
Yeah. Well, again, jump back into this later. I want to talk about the college football weekend and championship games. Which one has the most intrigue for you? Because it feels like everybody who's playing in this is pretty much like there's not going to be a whole bunch of shuffling in the college football playoff rankings. We'll get to it next.
There's something about being able to get a win when your quarterback wasn't perfect. Over the last 8 years, find me that scenario where they pulled that off.
Talking Broncos and all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
'Tis the season to fill your table and feed the whole family with KFC's Festive Feast. Get 6 original recipe tenders, 6 pieces of classic fried chicken, 2 sides, and 3 sauces for just $25.99.
Hi, it's Chris and Amy from Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air. We love coming on the radio and sharing the lighthearted stories about our favorite caveman customer, Flint. We hope you have enjoyed listening along.
It's customary this time of year for us to look back and count our blessings. We want to thank each and every one of our customers for trusting us in their homes with their family's comfort.
From our Rock family to yours, may this holiday season bring you comfort and joy.
Make the most of your holidays with the King Soopers app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week, get access to low prices, and earn fuel points to save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. The King Soopers app makes it easy to save this holiday season. King Soopers, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Check out this great deal on USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roasts. On sale now for only $5.99 a pound with your card and digital coupon. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. Terms and conditions apply.
All diamond studs are not the same. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams to explain why.
Williams Jewelers Natural Diamond Martini studs are hand-selected from the world's finest diamond hairs for superior color, clarity, and brilliance.
Each cut to a maximum diameter so they actually look bigger than average diamond studs of the same carat weight.
Williams Martini diamond studs not only look larger, they fit better and face up on the ear. And we have Martini diamond studs in every size, up to 5 carats in stock.
This holiday, our best quality natural 1 carat diamond studs start at just $24.50.
Half carats from just $9.50. And remember, you can trade up your Williams Martini natural diamond studs at any time for a larger pair. You just pay the difference.
This holiday, the choice in diamond studs is naturally Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get exclusive cashback offers in the app. And with the PayPal debit card, stack 5% more in your chosen monthly category on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Denver Sports Talk is coming right back.
Okay, it's sports. Somebody gets hurt.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Scott Ason's here. Hey, it's Tyler Columbus. This is DMAC. PhD, coming up at noon.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, before we get to some of the games here coming up this weekend in college football, do you buy any of this Bill Belichick, North Carolina stuff?
It seems so far-fetched to me. It's almost so far-fetched that I expect it to happen now. If there's ever
this makes
a personality, a person who would not fit in the modern college football world, I think Bill Belichick would be person number one.
Yeah, I don't buy this at all. Not at all. Bill Belichick's whole sort of MO is you guys take care of your own business, right? You come here, you come to work. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about what you do outside of it. I'm not checking up on you. If you aren't doing what you're supposed to be doing, then I'm cutting you. Yeah.
He's no nonsense.
You really think that Bill Belichick's going to be scouring the transfer portal and making sure that guys feel good?
It's so funny because the term no nonsense, college football is nonsense.
Yeah. It's all nonsense.
It's dealing with the nonsense.
And I don't know how many coaches can really be tough love guys in college football right now. Like, how many of those guys do you think can exist? The most, I guess, hard-ass sort of coaches in college football, probably Brian Kelly's probably one of them, right?
Yeah, that ain't working out too well.
Who else would even be remotely in that category?
Saban, he's out.
I mean, Dion is kind of old school, but he's got
an old school heart, but a new school mentality.
Yeah, he does a really good job at playing both sides. Who'd you say before that, by the way?
Nick Saban was.
Oh, yeah,
he's
Saban.
Out. He's gone.
But Saban was done because he's like, I'm not dealing with this nonsense of like checking in on people.
Can you imagine Bill Snyder in today's world, today's college environment? I don't think it would work.
Do it.
I don't think it would work.
No,
wouldn't work.
And it's not like Bill Snyder was some sort of like get in your face, pull you by the face mask.
But he wouldn't have time for all the movement and all. I mean, he built that program or rebuilt that program based on loyalty and development and all that business, and it wouldn't work today.
He would basically go to a rural farm in Kansas and be like, "You're big. Do you want to play offensive line? Cool. Here's a scholarship. I'm never talking to you again." I don't know. This makes zero sense, and I just feel like, is this? Look, if you're North Carolina, you're like, what do I got to lose, right? Why not just make a call to one of the greatest coaches who's ever lived? But if you're Belichick, I'm just like, hey, I appreciate it, but no, I'm not dealing with your stuff.
I mean, if he's that desperate to get back into it that he'd go back to the college game. Once you go pro, I don't know. Hell, Mike Sanford tells us every day he's got college friends in the college game that are looking to get the hell out and go pro because they don't want to deal with it.
And Belichick is... I did find it odd last offseason, as I'm sure you did, that he didn't get a real... he was interviewed by Atlanta, I think, right? Last year.
Yeah, and he thought he had that job.
And I can't believe nobody went to him. I can't believe that. But if he wants back in the league, there's going to be a whole bunch of teams calling him. You don't think, like, a Chicago would want Bill Belichick to go in there? I mean, come on.
I think the fear is when you give the job to Belichick, it's not just the coaching job. It's everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fear. It's not just, hey, you're our coach. He's for his style to be effective, it's very much like Sean Payton's style.
Right.
When the Denver Broncos made Sean Payton the coach, it just wasn't a coaching job. You know it. It was everything.
It was you had to do everything to turn this around. Yep.
Every decision. How you run training camp, operations.
God, that's funny to think about. Like, what if Sean Payton was still a Fox analyst right now and North Carolina called him? There is zero chance that Sean Payton is doing a college gig.
I think he'd be more apt to do it than Belichick.
I actually agree with that, but I don't think there's any way that he would just be like, I'm dealing with 17-year-olds and making sure that these guys are happy every 2 days. No, thank you.
I mean, Belichick does already deal with college-age kids.
She's a graduate. By the way, I think that the college football playoff, for all the concerns that people had about watering down the regular season in college football, I think all of those, at least in my opinion, have been thrown out the window. I think it's been a massive success before this thing even starts. Just with every bit. Think about where CU is at, Vic. How fun was it, even though they lost to Kansas, the last few weeks of the season? That's a 2-loss football team in a conference that's not going to get a lot of respect, but you were still dialed in every weekend because you're like, there's a shot.
That Kansas game felt the closest thing to a bowl game we've seen in a long time here.
Yeah.
In fact, that had more. Watching that game and preparing for that game felt bigger than like the Alamo Bowl.
It did.
They're probably going to end up in the Alamo Bowl, right? That's probably the bowl they're going to.
Alamo or Holiday, right?
So let me ask you, as a CU fan, is there going to be more anticipation for that game or, for example, the Kansas game that could just set you up for the CFP?
Yeah, it's Kansas, and it's no doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's more on the line. There's more at stake. And that's all you want. CU's relevance again. Put things on the line again. Things are on the table.
Now, if Shador and Travis Hunter play in that bowl game, there will be more intrigue than
But what's really at stake?
I would originally think.
But what are the stakes here?
Nothing. It's a 10-win season? Is that what's on the line? That would be cool, but
great.
I get it. By the way, shout out to Travis and Shador, offensive and defensive player of the year in the Big 12.
Impressive. Who won Coach of the Year? Dillingham?
I think it was Dillingham, yeah.
Where did Prime end up in the votes? Because he should have been at least one or two.
I don't know. I saw some people complaining about that. I'm like, guys, they didn't need to sweep every single award, okay? Yeah. They didn't win the conference. So some other people can get some love in other places.
Shador, hands down, was the best offensive player in the conference.
And Travis Hunter was hands down the best defensive player.
Yes.
Now, on the subject of the playoff conjuring up, I think, a lot more interest during the regular season, I will say this. Championship weekend does feel kind of empty.
Only because a lot of those teams are locked in.
Georgia and Texas, whether they lose, I would think Georgia's still in with a loss. Maybe not.
I don't know, dude.
Because that would put them at 3.
It depends how, if they lost. If they got humbled, I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Penn State and Oregon, I think, are both in, no matter what. No matter what happens in that game.
Well, they haven't lost a game,
yeah,
so
Oregon's
they can afford.
In. But Penn State, I think, is still going to be in. They'll be a 2-loss team. They should be in. Now, huge, obviously, for the Big 12. It's winner goes to the playoff, loser goes to a bowl game. Same thing in the ACC and every other conference that's playing this weekend. But I'll tell you this. The thing that'll garner the most interest from me, I'm actually really intrigued with this Boise State UNLV game tonight for the Mountain West Championship. Because I want Boise State to win, and I want to see what Ashton Genty looks like in the playoff against whoever the hell they're going to go up against in that first round. Like, I want to see that. Because I think it would add an extra layer of intrigue to maybe some of the people saying that Boise State and him specifically haven't played against good competition. I just want to see that. Because they played Oregon early in the year, and he had a good game against Oregon. It's the number one team in the country.
Wasn't that the closest game, the second closest game Oregon's played all year?
34-31, I think. Yeah. 34-31. So I would like to see that. But I got to be honest. I'm not really all that interested in the Big 12 championship. And maybe that's just me having sour grapes on CU not playing, and I'm like, I don't care about these two teams. Iowa State, Arizona State, who's going to make it? Although Arizona State's a cool little story. The thing that you should hope for, though, is no matter who comes out of that, whether it's ISU or ASU.
What are the stakes there? By the way, some of this we talk about the stakes. What game? The American Athletic Championship. Tulane unranked against 24 Army.
That one, there's nothing.
So what's the point here?
To say you're a conference champion.
And another thing. Have they considered this? So Army's going to play its 12th game. A friend of mine talked about this. Army's going to play its 12th game this weekend in the conference championship. And then it's going to play the following week its 13th game.
The Armed Forces Bowl.
Against Navy. The annual Army-Navy game. Army's playing 13 games. They're 10-1. They're ranked 24th. Their only loss is to the number 4 team in the country.
You actually, you know what? I said it's for nothing. That might not be right. Here's the only scenario that could work in their favor. So Army wins the AAC championship. And if they do that, what are they now? Are they 24th?
They're 24th.
Okay. So if they do that, that would take them up to, let's say, 22nd, 21st.
That's what I'm saying. So what?
But here's what I'm getting at. UNLV beats Boise State tonight. Army has one more chance to make an impression. Mm-hmm. Somebody out of that non-Power 4 conference has to make the playoff and has to be a conference champion. I guess they have a really outside shot at it. But maybe Army could sneak their way in.
Yeah, I'm looking at their schedule. You know, everybody starts schedule peeping this time of year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Starts schedule peeping, and it's hard to make an argument after looking at their schedule.
It's not great.
The only team they've played of any significance is Notre Dame, and they got wiped off the face of the earth. So there's really nothing there. Lehigh ain't going to cut it. FAU, Temple, UAB, East Carolina, North Texas.
But let me ask you this question.
UTSA.
If you had to choose, put money down, the winner of the college football playoff will be one of the teams playing this weekend or one of the teams that won't be?
That's a great question. That's a great question because I guarantee Alabama still scares people.
Sure.
All right. Alabama's going to scare teams. They're not playing. They're chilling.
Yep.
Just chilling. Ohio State?
Chilling.
Just chill.
Notre Dame?
Chill.
Chilling. Yeah. So here's your options, essentially. Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Georgia, and take your ACC winner and your Big 12 winner. Yeah. Those are your options to win the championship, or all the other teams you just mentioned, which are Bama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Indiana, maybe Miami. Like, those are your other options. I think that's really tough.
You know, the other thing that we haven't considered with this extra game for these teams that really have nowhere to go, like Oregon is in no matter what.
Yeah.
What about the viability of an injury? What if Dylan Gabriel gets hurt?
Sure. This is what Lane Kiffin was talking about a couple weeks ago. He goes, there's a lot of coaches out there, like especially if you're a one-loss team or a two-loss team, that doesn't want to play in a conference championship game because it's one more opportunity for you to lose and have a stain on your resume and to risk injury to some of those guys when you make the college football playoff. Like, there's a lot to it. And I don't disagree with him. I'm sure, look, if you're Kalen DeBoer, and I could tell you that, yeah, you're going to lose 3 games this year, but you'll still make the playoff and you don't have to play in the SEC championship game, would you take it? I think there's an argument to be made that a lot of guys would. That they'd sit there and they go, so I got a guaranteed punched ticket to the college football playoff without risking anything for one more week? It's not a bad deal at all.
The CFP has made conference championship games meaningless.
I don't know if they're meaningless.
Well, in terms of the banners, like, oh, we're conference champions. But what's more impactful?
Yeah. That is true.
So if I gave you a choice, all right, you're a college football fan. I said, A, you get to go to the CFP, or B, you're guaranteed a conference championship banner.
Well, it depends on what conference you're from. If you're one of the Power 4, you get a guaranteed ticket by winning the championship. Yeah. But if you're Boise State or something like that, then yeah, completely different story. But we can get back to this a little bit later. I want to remind you guys that we are giving away on Monday a chance for you guys to win Edel Golf Club's custom-fitted SMS irons just for you. And all you have to do is text Edel, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. And you got a chance to win those custom-fitted. I got a couple. I got a 50-degree from them, a 60-degree. They are excellent clubs. So text EDEL. You'll get a bounce-back message. Give your first and last name. Get another chance by jumping on the website, altitudesportsradio.com/Edel for an extra chance to win. And check out their special section on edelgolf.com for your Christmas gifts this year for golf lovers. So do all of that, EDEL, to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
The Broncos, the Buffs, the Avalanche, the Nuggets, the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Lowe's knows how to save you time and money. Order what you need by 2 p.m. to get it delivered same day. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is Dan Kaplis. Many big problems in Colorado are caused by a lack of respect for the inherent dignity and value of human life. That lack of respect for human life is also behind the explosion of violence on our roadways, committed by reckless drivers who don't respect your life or anyone else's. Our firm has a long and distinguished track record of making these reckless drivers and their insurance companies pay in full so that seriously injured people receive the money they need to rebuild their lives. We're the only firm in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis so that we can represent good people from all walks of life without regard to ability to pay. If you need my help, give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com.
Now, 2 pigeons bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite-free.
These humans can stream all the top-rated national news channels on DirecTV, and now with no satellite dish.
This just in. Weather, sports, election coverage. DirecTV has it all, but something is missing. The satellite dish.
What are you doing?
I'm reporting the news. Back to you, Bob.
Here's some news. You're a buffoon.
Stream the top-rated national news channels. No satellite dish. Visit directtv.com. Internet required. Top-rated news based on 2023 Nielsen ratings.
Genie log, day 10,574. The Mega Millions jackpot is over $500 million now, so nobody's looking for a genie in a lamp. To find my lamp, you gotta go spelunking in a cave and say, "Open sesame." But who spelunks? For a chance to win the Mega Millions jackpot, all you have to do is play. I'm never getting out of here.
Grant your own wishes. The Mega Millions jackpot is over $500 million. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 303 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Hey Colorado, at Phil Long Ford of Denver's Commercial Vehicle Center, we take your business further. With Colorado's largest selection of work-ready trucks, flatbeds, service bodies, cargo vans, and passenger vans, our commercial experts are here to help you every step of the way. We'll find the perfect vehicle for all your business needs. That's why Colorado businesses drive Phil Long Ford of Denver. Go online at phillongdenver.com or come see us off Wadsworth, just south of Hampton.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift you really want. A new or used car with an auto loan from Colorado Credit Union. With rates as low as 5.74% APR, it's the perfect time to get behind the wheel of something special. Just visit CCU.
Well, what do we call it when both teams lose in the same night? So it's the
double
dip.
loseroo.
It's a double dipperoo before the games start. When they both win, it's a double winneroo. Yeah. When they both lose, is it double loseroo? I saw somebody say double dutteroo.
Double dungaroo.
But go ahead, Vic. What do you got on the Avs?
I think the Avs, and again, I didn't watch the entirety of the game because I was busy with the Nuggets, but I would chime in, I would look in, and when I saw them with 12 shots on goal with 5 minutes left in the game, I was like, that's not going to cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Middlestad is in one right now. They got some players. The Avs win when their top players are their top players and producing. Well, sometimes you have to win when your top players aren't. Sometimes you have to have, the second line was not good last night. I'm reading here. Carolina had an 8-0 shooting advantage, shot attempts on the second line in the second period.
Mm-hmm.
That's pathetic. It's not going to do it.
Yeah. Well,
they better.
They have, look, it's a similar situation to what the Nuggets face, but for the Avs, they're so reliant on the top right now, because you look at the numbers and it's like, McKinnon is leading in points, and Mikko was 6th going into the game last night. Makar was 12th going into the game last night.
What happens if those guys are locked up? Is anybody else going to do anything?
And this is why it's similar. It's like you can't put that much pressure on the same people every night as the Nuggets do with Jokic and the Avs are doing with their top-end guys right now. Now, I will say that they've had to lean on McKinnon and Mikko and Makar early in this year with all the injuries they've suffered. They had to. Now, they're out a couple of good players. We know how good Ross Colton was early in the season. We know how good Miles Wood is. Josh Manson missing from the back end hurts. But their injuries now, Vic, are a lot closer to a regular NHL team than they are what it was a month ago.
Yeah.
Like, every team's dealing with injuries to some extent. And when you have...
Yeah, everybody talks. That's funny you say that. Well, wait till they're whole. Who's whole?
Yeah, what the Avs are doing when they're playing, defensive players at the wing spot because they didn't have bodies, that's crazy. That's something where you're like, all right, they're dealing with a major injury problem. Now it's pretty normal. You got a few guys out of the lineup, that happens. The issue for them is when you don't have consistent goaltending, you have to be able to do something offensively. Have to. And look, you're throwing Wedgwood out there last night. Wedgwood, I thought it was okay. He was fine. But I'm just going to enter every Avs game saying you're probably giving up 3 tonight. You need to get at least that and push the game into OT.
That's a lonely place to live.
It is, but I think it's reality, isn't it? Like, are you expecting the Avs to win a 3-1 game?
Okay, if that's the case, if you're willing to sacrifice 3 goals based on your situation there, what you can have is what we saw in the first period: shot attempts. Carolina 30, Avs 8.
Yeah.
Then you're destined to lose.
Well, that's what I'm getting at here is that when you don't have a consistent level of goaltending, your offense needs to at least put pucks on net. Like, you got to give yourself opportunities for rebounds. Maybe the opposing goaltender messes one up. Like, who knows? But you have to at least give it a shot. What's happening?
Some of these ideas for what we call a double loseroo. A lot of them we can't say on the air, but they're very creative. Thank you, texters. It sucks. You know what? You know why it sucks? Because we're going to have 2 more opportunities here in the next 3 days. Saturday and Sunday.
Stop putting them on at the same time. Stop.
Who do we call? Which commissioner? Which schedule maker?
Well, God, dude, we got what next is it Thursday? When's the game that all 3 are playing? The Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets at the same time. What day is that? Isn't that Thursday night football? What game is that for the Broncos, though?
I don't know.
The 19th.
Dude, I barely look 2 days ahead.
It's the LA Chargers game that they flex.
That's right. They flex that Chargers game into the Thursday night game, and all 3 are going to be on at
No,
once.
that's not acceptable.
Well, it's going to happen.
Well, just so we know, as a radio show, as a sports family, everybody's in the family here, right? We have our own militia for water rights. That's not acceptable, and there's something we need to do about that.
We just don't know where to storm. Do we break off the militia and have like 50-50? One go to the NBA commissioner, one to the NHL?
You can't look me in the eyes and say you have to watch all 3 games at the same time that night, because that's just not fun. You know, when you really give yourself to a game, You know what I mean by that? When you give yourself to a moment in a game and you're passionate about it, you don't never want to turn
Locked
the channel.
in.
You're locked.
Yeah.
I don't want to be focusing on 3 different things.
Well, I had to do it last night.
Yeah, I don't like it. Do you like it?
No, it's terrible. It's awful. Now, can I ask you a question about the Avs and the Nuggets? Who are you most concerned for long term? They both have problems that are really difficult to overcome right now. The Nuggets are facing a lack of defense and a Jamal Murray issue. The Avs are facing some injury stuff along with bad goaltending.
What are your long-term goals?
Both these teams should be to win a cup.
At this point
championship
right now,
or a cup.
at this point right now, in December 6th right now, do you believe that the Avs and Nuggets are both championship teams?
Not right now.
I agree with you.
I don't think either one is right now.
I agree with you. You know why? Because when you go up against the big ones, the big teams, the big hitters, in years past, I'd say, yeah, they could beat them. I don't know. I don't have that feeling anymore. Not right now.
I can't say about either team that I consider them one of the best teams in their respective leagues. Neither one. And that sucks. I think that's the first time I've said that in 2 years. At least 2 years.
Yeah, it's so crazy how this works because years ago, do you remember when the Nuggets and Avs, they were both in the playoffs at the same time? What was that 2019? And every other night that arena was full of fans.
And it was kind of the starting point for both of them on that upward trend.
Yeah, it started moving up and back then all you wanted was an opportunity.
Yep.
Playoff, right? Get to the playoffs. Well, I would say that year is where these teams are now, but it's on the way down. And the way down feels terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Feels helpless. Now, can you go back up again? Sure. You can do this roller coaster thing, but it sort of feels like 2019, doesn't it?
Just the inverse.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Like, I, again, was mentioning this. The way that both of these teams are playing feels kind of unrecognizable. That's not Nuggets basketball. That, at least when they were competing for championships, that's not how they play.
You know what I've noticed? Even last year, when people played the Nuggets, when opponents came into Ball Arena, hell, when the Nuggets traveled in, there was a fear.
Yes.
The Nuggets.
Yep.
Like, remember Jason Tatum, there's a fear. It's the Nuggets.
What seems to be in the Lakers' eyes when they play them now.
Fear.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's there anymore. Did Cleveland look fearful to you?
Not at all. And here's something I wanted to get to. I made this comparison in the appetizer. Before this season, let's go back to maybe the Hackett year for the Broncos. You can go back to the Joe Flacco year, Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock. Like the years in which the Broncos offense, Vic, was putting up like 19 or 20 points a game. And you said this a lot. You said, you know what? At this point, I don't even care if they lose, but can they lose like 33-30? Can they just make it entertaining? Because the offense just wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I said, I'd be careful with that. Because even when you're scoring points, ask a Bengals fan how his season's going right now.
I disagree, though.
But hang on. The point is, when you don't play good defense and you're getting torched every night on that side of football, basketball, puck, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a helpless feeling to that.
Sure, you're helpless. You want the results to change. But here's the difference. If you lose a game 33-30 versus 13-10, you know the difference? I'm asleep at 13-10.
No, I get that. But this is what I'm feeling with the Nuggets right now. There's a helplessness in watching them.
Yeah.
There is the Nuggets are putting up like 120 points a night, and it's not mattering.
Yeah. You know why?
And
because every time the opposing team shoots a three, all you're thinking is, oh, geez.
But it's not just that, Vic. Here's the worst part. It looks really easy.
Yeah.
Really easy. When you have to scratch and claw for every bucket that you get, and then there's a guy with a no traffic, easy layup, or they kick it out and it's a wide open three-pointer with no hand in their face, like that, it hurts my feelings watching that.
Hurts your feelings?
Yes, it hurts my feelings. When I'm watching the Avs and they give up 4 goals in a period, like there's a helplessness to it to where no matter what you do, there's no overcoming that.
All right, so let me ask you. You watched why do you think the Nuggets lost last night? For me, it's simple. I have one stat. There's just one area that they lost this so big that there's nothing they could have done to win that game.
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
tell me yours. Why did the Nuggets lose last night?
Well, when you get outscored like that from the 3-point line, that's almost impossible.
Yeah, and you don't when you give up that many threes and you don't produce threes. Let me give you a number here that's going to make it reasonable why the Nuggets lost that game by 12. 6 3-pointers made, right? For the Nuggets, they averaged 12. So that's a season low.
Yeah.
The Cavs made 16 more threes. They finished with 22. 16 more threes than the Nuggets. They lost the 3-point battle 22-6. All right, 22 threes to 6.
Yep.
That is the largest 3-point differential in Nuggets history. How are you going to win that game? Again, 22-6 3-pointers in an era of 3-pointers. The largest deficit in Nuggets history. You're going to lose that game 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah. Funny thing is, they got it somewhat close at the end. Too.
But they got it close because they were given layup after layup, the points and the paint opportunities. You have to be perfect to even get it close. You have to be perfect.
Exactly. Like you leave no margin for error.
You're playing the math game. All the nerds, all the analytics nerds who keep telling us it's a 3-point shooter's game, it is. As much as I hate it, as much as I cannot digest it, I think it's made the game boring. And people say to me, well, how could it be boring? They're great shot makers. Boring. I don't know what to tell you. I don't take delight in watching people gun 43s in a game. That to me is not basketball. You go to the gym now. I was playing pickup the other day. Everybody, me included, everybody just shoots. That's all it is.
Yep.
Shoot threes. That's all it is. It's all we do now.
So that's
all we do is shoot threes. Hell, elderly people on the street shooting threes.
See, but I don't think, here's the distinction I'd make. I don't think it's just about, when you talk about this, it's people tend to lean to the offensive side. It's not about making threes for them. I said this from the beginning. I am far less bothered by making 6 threes than giving up 22. Giving up 22 is the thing that bothers me most.
Well, there's a comfortable medium, though. If you make, you only made 6 threes. Let's say you make 10 threes. You make 10 threes instead of 6 or 9 threes. You win the game.
Yes. Or if you don't allow them to shoot 47% on 48 threes, then that could be the same thing. All I'm getting at is this year, the Nuggets are 21st in the league in 3-point percentage allowed. Last year, they were 8th. Like, that feels like a much easier fix than forcing your players to do something that they aren't comfortable with, which is shooting more threes and making them.
I have a solution for the Nuggets. And I don't know if they should employ this now or wait until after the first of the year, when the season sort of resets and they get a 30-game look at where they are. Right now, it's 20 games.
Yeah.
All right, it's 20 games, but after Christmas, after the first of the year, you got 30 games. I think they should alter their starting lineup. And I think they should do it now.
How?
I'm trying to figure out how. But remember how I said when Joker goes to the bench, they forget how to play. They don't know what to do with their hands. There's just no rhyme or reason to their game, and it's been that way for a few years now.
Mm-hmm.
They need an identity. Like when I tell you what is the Nuggets' identity, it's play through Joker. Let Joker do his thing. When he's off the court, what is their identity? What is it? They don't have one. They need to create one. And the only thing they can do, and it's sad to say this, their fastest, most electric, most explosive player is a man soon to be 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's running your second unit. He's fast. He drives. At times he drives you crazy, but there's a lot of good with what he does, obviously.
Right.
Embrace it. Play that way. Surround him with guys who want to play that way. Don't slow it down. Don't dribble around. Explode. Go forward. Move forward. See, I think when they played Jamal and Russ together, I think that defeats the purpose.
Yeah. I agree.
It defeats the purpose of going vertical. Peyton Watson, go vertical. Take somebody out of the starting lineup who wants to play. Take Christian Brown out of the starting lineup if you have to.
Yeah.
Go vertical. Change your style of play. I think that's your only option. You tell me, what is their identity when Joker's not in the game?
It should be that, because the best point or the best offense you have when he's off the floor is Russell just pushing the pace. And
so you're pushing the pace with a guy who wants to push it, but you're surrounding him with another guard who sort of wants to pick and peck, and that doesn't work.
Run a half-court offense.
Those are not going to work together.
Well, textures are writing this in. Bench Murray, start Westbrook. I don't think he can. I don't think benching Murray right now.
I think that's the worst thing you can do for a guy mentally, confidence-wise, is tell him that he's not good enough to start anymore, and now you've lost him entirely.
And there is, especially in the NBA, an ego attached to the starting thing.
100%. You are
where you be creating a problem,
yep.
I think.
100%.
Now, I don't know Jamal that well, but I think that would be a big issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know him well enough to know this. If you told him to go to the bench, you've lost him.
There's a very famous clip. Remember Melo at the end of his career, Vic? Was he in Portland, LA? It was one of those teams he was bouncing around with. And they said, would you think about coming off the bench? And he laughed in that reporter's face.
Exactly.
And he shouted at his teammate. He's like, hear that? They say they want me to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Like it was an insult to him.
I know. But that's what the NBA is, though.
Yep.
Because let's be honest, the starting five is great. You just had the numbers, but I don't look at it as the starting five. When people say the Nuggets starting five is electric, no, it's the Joker five.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I go with, you could start, I'm not saying you could start anybody, but maybe surround Joker, instead of surrounding Joker with the best players, surround him with any players and save some of those other dudes for when Joker's not in the game.
Yeah. Or at least stagger the lineup a little bit more, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, I said this to you during a break. Play Aaron Gordon for the first 5 minutes of the first quarter. And then put Sarge in. Let him play alongside Joker and see if he can find something.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing that we talked about. You cannot play an 8-man rotation in December, November. You can't do it.
And they've done it for 20 games. 20 games it's been that. An 8-man rotation where you aren't going anywhere past Strother, Watson, Westbrook. I mean, what? Zeke got 3 minutes last night? That's nothing, okay? Honestly, Vic, if I played 3 minutes in an NBA game, could things go that badly in 3 minutes? That badly? Like, you have to be able to commit to this stuff. And this is where I put this on Malone.
Yeah.
He keeps talking about it. You have to be willing to let some guys play through some struggles because it's going to matter later in the year. We've said that over and over again. You know, even in the playoffs last season, didn't we find it weird, Vic, when Peyton Watson just disappeared from the playoff rotation, when he played actually quite a bit during the regular season? And he's gone. It's like, why? Why?
Okay, so I've got this on paper, and you tell me who else you want to see here. Russell Westbrook's on the second unit, and you're going to play Russell Westbrook style. You're going to run.
Okay.
You're going to push the pace and run.
I want P-Watt on the floor.
Okay. P-Watt's going to be on the floor with him. You're going to run. You're going to play defense and run.
I want Christian on the floor.
Now, before we move on, this limits your shooting now. Understand, you're not going to spot up and shoot with some of these players. You're just not. But that's why you have to invent a different style. All right, but you have to invent a different style.
Mm-hmm.
So Strother's going to be on that second unit, unless you want to start Strother. I don't know. You start Strother instead of CB just to switch it up?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Me neither at this point.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Where CB still comes off the bench, but he gets those Manu minutes where it's like he gets 34.
He gets more minutes.
But
like last night, Okoro started for Cleveland. He only played 12 minutes.
Yeah. I'm not against it.
You got to
try something.
You got to try something, and I'm not sure when you do it. Like I said, do you employ it now or do you employ it after the first of the year? Because for those of you listening who think that there's a quick fix with a big trade, it's not happening.
Yeah.
We just expressed to you. I don't think there's a quick fix out there. There aren't teams, we'll trade this guy. You don't think the rest of the league watches?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just trade him. Really?
teams like this isn't your fantasy football league. Or like, I propose a trade. You take Andy Dalton, I get Patrick Mahomes.
All right, here
How
we
does
go.
that sound?
Murray, Brown, MPJ, AG, and Joker. All right? They have a 12.5 net rating. Elite offense, a very below average defense. Westbrook, listen to this lineup. Westbrook, Brown, MPJ, AG, and Joker. 20 rating, average offense, but a very, very good defense.
Yeah.
Very good defense. Now you're wondering, what do you want? You want the offense or the defense? Where are they struggling right now?
I want defense. Yeah. That's what I want. Like, and again, Vic, at almost 36 years old, Russell Westbrook he has the highest, most intense motor on that team, and he defends his ass off. He does.
How would you handle that? How would you handle, because it's not all on Jamal, all right? I don't want, and this is where it bothers me, where people put it all on one guy. It's never just one guy. Now, it helps when that one guy is scoring like he normally does, and he's not, but it's not just him. How would you, as a coach, psychologically handle this?
We'll get to that in just a couple minutes. Stick around. going to feel like a lonely weekend. No Broncos, no Buffs, no Rams, no Falcons, no nothing this weekend football-wise. You get to skate free.
If there is ever a weekend to have back-to-back double dipperoos for Nuggets and Avs, Saturday and Sunday. Teams play at the same time Saturday and an hour apart on Sunday. This would be that weekend.
Yep.
So thank you.
So I want to get to that in just a second, but Vic, ask your question again as we went to break.
You're a head coach in this league, and we've already established anybody who doesn't understand how pro sports work, the head coach is part psychologist. I think psychology plays a bigger role than anything.
Yep.
Even more than strategy.
I
be
agree.
honest with you. You're Michael Malone. You're star guard. You don't win a championship without him. You're not who you are without him. He's in one.
And he's a total necessary piece if you want to be a championship team.
And
again.
you just paid him. And you just confirmed that he's going to get paid well for the next 4 to 5 years. And he's not playing where people think he should be playing. He's not in that zone. How do you deal with it? What do you say to him? Because right now, it's pretty kid glove-like.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can tough love him right now because I keep reading bench him, bench him, bench him. In my humble opinion, and I obviously could be wrong, if you bench him for what? Not scoring 30 points? If you bench him for that, you're in danger of losing him.
Yeah.
And when I say lose him, everything that makes him who he is, any opportunity for him to find his way out of this, I don't know how you get it back. Where do you go? What do you do? You're Malone. What do you do?
Here's what I think you have to do. Jamal is all precedented on the idea that his scoring is going to make up for whatever sort of deficiencies he has.
Somebody
in this
just
game.
texted and trade him. You cannot trade him right now.
And Vic doesn't mean you can't trade him like nobody will take it.
Contractually cannot trade him until next year.
No, you literally cannot trade him until next season when the max kicks in. You can't. So, here's how I'd handle it, Vic. The focus for Jamal is different than the team. The team needs to figure out how to play better defense. Jamal needs to figure out how to get his offense going. Jamal is never going to be an all-world defender. Hey, never. And he could put...
But teams are focusing on him on the defensive end too, and they're actually attacking him.
Understood. But they aren't attacking him because he's not caring about defense. They're attacking him because he's just not a very good defender. Like, some guys are just like that.
Steph Curry's not a very good defender.
Exactly. I'm sure you want to attack Steph Curry on the defensive side of the basketball.
Luka Doncic is not a very good defender.
And that's fine because they do what? They make up for it on the other end. This is all about getting Jamal's offense back going. And I don't know how else to put this. When you're scoring the basketball at a high rate and Jamal Murray is a threat, it puts a pressure on them when they get the ball back on offense to go shot for shot with you that is going to make it more difficult for them to score just mentally. And if Jamal can get back to his, what did he average last year? Like 21 and a half points a game, something like that. Mm-hmm. If he can get back to that level, shoot around 48% from the floor, 40% from three, I think this fixes a lot of issues. Because you know what else that fixes? It fixes the awful gap you have between Jokic on and off minutes. Yeah. Because he's going to be able to at least score in those non-Joker minutes to keep up. This is strictly about offense for him. And so you can't tough love him because I don't think it's going to help anything. Sure. What are you going to be mad at him for? Shoot better.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to say?
But I think we both have confirmed, though, I'm not a fan of Russ and Jamal on the court at the same time. 2 point guards.
Stylistically, it doesn't
I just think it doesn't benefit either player. It's either or. It's almost like Nurkic and Jokic on the court at the same time. Either or. You want to bang or do you want to play skillful? Either or.
Yeah.
And you're seeing a lot of that happening, and both players seem confused. But regarding Jamal Murray, and this is why I still hold out hope. He's always been a notoriously slow starter. Look at his career. In the months October, November, he's always started slowly and built up from there. He has. Is there another player who has gone through it in the middle of his career, in the prime of his career, who suddenly just like, what happened to him, and then got it back? I can think of one active player who went through it for different reasons.
Okay.
Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving went from an NBA champion, made the shot, stud, and then gets traded, stud, and then sort of gets washed away in these trades and then the personal issues he had and all the controversies. And remember the scandals that set him up. He had some issues. He wasn't the same player for a couple seasons. He just wasn't. Statistically, he didn't play for a while. What do you think of him now? Scare the hell out of you?
Yeah. I wonder, though, with what you're talking about with him, I don't think his numbers ever really dipped when he played. It was just a matter of...
his numbers dipped. He wasn't the same player for a couple seasons. Wasn't the same player. Not even close to the same player. When he went to Brooklyn, trying to join that super team, things went south in a hurry.
He averaged 27 a game with him.
And then what? And then he got traded and then traded?
No, I understand. Like, there was surrounding circumstances outside of just his basketball acumen, though, that I think went into those. There was an attitude thing. Obviously, there was the COVID stuff that he went through. Wasn't he one of the guys that wasn't allowed to play road games? Or was it home
That's what I'm
games?
saying. It wasn't just on the court stuff for him. It was off the court. The point I'm getting at, he wasn't the same player for whatever reason, but he got it back. Can Jamal get it?
Yes.
Whatever reason it is, can he get it back?
See, here's the thing. I think it's totally fair to be frustrated with Jamal's game this year. And I think you're a little crazy if you're just like, he's done forever. I think that's insane. You don't think that Jamal Murray can just find a way to put up 21 points again per game? Like, I totally can. The things with Jamal, like, the fact that we don't know what the issue is right now is why I'm actually still hopeful that he can find it. Because it just feels like a slump.
And because we don't know, maybe that's why coaches are sort of kid gloving it.
Yeah.
We don't know. I tell you what I do know. All I know is the numbers. And remember the days when Donovan Mitchell and Jamal Murray were at each other's throats? And when they played, it was opera.
Yeah.
When they played, it was wonderful television.
Mm-hmm.
And they would put 50 pieces on each other in the bubble.
Yep.
What you saw last night, it wasn't even close, right?
Oh, there's
what you saw.
There's an ocean between those two.
Let me
right
show
now.
you the biggest difference. And just stylistically, the biggest difference is this. Donovan Mitchell attempted 10 threes. He was 6 of 10. He made as many threes as the Nuggets as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Murray attempted last night, and this is a guy who's got a 3-point stroke. 3 3-point shots. He was 1 for 3. He's not shooting the ball.
The same amount as Christian, the same amount as
He's not
Joker.
shooting the ball.
Yeah.
He's not shooting the ball.
That's why it's a confidence thing. And those, I'm telling you, I truly believe this. If Jamal can just have a game, where he goes for 32, he does it on 14 at 22 from the floor, he knocks down 4 or 5 threes, I really think that's all it takes to kind of snap him out of this. He just hasn't had one. He hasn't had a 30-point game this season. Not the season. 20 games in. So, a lot more to discuss with this in the 9 o'clock hour. 303-504-0925. We have this CF peeping. I think we can translate this over to the NFL. Who should you be rooting for in the Broncos off week? We'll get to it next. All right, listen to this. If you want a perfect example of how college athletics have changed, how's this for a tweet from Pete Thamel, Vic? Ready? Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby has agreed to a new deal to stay at the school. That is reported like it's a quarterback who just got a contract in free agency.
You don't think this is happening everywhere?
No. I'm just saying, how funny is it how much college athletics have changed when they're saying he's staying at school, but the way they report it is he has agreed to a new deal to stay at school.
College football is a year-to-year contract.
Yeah.
Free agency is year-to-year. College football is less structured right now and less fundamentally sound from a contractual basis than pro sports, pro football. Pro football, you sign a person, you're guaranteed 4 to 5 years, right?
Yep.
Out of rookie season, and then you sign a dude, let's say a 2-year deal, you're guaranteed 2 years.
Well, you
2
have
years,
their rights
baby.
unless you choose to move on. Yes.
You're guaranteed. There are no guarantees in college football.
Nope.
Hell, there aren't even season-to-season guarantees. How many people this season in the middle of the season left?
Week-to-week guarantees. I mean, it's crazy.
There is zero. I mean, and this is where I think, and I believe, with all sincerity, they drank from that damn hose, that fire hose, rather than just sort of letting it trickle. And it was too fast. We went from nothing to anybody can move whenever the hell they want.
Change is hard, too. People don't like change, and that was a quick change.
Yeah, but come on, dude. You have to renegotiate with your quarterback on a monthly basis?
Well, what do you think when I was talking about earlier? You think Belichick wants to do that? Like at North Carolina? Get
How do
the
you
hell
run a
out of here.
program? How do you run a program? Hey,
I got an idea. This is how you can do it, Vic.
Hey, Brett, I had a great game last week. I caught 3 more passes than I normally do. What are you going to pay me to play this week?
Hang on a second. I have the perfect scenario, okay? This is how you can guarantee your quarterback will stay with you for the duration of his career. It's very simple. Have him be your son, and then he won't leave anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Dion and Shador, if he's your kid, he's not going to leave you. So that's what you got to do. Have a whole bunch of kids, and then I guarantee you your kid won't leave. All right. To the NFL. Here's some games to keep an eye on as we have a locally football-less weekend. Conference championship weekend in college football, which none of the local teams are participating in, and then in the NFL. If you're still looking for the teams nipping at your heels, are you willing to say, Vic, that Cincinnati's done? They are, right? They're 4-8. They would need to win out just to have an opportunity to be in this. And they play the Cowboys on Monday night, so that's not one that you look forward to the weekend. But Jets-Dolphins, I think, is still one to monitor. The Jets have lost 8 of their last 9 games. They're playing on the road at Miami. I think they could beat Miami.
Have you seen
for this reason?
Wait, hold on. Have you seen the side-by-side of Aaron Rodgers' record versus Zach Wilson's record in New York?
Is it identical?
No, Zach's is better.
Oh. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Here's what I'm asking you. Could Aaron Rodgers really lose 9 of 10 games? Like, out of a 10-game sample with Aaron Rodgers, could he legitimately only have 1 win in 10 games? Because that's what they're facing this weekend. They lose to Miami. They will have lost 9 of their last 10.
Bro, Aaron Rodgers is mentally checked out. I watched him on with McAfee the other day.
Yeah.
And he spent half the time talking about his new docuseries that's out. Enigma? Is that what it's called? Dude, he's out. He's life after football. He's in that stage already. Now, he'll play the season out. But would you be surprised if he stepped away after this season at all?
No.
He's done.
Miami's coming off a loss to Green Bay on Thanksgiving. They lost 30-17. So they are going to be highly motivated to get a win again. And there is something about Miami that I can't give up on them yet. And if the Jets were able to somehow pull an upset, Miami's a 5.5-point favorite, it would be huge for Denver. But I wonder, do you have interest in the people above the Broncos? We look at the teams behind them, the teams chasing them, the Colts of the world, the Dolphins of the world. Like, there's a big game on Sunday night.
Sure.
It's Chiefs and Chargers in Kansas City. The Chargers are 8-4, you're 8-5. You could feasibly catch them and start moving your way up in the AFC conference rankings.
You know what my answer to that is? I think the Denver Broncos are just as good on the road as they are at home.
Yeah.
So that home field that everybody craves so much come playoff time, get home field. I don't know what it is, but they're pretty good. I mean, outside of that Baltimore loss where they got waxed, that's a pretty good road team.
Well, and I hate to say it this way for Broncos fans. I think you should be rooting for the Chiefs. You aren't catching them anyway. They're 11-1. Let them continue. Let them go 16-1
So now it depends,
for all
what
you
matchup
care.
do you want? I tell you what I don't want. I don't want to go to Buffalo. Stay away from the. I do not want to go to Buffalo.
Well, and that's the thing. Like if the Chargers lose, they're 8-5. They own the tiebreaker on you, but you play them again later in the year, and then I don't know how it works from there. But right now, if the season ended today, you're playing in Buffalo, the first round of the playoffs. That's where you're at. And I'd be looking, the Ravens are on a bye week too. They have the same record as you, so they're off this week. The one game I think, or two games to truly focus on are the Jets at Miami and then the Chargers going to Kansas City, and I think you should be pulling for the Chiefs. Chiefs win, puts the Chargers at 8-5. You got a chance to move up. And then, here's the prospect. Kansas City's not going anywhere. They're going to be a top 2 seed. I don't think Buffalo's going anywhere. They're going to be a top 2 seed. So your 3 and 4 matchups, the ones that you're hoping if you move up, you can get matched up with, are going to be either Pittsburgh or Houston. And I will take either one of those over the other options. I think you match up well with Kansas City. I think you could beat them. I think you stand a lot better chance against Pittsburgh and a lot better chance against Houston, especially with Pittsburgh because of this. First of all, how just fun would it be, Vic, if they matched up with Russell Wilson and the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs? It'd be amazing. Just the theater behind it all would be pretty incredible.
Unless you lost.
But still, heading into the game, oh my God, that'd be such a fun week. But here's the other thing. You almost beat Pittsburgh early in the year. That was week 2 when Bo Nix was a puppy trying to figure things out. Now, Steelers weren't starting Russell Wilson at that time either. I actually think Russell Wilson starting kind of helps you. And I'd explain it this way. What do the Broncos do better than anybody else in the NFL?
They get to the quarterback.
What does Russell Wilson do worse than any other quarterback in the NFL?
He runs backwards at times.
You'll be able to get pressure on Russell and make him uncomfortable.
So,
I want you to move up to, even if it's the 6th seed, get matched up with the Steelers and get them in the first round.
I can't believe we're having this conversation and there's still plenty of season left, but
you're in a comfortable spot right now.
So I give you the choices, and these are going to be the choices essentially, unless something crazy happens down the stretch. At Buffalo, at Houston, at Pittsburgh.
Buffalo is dead last. Buffalo is, if you had the top 4 teams, if you put Kansas City in the conversation, Buffalo's last behind KC.
My number 1 pick there would be at Pittsburgh. Believe it or not.
Wouldn't mind Houston, but
I don't know.
I think I'm with you. I think Pittsburgh would be my first choice. I really do. They got a great defense. They can run the football well. But
Bo Nix week 2 is not Bo Nix today.
No.
And that's why I would choose Pete. I think if you play that same game today, I think Denver wins that game.
I do too. I really do. If they were to match up this weekend, if that was a division opponent, you get your second shot at him.
Let me see. What were Bo Nix's numbers that week?
Oh, it was awful. What, they have 6 points, right?
But, I mean, he couldn't throw the ball in the middle of the field. Every time he did, it was tip, picked.
So his numbers week 2, he was 20 of 35 for 246 yards and no touchdowns and 2 picks. Oh, by the way, the Broncos ran the football for 64 yards. Their leading rusher was Bo Nix with 25. Yeah. Things have changed a little bit since then. Their leading receiver that week was who? Josh Reynolds, no longer on the team.
Wow.
Yeah. Their second leading receiver was who? Little Jordan Humphrey, who barely plays anymore. That's how much this offense has kind of evolved.
Yeah, you
and
almost have
from
to erase the Broncos you saw week 1 and 2, Seattle, Pittsburgh.
Not remotely the same team.
The quarterback played a bit scared, as a rookie should.
Sure.
He's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And now he looks like a completely different animal.
Texas says, can Baltimore catch Pittsburgh? We don't want that. They're a game and a half back of Pittsburgh. But I think the Steelers, didn't they beat the Ravens, right? Wasn't that big game just a couple weeks ago? Yeah, they won 18-16 over them, so they own the tiebreaker as of now.
That's the game Justin Tucker couldn't make a field goal.
Right.
Or was
Right.
that the Cincinnati? Now I'm getting
Well,
confused.
you know what? Pick a week for Justin Tucker, and he couldn't make a field goal. That's what it feels like so far this year. But that's kind of what I'm looking at for this weekend. As much as it's like you don't have any local flavor in the football, I really think that you should be pushing for the Chiefs Sunday night and then the Jets to beat Miami, and those are the two big ones to keep an eye out for. Because I really, really don't want to play in Buffalo week 1 or first round of the postseason. Please just avoid that, whatever you got to do. And I'm with you, Vic. Like, you want to give me an at Pittsburgh round 1 game, I'll take it. I will take that out of, I think, all of the options that would be available to you. So, a couple more things here. You know, you get to this point in the schedule. Broncos have the last bye week you can. They are in a position that is totally unfamiliar to me, Vic. Since I've been here, I've never seen the Broncos in this spot where you're talking about a football team that's a viable playoff contending team. What more can the Broncos do to push you into a belief that they can actually win some games in the postseason, assuming they get there? Like, I think right now we're at the point of, hey, man, if they got to the postseason, that's it. That's all I need. But I'll tell you this. When I watched CU's season play out, if you told me they went 9-3 before the season started, I'd be like, oh, my God, dude. Yes, I'd take that and not even think twice. But there's something that I felt a little bit empty.
You get greedy.
Because of the Kansas loss.
You get greedy. Of course, when you see things, your expectations change.
And that's what happened. That's what happened with the Buffs for me. Like, I pushed the expectations farther, and yes, I moved the goalpost.
And greed's not even a word. It's just sort of like, hey, okay, now we know they can do that. They climb this hurdle. I mean, oh, okay, they can do that. Well, then they should be able to do that now.
Yep. But do you think you can get yourself in a place with the Broncos where you would be disappointed if you would feel like it's a missed opportunity if they lost their first postseason game?
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't know who they play. I don't know where they play. Let me just establish this right now. Would we be disappointed if the Denver Broncos lost that playoff game that day? Of course we would. Would you walk away saying, damn?
Mm-hmm. But overall,
I mean, I just want you to look at this from now on, from this vantage point. The Denver Broncos are going to the playoffs in the first year of a rookie quarterback's existence, just a year after taking a quarterback and paying him all that money to go away and absorbing all that dead cap space. This is a win either way, everybody. It's a win. You've already won.
The worst thing that they could do, the thing that would actually piss me off about the Broncos season is obviously if they somehow missed the postseason after being in this position. Like, that would be awful, and it would erase any goodwill that was built. I would actually be kind of pissed, Vic, if we get into the last week of the season and it's still kind of a question. That's how I feel right now. Like, you should be able to win next week against the Colts and find a way to win one of your last 3 to put you in pretty, like, no doubt about it, we're making the postseason territory. But if you go into that last week, like, if the Broncos lose and Dolphins win, then they miss, like, I would be pretty upset with that. But I got a comparison I want to make between a Nugget and a Bronco that I think is apt given where the Nuggets are at right now in their season. We'll get to it next. I hate to be obsessive about this, but I can't help it. I'm so uber focused on the Nuggets defense, and I got a comparison I would like to make. Talked about this for a second. I believe it was yesterday, maybe a couple days ago. Christian Brown has been really good in the starting lineup for the Nuggets, but defensively, he's not what KCP was. KCP is elite level, like
perimeter defender,
shut down defender.
Yeah. He was, his best trait was defending the 3-point line.
Well, because he was able to work through screens,
Yeah.
and a lot of these guys, at least for now on the Nuggets, they'll switch every screen that they get. KCP to me feels like he was PS2. He was just one part of your defense you didn't have to worry about. You put him out there, you're like, he's going to take care of business, and it allowed help for everybody else on the floor that they don't have right now. Is that an apt comparison or no?
Not quite.
No?
I mean, one's a Pro Bowler, one's an All-Pro. I mean, you're talking about
KCP easily could have been all defensive player.
I know,
he could have.
Yeah, but there's other aspects of the game that make you a Pro Bowler.
No, I'm just saying, like, strictly defensively, what KCP meant to the Nuggets defense.
I'll buy in.
And this is why I want to follow this up with another question. It's been a year of surprises because we were just talking about a couple of them. What is the most surprising thing thus far? Is it the Broncos record? Is it the Buffs record? Is it where the Nuggets are at right now or where the Avs are at?
Surprising either good or bad?
Yeah. Just most surprising in either a good or bad way.
Well, let's think this through. I don't think many people had the CU Buffs on the brink of going to the CFP. All right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think many people had the Broncos pretty much locked into a playoff game with
a month left?
Month to play. I think people expected bumpy roads for the Avs simply because of the injuries and the issues. That's not a surprise.
I think the Avs are least surprised.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. People still question whether or not the Nuggets, with the new lineup, would they come out flying out of the gates? I'm surprised that it's been this bad defensively for the Nuggets, but I'm not like, oh my God, I can't believe they're 11-9. No. I think it's either the Broncos or the Buffs. I think it's one of those two in terms of the surprise meter.
So, judging off what I've watched, I think the Broncos are far and away the most surprising. I'm in disbelief that they're 8-5 right now. I think it's nuts. That's number one. I think the Nuggets might be too. And it's not so much the record, Vic, but it's the way that the team looks. They do not look like a championship caliber team at all. They do not look like a team that, if they make the postseason, I could even guarantee you they get out of the first round.
Yeah.
If they had I think the Nuggets could be a play-in team with the way that they're going right now.
They currently are a play-in team. That's where they are.
But
you are what you are at 20 games.
There's nothing with the Nuggets that tells me that this is on the brink of changing. You know what I mean? Like there's no signs that
you're not waiting for that one guy. Like, oh, when this guy shows,
yeah. There's none of that stuff kind of going on.
Boy, does it hurt not having. And I'm not saying this guy would have been the end all, but not having the opportunity to see Deron Holmes come off the bench.
Sure.
Boy, does that hurt.
Because look, we saw 40 seconds of that
Exactly.
guy, but it was a cool 40 seconds because it looked like he could do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And the biggest part, Vic, was he looked like a big guy that could kind of play the Joker style, right? Where you could shoot a little bit, was athletic enough to move around. Maybe not, like nobody's a passer like Jokic is, but could play similarly an offensive style to that. But the Avs, you could say a couple things. You say Colton, Miles Wood get back in the lineup, Josh Manson come back.
Yeah, but even when they come back, other guys will. But that's a fluid situation in hockey. You're not going to be whole for a month or 2 months straight in the middle of a hockey season. Someone's always going to have a knick-knack injury.
But this is what I'm getting at with the Nuggets. They have none of that. None.
Not right now.
There is not a single excuse that you could put out for the Nuggets, even if you were trying. Like this, even if you want to say like, oh, it's sort of a new roster. It's really not.
It's
really not a new roster.
That's why it's the most frustrating because all you can do is throw your hands in the air. You know, we talk about Jamal's offense.
Mm-hmm.
We focus so much about the lack of offense when the real problem is right in front of us. It's the defense as a whole is on this team.
Yep.
They're not stopping anybody. So when you don't stop anybody, what happens? You start focusing, well, you got to score more.
Yep. That's the thing, though. When this isn't new. Let's go through it. How many guys played last night or mostly play on any given night?
8-man rotation.
Or if you want to say 9 was Zeke, go ahead. Zeke's 5 minutes a night that he gives you. How many of those guys were on the roster last year? The answer is 8 of them out of the 9.
Outside of Russ?
Russell's the only guy that's playing that's new.
Yeah.
Like this, I get it. You don't have KCP, so you put somebody into the starting lineup that
So you're
wasn't
saying
there.
they should know the system. They should know the rotations. There's no
they
excuse
should.
not knowing the rotations.
This isn't like, hey, we got to figure out our chemistry with each other. Nope, you guys have played together for a while now.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And that's what has me scared to death over what I'm seeing through 20 games. Because it just doesn't look like there is something, my fear for the Nuggets is this, that they think they're part of this echelon of NBA teams that, hey, you know what, Vic? When February rolls along, we'll flip the switch. We'll be fine.
They're too cool for school.
I don't know if they have that gear. I don't know if they have it. Because if they did, I think we would have seen it like end of games or something like that, where they can just turn. They haven't been able to just push the button, and they've had that in the past. They've had that. Okay, we're starting slow, but don't worry. Pff, here's the turbo boosters. Hit the NOS.
Well,
let's go.
Well, I could just speak for the 2 games coming up this weekend. One in Washington, nation's capital, where everybody eats, and then the other one in Atlanta. And Atlanta did something that you could not do. You know, Atlanta has beaten Cleveland twice this year. Cleveland's lost 3 games. Cleveland's lost 3 games. Cleveland is 20-3. 3 losses. 2 of those losses were to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out Sunday. That is not going to be an easy game. But Saturday, you can't beat Washington in Washington.
They're god off.
Then you got reason to really worry.
Yep. Texture says Zeke literally played 2 minutes based on Kaz's radio call. He got blown by and benched. He's done. This is what I don't get about Malone. And he's been this way forever. It's not anything new. Like, Vic, we saw multiple times, so let's go back 3, 4, 5 years ago. Will Barton would have some offensive and defensive sets where he was dumb.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't get benched because he was trusted, right? He was one of Malone's guys. And Malone is very, very hesitant to do that with people who aren't in the circle
Loses
of trust.
His patience faster.
If there's one thing that I think has to change immediately, it's that. He has to let guys play through some mistakes.
Yeah.
You have to allow people to get some experience. Like Dario Saric, if he goes out there and he misses a couple of shots or takes he has a bad defensive set, you got to let him play like 5-6 more minutes just to see. Like, I remember, do you remember, Vic? Dario Saric playing when Jokic was gone, and he hit the game-clinching 3 at the end of the clock against Memphis. Like, you have to see if these guys have the ability to do it.
I'm going to say this again. If there's one thing that I've determined after today's show and watching last night, the only way to fix the bench, I'm just going to focus on the bench now. Defense is a team thing. Defense is, I don't know what you do there. I'm not in the weeds on the defense schematically, rotationally, fix it. But I can tell you this, the only way you fix the bench is by altering your starting lineup.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing you can do on the bench. That's your bench that you've tried. You've got to alter the way your starting lineup moves. Maybe
or change the minutes.
Change the minutes. Something needs to change there because who sent this to me? It was my brother, I think. He said, "Here's what I would do for my second unit. What do you think about this second unit?" And that would mean that these
Which
guys.
Which brother is this, so I can judge them properly?
Mario, one of those brothers. He says, here's your second unit. You want to play a certain style? You want to play an attack style, a defense-first style, a move-it-up-the-court style, which is certainly different than when Joker's in the game, right? Mm-hmm. Here's your second unit. Russ, CB, Watson, AG, and Zeke.
Okay.
Now, that would mean manipulating minutes.
You're really sacrificing offense, too.
Yes, you are. I mean, you're sacrificing jump shots.
But you know what? If Joker,
who's a jump shooter in that group?
If I had to trade, Joker, let's say, if you can get him down to 34 minutes, okay, so he's off the floor for 14 minutes, and you say in those 14 minutes we're just going to go straight defense, and we're going to hope offense comes at some point. I think I'm fine taking that gamble right now just to see if it works. If you can do better at just stopping your opponent from getting on the board and then praying that Russell can hit a couple of layups, okay, fine. I'd be willing to. I'm willing to try almost anything.
Well, you know what's crazy about the NBA and the NHL? I mean, I know they're two entirely different sports and minutes and fluid. In the NHL, coaches mess with their lines all the time. Top line, second line, all the time. How many times is
Bednar's dropping Miko to the second line, or
time. And it's considered sort of common practice.
Mm-hmm. It's trying to provide a spark.
But in the NBA, if you touch a guy's starter minutes, oh my God, how dare you? It's just so different.
And is there a way you can convey that and be like, you're playing the same minutes, they're just coming at different times?
All right, so on that note, the Nuggets currently are the 8th seed in the Western Conference. They're a play-in team right now. The Avs are not even in the playoffs right now.
Mm-hmm.
What's your quick fix for the Avs?
I don't know.
That's the worst feeling in the world, isn't it?
Because it's goaltending is an issue.
Hey, listeners, what's your quick fix for the Avs? And here's what I don't want to hear these wild notion trades. I'm talking about with what you've got.
Yeah. Don't give me, go out and trade for a goalie.
Because everybody wants to fix a team that way.
I'd say I don't know if you can just mix different lines up and have it be better. I mean, does it just come down to focusing more on making sure your defensive end is sound and solid?
Uh-huh.
I think there needs to be a lot more of an emphasis to be aggressive offensively. But I almost wonder if the
reason why there's silence after saying quick fix is because there really isn't. It is who you have. The only quick fix does come at the trade deadline. It really does. The difference between the Nuggets and Avs is pretty simple. The Avalanche have a lot of opportunity to play the trade game. They have the assets to do it. They have the money to do it. They can play that game.
Well, in what way? Well, I guess
they have assets.
They don't have cap space,
but they have assets to trade.
Okay.
That they're not locked into certain contractual stipulations.
Yeah.
Like Mikko Rantanen's contract is up. That's an asset if you chose to go in that direction.
I wouldn't, but yeah.
I'm just saying that it is, though. The Nuggets don't even have that. You understand the difference between the two franchises?
Yeah.
There's no tradable assets there.
You know what else muddies the Avs conversation? Is Gabe.
I think the decision on that is coming. It's got to come around January. It's got to come first of the year. It's got to.
Once I get an answer on Gabe, I think it gets a lot easier. Gabe he's got a lot of money tied up in his contract. That's money you could easily use. But if he can play, he can really help you up front. And so you're still 3 years later playing this waiting game. And I'm kind of with you, Vic. You said by the turn of the year, you should have a more definitive answer on Landeskog.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, then I think there needs to be a tough conversation of, because here's the problem. If we get to January and we still don't have a timeline for Gabe, let's just walk ourselves through this, okay? So it's January 1st, 2025. We don't have
the start of our MPJ song.
We don't have a definitive answer on when Gabe Landeskog's timetable to return is. This guy's been out of hockey for 3 years. He's going to need time to ramp up before the postseason.
Uh-huh.
This isn't like you get to April and the first round of the playoffs starts, and then you're like, all right, Gabe, go out there and play. You can't do that.
Yeah, you got to practice with the team.
So where's your cutoff here? Because at that point, if you decide he's not going to play this year, he's not playing. Like, he's not playing again. He's done.
You sure?
Well, what are you going to do, Vic? You're going to wait another year and wait
I'm
this
just
thing
saying,
out?
Are you sure about that?
You can't. You can't do that again. You can't. Go another year handcuffing yourself with millions of dollars that you could have just not at your disposal.
What if he chose not to? What if you have different beliefs? What if he's like, no, I'm going to wait a little bit longer. I think I can do it.
I don't think he would. But
I don't think he would either. But what if?
Then that would be a disaster. And that would be the ugliest divorce.
Nobody wants to see that.
It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't. is all I'm saying. But if we're getting to it's January 25th and we're still no timetable return, it's like, well, then what are we going to do?
Yeah. Unfortunately, people talk so much about you don't have to have a star goalie. I get it. You don't. The Avs won a cup with average goaltending. They're not even average right now. I mean, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers in goal. They're not average. If they were average, if the Colorado Avalanche had Darcy Kemper and Frankie's numbers right now, would they be in the same position?
I don't know. I really don't. Now, you wouldn't have the 4-goal period thing. I don't think that would happen. But if the Avs are going to take 12 shots in 2.5 periods, then you might have the same record. Uh-huh. And that's what is making this one kind of difficult. And you can chalk it up to a couple of things with the Avs, but this is why I've been saying for a couple of weeks now, the issues that I'm having with the Avalanche and the Nuggets is that their identities to what they play to, especially when they're winning championships, aren't there right now. Sure. The Nuggets aren't playing defense, and the Avs offense has been pretty gone.
Your thoughts on this? Because last night, Michael Malone said something I thought was very profound, and he made it pretty matter of fact. When someone asked him about what are the issues now, and he said, we need to start playing more we basketball. We're not playing we. We got guys doing too much individual stuff out there. What do you think he's referring to? And I think what I interpreted and what you might say are different.
Okay, well, I'd love to hear your answer because mine is that sounds like a coach speak thing, and I don't know what that means. Okay. That sounds very veiled, and I think every coach can do that after a loss where they say we need more we and not me basketball. Uh-huh. So what is the reference there? I mean, he's saying the translation is people are being selfish.
Yeah.
But how?
But I think people assume when those comments are they're made about the offensive end. I think it's more defense. You can be selfish on defense. Well, you could be selfish on defense as much as you can on offense. Do you realize that?
So is that a synonym for lazy? Like I'm being selfish in that I'm taking...
Do your job.
Yeah.
Do your job.
Uh-huh.
And we're seeing that on defense. We're seeing breakdowns on defense because you're not doing your job.
Mm-hmm.
Team defense. The NBA is as much team defense as it is individual. Listen, these Nuggets are not gifted with great individual defensive players. They rely on a team defense. It's got to be
for sure
perfectly constructed. It's got to be a web.
Yeah.
And the team defense isn't there.
No, I get that. That makes total sense. We'll get to drunk takes here in just
Friday.
A second.
Why does it not feel like Friday?
I thought yesterday felt like Friday.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
I think Monday Night Football throws you all
It really
off
does.
track.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And the fact I'm looking at Jesse's face.
Yeah, and you know what? Jesse's here. And if Jesse's here, it's been like a year since we last saw him, so I don't even know what year it is anymore.
I think it's 2019.
We're giving away a set of irons from Adele Golf this week, a 4-iron through pitching wedge of custom-fitted Adele SMS irons, and they can be yours, and all you need to do is text Adele, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message, reply with your name, and you are entered. If you want an extra opportunity in the drawing, just head over to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele, again, E-D-E-L, and fill out the entry form there. You can check out the special section on adelegolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers, and we're announcing our winner Monday. So get yourself into that contest now, either texting Adele to 303-504-0925 or altitudesportsradio.com/Adele. Drunk takes next. You know what I just saw, Vic? I'm saw this coming across on Twitter. So Texas A&M back in 2022, they had an elite recruiting class. Elite. They had
Is that
6.
back when they had Big Jim Bob Billy, Jim Bob Jim?
Jim Bob Billy, Jim Bob Jim? No.
What's his name?
Who's not? Baby Billy Bobblebunkers? Is that who you're talking
He'd
about?
make a hell of a recruiter, by the way.
Oh, my God. You know what? I would make him the GM of my college team. Come on now. You got to sign up. Baby Billy Bobblebunkers.
He would be so persuasive.
And he would threaten to kill you if you didn't.
Yes.
So that would also help. But they had this elite class. I'm seeing 12 guys who are either 5 or 4 stars. There was 7 5-stars in this class.
No,
7.
but honestly, that's back when they had Jim Bob. What's his name?
Oh, Jimbo. Jimbo Fisher, yes.
Jim Bob Cooter.
I was trying to figure like the only Jim Bob I knew was Jim Bob Cooter. And Jim Bob from the Dukes of Hazzard. Now, out of those 12 guys, 7 5-stars, another 5 4-stars. Here's what it looks like now. You ready?
Huh?
Portal, starter, portal, bench, portal. 10 of the 12 unreal, godlike recruits are no longer on the roster 2 years later.
Let's just throw a blanket across college football. If you're a top-notch 4 or 5-star recruit, right? You're a 4 or 5-star recruit, or you're a big portal name, and you don't play, what are you going to do?
Leave. I would love to see the percentage of 5-stars that play for one school in their college career.
And stay at that school no matter what.
It has to be under 10% in like 5 years. Has to.
Now, give me the percentage of those 4 or 5-stars who perhaps don't play right away and have to sort of earn their way in.
Well, that's 100% portal.
And that's what's crazy.
Yeah.
There's no such thing anymore. And that's why I think Deion's approach is the correct approach. Deion says, listen, we're going to recruit high school players, but we're only going to recruit the ones we expect to play.
Yeah.
Because what's the point of trying to recruit these dudes and hold on to them when all they're going to do is portal you?
And he's right. He's so right about that.
He's so right. We're only going to, listen, we're going to keep a roster of dudes, and the guys that aren't playing, they're probably not going to be as good as we hope, but they're not leaving either.
Right. No, I think, you know what? Again, a credit to Deion. That's being ahead of the curve. That's seeing a trend coming and taking advantage of it before anybody else
That's
did.
also understanding the human condition and the psyche of the player, and give him credit for that.
And you know what?
And
Who better than elite
you're exactly
player?
Right.
Yeah.
You're exactly. A lot of us, present company included, I don't know how a college player thinks, acts, wants. We sit there and bark from afar from behind this microphone, and we say, well, why you can't do that? We don't live their lives. We don't sit in their shoes and give Prime credit. He is much closer to the situation. Hell, he's got 2 kids in it.
We have no way to even relate to it.
There is no relatability. God, I mean, that's the toughest part about this job. The older you get, the less relatability you have. Right now, you're going to die. What is wrong
I'm
with
dying
you?
over here. I don't know what's going on. Just quickly, to the college football weekend, we got Boise State, UNLV, the Mountain West Championship is going to be right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 6 o'clock kick. Are you intrigued in that game? Do you want to see Boise State, UNLV? Do you want to see Ashton Jeanty in the playoff?
If UNLV wins that game, they get nothing in the CFP, right?
Yeah.
So there is for Boise State to play in this game, there's a lot at stake.
Sure there is.
More so than most teams.
I do think they'll win. They're only 4.5-point favorites, by the way, on the Circus Sportsbook.
Is that correct? If UNLV wins, they're not guaranteed.
They're likely in,
but they're not
guaranteed.
They're not locked in like.
It's not an automatic.
Okay.
But it's such a weird way to put it. There's an automatic bid for the highest ranked conference champion of a non-Power 4 school.
That's too
is
many
the way
words.
I understand.
I'm too many words.
Don't know how
too
else
much.
to say it.
Too much words.
I think
Jesse, can you tell me what he just said?
Good luck with that. I have no clue either.
Jesse doesn't listen when he's here.
I want you to say that one more time. I mean, because now I feel like I'm back in philosophy class, and I had to listen to all these words.
I believe, if I have this correct, there is a guaranteed spot for a non-Power 4 highest-ranked conference champion. So if you're outside the ACC,
so if Army
the
were ranked
SEC,
ahead of UNLV, they could be
correct. Yes,
Yeah, I
but
got
Boise
it.
State is
I
ranked
followed
10th. But
listening comprehension.
Who do you think wins between Iowa State and Arizona State? I like the ASU train.
I think ASU's on a run.
They're fun, too.
Yeah. Dillingham makes it fun.
Well, between what? They got the Scatabo kid at running back. They got...
already we have somebody who says, Brett is wrong. Best 5 conference champions. Doesn't matter, G5 or P4. So you just wasted my time.
Okay, so you can say it that way. There's 4 power conferences, and then there's everybody else.
But that was just easier to say it that way.
Well, I'm not wrong.
Okay, go on. Sorry. Bryson writes in, no, it's the 4 highest ranked conference champions guaranteed. And that's it.
Okay. Well, then, you know what? I'm confused now. I'm confused. They changed that like 3 different times, and you know what? The Pac-12 disappearing made it even more confusing. Regardless of that, Arizona State's fun. They got that Scatabo kid at running back. They have a name you guys might remember. He's having an amazing year. Remember Jordan Tyson?
Yeah.
From the Buffs? He's got over 1,100 yards receiving for them this year. He's having a fantastic season.
Yeah, if there's a
for ASU.
position where the Buffs could afford to lose great talent,
exactly.
it's that position.
Yep. But Georgia, Texas, 2 questions. Who do you think wins? And secondly, if Georgia loses, are they still in the playoff?
Well, I remember the first go-around in this game. And tell me if you recall this. It was at Texas. Georgia walked in there and emasculated the Horns.
Yes.
Beat them in the trenches, out-athletic them at every position. Hell, Texas had to switch quarterbacks. That didn't work.
Yep.
It was a beat down. A beat down. So, for that game to change, I'd be surprised at this point.
Me too. With how good Georgia looked early in the year against them. And then, of course, you have the Big Ten championship between Oregon and Penn State, which both of those teams are going to be in regardless of that. And then the ACC is SMU and Clemson. And you know what? Go Mustangs. Like, give me SMU in there. Let's just see what happens. I'd love to see it. I'm over Clemson. Yeah. Clemson, I'm done with you. You've lost 3 games this year. Get the hell out of my life.
You weren't around for the days of Eric Dickerson and Craig James, and SMU is actually a...
Yeah,
they were a contender.
Wait, you want to talk about being ahead of the curve? SMU was ahead of the curve.
Boy, they had some freaking. You talk about NIL back then.
All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher Lombardi and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
All right, Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. And shout out to our friends over there at Lariat Lodge. Go ahead, Jesse.
Think about that. Think about what your brain is processing. You said an Irish pub in Rome.
There's a whole
and
bunch.
Immediately you go, orale.
I just wanted to give a whole bunch of different cultures their credit. That's all I wanted to do. What's next, Jesse? I love it. Jim, no! No! I will remember that forever.
Yeah.
Just an incensed Romo. What's next, Jesse? Jesse?
Hey, listen, if you got a sweaty nun, you should be worried.
All right, stop. Stop it.
All right? I'm just
Stop.
saying, if you ever see a nun sweat,
Stop
then
it.
you probably should
Turn
be
him off.
concerned. Listen, Sister Mary Elizabeth ain't stacking plates, bro. So if a nun is sweating, either the rapture's coming or something. I don't know.
Who could forget the sweaty nuns?
You guys are cursed for even going there.
Well, Mosier's right. If you see a sweaty nun, it's probably a big problem for you.
You're cursed.
All right, Jesse, go ahead.
You take it easy, Brett. Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy, Dante, by the way.
Happy 38th birthday. And I hear this your second anniversary wedding.
I love that.
Did I have like a series of strokes during that sentence?
Oh, happy birthday to my 21st old birthday year boy.
I mean, and you go down the road and you can't like repair it either.
Oh,
you just
no,
start
you're
blurting
done.
out words.
Yep.
Like words come out. You know what you're trying to say. One more time. I got to hear that sentence. Listen to this sentence structure one more time.
You take it easy, Brett. Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy, Dante, by the way.
Happy 30th.
All right, got it, yeah. Well, I actually think I prefer that to what you said this year, which was my beautiful baby boy, who's 26. All right, one more, Jesse.
A natural stimulant. You know what it's like to have a natural stimulant?
Well, I mean, there's.
I know most you're the artificial stimulants. I get it. This was a natural stimulant.
I've been. Listen, if you need it, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm just saying.
I don't need it. I watched the Broncos game last night.
It's a stinger.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moses Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
And this game is over. In my mind, we're going away from Carolina. The season series is split. Both home teams win each game. And the Hurricanes win this one by a final score of 5-3.
I know it's been like a kind of a recurring thing all year, but is there anything that can be done differently about the slow starts? Obviously, kind of another one tonight.
Yeah, that slow start lasted 45 minutes, so it wasn't really a slow start. It's them outplaying us. So, but we've been talking about that. I'm not going to keep regurgitating it every day.
There's the horn in Cleveland. The Cavs are for real, folks. They beat Denver 126-114.
Is this still early enough in the season for you guys that you guys are still working on defining who you are?
I mean, I think 20 games and we should know who we are. I mean, we should know what we're supposed to do, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think we are still kind of looking, and then we look good in some moments. We kind of look how we're supposed to play, and then we just stop playing the way how we used to play, and then we look bad.
A double dip of poo. Couple of losses last night. Nuggets fall 126-114 at the hands of the NBA's best team, who improves to 13-1 at home. Those are the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jokic drops 27, 20, and 11 for his 139th career triple-double. He passes Magic Johnson for third all-time, trailing only Oscar Robertson at 181 and teammate Russell Westbrook, who sits at an even 200. They get hammered from beyond the arc, 66-18, including a spot where when Denver trailed by 2, 53-51, they were being outscored 11 threes to 0. A massive delta from beyond the arc last night with the Nuggets. The Avs, while they did score first, had a very sleepy second period and then stormed back in the third, not once but twice, to make it a one-goal game against a darn good team in the Carolina Hurricanes. A little bit too little, too late. But if you're asking my opinion, Coach Sanford, I'm way more confident about the Avs to turn this thing around than I am the Nuggets. Way more.
You want my opinion?
I do.
I hated sports last night. I hated sports. All of them. Every one of them. It was one of those nights. First off, why are all the games on at the exact same time?
And the football game, too.
And all the games sucked, for me, personally. I got Brett Kane, friggin' Johnny Lion fan over here.
Football game was a good game.
It was a great game.
It was a great football game.
But it was a loss for the Green Bay football Packers. And they're all happening at the same time. And I got my great little man cave set up. I'm so fired up for last night. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be 3 awesome games. They're gonna fit my narrative.
You're Winnie the Pooh in it.
I wanted them to all be great games, great finishes, and wins for the Packers. Most importantly, the Nuggets and the Avs. Nope. I had those other 2 games going on simultaneously. The Nuggets and the Avs on my iPad and my little PC, my little laptop. And it just felt like the game was out of reach for the entirety of the game. And it made it really hard to figure out which game I wanted to watch. And I don't like these simulcast games that are happening for Denver sports fans. I just don't like it. So I'm mad at sports right now, Raj. I'm really, really mad at sports. But the good news about sports is we get to pop some tops for what we're going to be watching this weekend at the end of the show. And you can see what I'm looking forward to tonight.
You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 that he's referencing, and that is the Mountain West Conference Championship game. UNLV and the Boise State Broncos.
Say that again. What was the second team?
UNLV and the Boise State Broncos.
The Boise State Broncos.
We're going to do the Ohio State thing.
Blue.
Come on. No.
I agree, Coach. I agree with that, Coach. Not this one. You're cooling over there.
Oh, okay. Syracuse, man. How you gonna have fun time watching the Syracuse Orange this weekend and championship weekend?
I'll enjoy watching them in 3 weeks in the
KJ, you going to watch
Capital One Bowl.
KJ, you get to watch your Southern Miss
Whatever the heck
Golden
it-
Eagles play this weekend?
Oh, I'm so glad their
would
season
you
is
get
over.
off
Come
your
on.
high horse?
Jeez
You
Louise,
get
man.
off your
we
high
had
horse.
1-11 season, and all of a sudden we're the problem. You
Big
calm
guys-
down over there.
Big guys on Denver radio. He's coming in guns blazing for the Packers and Boise State.
Right, look at him.
I'm going to win the
Goodness.
fan
Hey,
base
don't
over.
tell a fan how to fan, okay?
I am looking forward to that game though. Ashton Jency, can you make? Does he have runway to make a point for the Heisman? Right, because Travis is done, and
He's
he
done.
told people. He
And
told
he
people
put
on
an
podcast.
exclamation point.
I'm
Travis
done.
Hunter put an exclamation point on his Heisman candidacy.
Against a bad football
Yeah,
team.
you still did it against the Big 12 team. You still did it against one of the best brands, at least historically, in the remaining Big 12 in Oklahoma State. You did it with, 3 touchdowns and a pick? Pretty impressive.
We'll get into the college football weekend coming up at 10:15. It's conference championship week. What can shake out? Who stands to either gain or lose the most in terms of college football playoff? Like who could possibly get in? Is Army still alive depending on what happens tonight in the Mountain West? Chances are it's a no, but I do want to get back to the issue at hand. And I was not able to watch the Nuggets and the Cavs until this morning. I got up and watched. I was on Avs Network last night on 950. So I wasn't able to watch the competing games until this morning. And it took me all of 10 minutes, obviously knowing the end result, 10 minutes to realize, I know how this is going. And it was 9 3-pointers made in the first quarter. And 7 of those 9 felt uncontested. The main issue with the Nuggets being porous defensively is not getting better. The secondary issue with the Nuggets, with Jamal Murray not being a bona fide secondary scorer on a night-in, night-out basis, which is what he was when you were winning championships, when you were the sexiest young upcoming team in the league, he was a bona fide secondary scorer. He hasn't done it yet this season. Neither one of those things are getting better. And I don't know how you get it better other than massive lineup changes enacted by Michael Malone.
Yeah.
Because you can't trade. You can't do anything on the trade market. It's not going to happen. You just don't have the ability if you're Denver. The Avs have a little bit more wiggle room for the trades.
So we have Exaggeration Monday, and I'm just going to go ahead and...
Freak Out Friday.
Yeah, Freak Out Friday or Fired Up Friday. Either way.
Freddy Cat Friday.
Yep. I'm going to go with this. The vibes right now surrounding the current. I'm talking about current. And I'm not saying that this is the conversation for the remainder of the year, but the current state of, I'd say, both the Avs and the Nuggets. You won a championship in the last 2-3 years. In both franchises' case. You've got all-world talent in the form of one player for the Denver Nuggets. All-world. Like best in the world.
Yes.
And in the form of 2 players for the Avs.
Yes.
There is a price that you pay to continue to maintain their spot on the roster on this franchise. And you feel like you are a bit on the decline right now. In both cases.
I would agree with you.
And that's not a fun place to be at all. Conversely, let's talk about the Denver Broncos. You feel the exact opposite. You feel like you're on the ascent. Young talent, learning and growing and getting better each and every week.
Getting better despite having cap constraints, that's the one thing that like the Nuggets and the Avs can go, well, what can we do? Hands are tied behind our back. Look at all the money issues. We can't really make a big move. Well, the Broncos are dealing with the largest dead cap hit in the history of the National Football League, and they're going to make the playoffs with a rookie
So
quarterback.
right now, Raj, when I go ahead and pop into whatever KTVD, 9 News, Altitude TV, Fubo, whatever, however I can consume the Avs and or the Nuggets. And I pay for way too many subscriptions currently to make sure that I can watch every game.
I've started to put a blind eye to that. Like that part of the bill is just, it's here. I just deal with it. I don't look at it.
It's a write-off.
Just fold it in.
I just tune in on many nights. I'm not going to say most nights, many nights. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm watching the decline. When I go to Empower Field, like on Monday night, I'm like, I feel like I am showing up to watch an ascent happening before my very eyes. And that's just a feeling that I get. And it's cost-controlled players that are growing into superstar roles. Nick Benito, Bo Nix, Devon Vele. And right now, I just feel like there is a incredible burden on players like Nikola Jokic, like Nathan McKinnon, like Cale Makar, that is becoming tiresome, even fatiguing for those players to carry these rosters. And it's painful to watch right now.
The only way to do that, again, is by moving either current players within the lineup and changing the starting five for the Nuggets, or trying to ensure that your second unit, when they come on without Nikola Jokic, isn't just a black hole. Because the numbers, while for the Avalanche, the numbers tell you they are a better team than 14 and 13. They're 2 points out of a playoff spot right now. I'm not nervous about them missing the playoffs. I'm simply not. The numbers tell you, the analytics. I'm not Mr. Analytics guy. I do use my eye test. Like last night, where you look at the shots, my eye test from last night's game goes, that was a good hockey game. They were outplayed by Carolina, a good team coming off 3 straight losses, trying to get one at home before they end their homestand. You knew it was going to be a tough one. Carolina skates incredible. Carolina's kind of built like you are. They're kind of built. They've got a little bit of a bigger back end in terms of their defensive core, but they're kind of built exactly like the Avalanche are. That's who they wanted to be. And the Avs have better top-end players, although Martin Netchas and Svechnikovs are playing really, really well this year and elevating Carolina. You just had to weather the storm. And Wedgwood was good enough to keep you in the game. And if you score, the Avs had 5 breakaways last night, right? They only scored on one of them. You score on one of those breakaways, you go into overtime against Carolina, and we have a completely different conversation, or at least a different feel for the Avs today than we did just a couple of minutes ago. The numbers tell you that the Avs are going to turn it around, because in terms of like goals expected and like shot attempts and expected goals differential, the Avs are a top 5 team in the league. But then you just looked at the goaltending, which has been the Achilles heel this year. That's what's kept you from being a bona fide, let's call it top 4 team in the Western Conference. The numbers are telling you they're okay. Numbers on the defensive side for the Nuggets are not. The Nuggets are telling you who they are.
And the eye test.
And the eye test, right? So the eye test with the Avs has been largely bad this year. Last night, I don't think it was.
The eye test for the Avs is the fact that, and right here from the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Why won't any show on Altitude say what the real problem is with the Avalanche? It's the goalie. And we
haven't said that?
I will say it. I will get on top of Mount Princeton, Mount Vesuvius, whatever mountain is above 14,000 feet in this beautiful state, and shout it to the rooftops that the Avs right now have started 4 netminders. And at each one of those starts, every one of us has said, is this going to be the netminder? Well, guess what? If you got 4 goalies, you got 0. You don't have one. How many goalies are going to be at in terms of started games by the end of this season?
I think you're going to be at 6. I think you'll get to 6 this year. They're trying to figure it out. And if I wonder where that comment comes from. Well, why won't any show on Altitude? I feel like I've been saying that the whole year. I felt like I was almost too mean to Alexander Georgiev at certain points.
There's no one who has crushed him more
Thank
than you, Raj. Like,
Thank you.
What are we talking about?
Did you listen to the show after game 1 of the first round last year? I almost cursed like 7 different times. Yeah, there's issues there with the Avs. And with the Nuggets, the defensive metrics tell you who they are. And there's a philosophical disconnect between the Nuggets and the rest of the NBA. And you saw it play out in the court last night. And this is my plead to Michael Malone. I know it sucks to watch. I'm sure it sucks to coach, especially with the guy that you have in Nikola Jokic. The Nuggets aren't a terrible 3-point shooting team. The percentages are actually pretty good. They just refuse to do what the rest of the league is doing and jack up threes. 66-18 was not because you can't shoot the 3. It's because you won't. And as a result, you're going to middle around 500 if you don't make a philosophical change. It needs to change soon. College football, championship week. We'll get into it next. College football championship week is upon us. You can hear the Mountain West championship game right here on Altitude Sports Radio at 6 p.m. kick. UNLV and Boise State. Take us wherever you go throughout the day and take that game wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. The first of two this evening, UNLV number 22 against number 11 Boise. Boise's 3.5 point
man,
favorites.
the way you're saying it just bothers me.
Why?
Raj, I'm going to be Professor Coach
Boise?
Sanford here. No, man, it's BOY hyphen SEE.
Boise. Boise?
Boise.
Ugh.
Hey, okay, KJ, man. Hey, I know you. I know you come from the great state of Mississippi, but I know you're capable of saying it correctly. Boise.
Boise.
Yeah.
Hey.
See, he can do it. Why can't you?
It just takes more effort than is necessary for that school.
Hey, man, that's how the locals call it. And anybody who calls it Boise with a Z, there's no Z in Boise. It's Boise.
UNLV versus Boise State.
Yes. If he can change and I can change, everybody can change. Oh, yeah.
We talking about
Name the movie.
We talking about the 3-pointers for the Nuggets?
Name the movie. Rocky IV, man. Going to the Soviet Union, fight Ivan Drago.
Am I doing a show with Mark Mosier?
It's Friday.
I thought you and I were closer in terms of our
It's Friday. Dude, I watched Rocky IV, I don't know, 172 times as a child. That's probably why I'm so demented. Watching a human being just get beat to a pulp and then rise up. Rise, Lazarus!
We're just indoctrinated into the CTE lifestyle as 4-year-olds.
Yep, that's accurate.
AAC tonight as well, number 17. Right, Tulane's at 17 right now. Is that where, or who's ranked out of those two teams? Tulane
Tulane
Army.
lost this past weekend. Kind of an ugly loss for the old Green Wave.
But that is this evening. Army at number 24 and Tulane.
Is that tonight?
Unranked. Yeah, tonight, 6 p.m. on ABC.
I thought Boise State was the only game on.
No,
tonight.
2 games this evening.
Oh,
Two
man.
games this evening. Friday night on ABC or ESPN.
One thing I've learned, if you are engaging with Boise State Twitter, you would think they're the only game on the entire weekend. And that Ashton Genty is the only player on planet Earth.
I mean, it is, though, if you're going to have to choose between the two games because they do kick off at the same exact time, the one that actually matters is the Mountain West game. Because there's no shot that a number 24 Army team jumps over because, right, Boise's already at a bye right now because of how highly ranked they are. But if they lose, a higher ranked UNLV team having a better resume building win, Army's not getting in regardless of what they do. And they'll likely finish the season if they beat Tulane 12-1.
Tonight's game is, I'm an alum. I played at Boise State 2004. I coached at Boise State in 2014. So there's a lot of deep roots there, obviously. I, as a alum, fan, consumer, somebody who works in the Boise media, from my couch in Frederick, Colorado, I am absolutely terrified of the game tonight. Terrified. Because UNLV, outside of some personal fouls that were drive extenders in the game-winning drive for Boise State in the first matchup, UNLV outplayed Boise State. And if you look at the current form of how Boise State is playing as a team, the last 4 or 5 weeks have been not pretty. And UNLV, head-to-head, you match up the Nevada versus UNLV game versus the Boise State versus Nevada game. UNLV absolutely obliterated Nevada. I am scared about the game tonight. I have bad vibes.
Out of the remaining 4, Big 12, SEC, Big 10, ACC, all of those games staggered between 10 a.m. Mountain and 6 p.m. Mountain on Saturday. Your number one game to look forward to this weekend. Because UGA and Texas, regardless of what happens that game, both teams are probably in still, which I hate about, if Texas beats Georgia and it's a close game, they probably stay in. If Georgia gets walloped, there's a chance they fall out. But they would have to get absolutely hammered, and that's not what Georgia does, especially at this time of year. There's not much to like really see there. Oregon and Penn State, regardless of what happens in that game, both teams are in. Clemson and SMU, ISU and ASU.
That's going to be a fun one.
Win to get in. For any one of those teams, win to get in. You lose, you're out.
SMU loses to Clemson. They're out?
Yeah.
Probably right.
2-loss SMU team.
Where are they at? They're 6th or 7th? At 11-1?
In the CFP rankings, SMU is at 8 right now at 11-1. If you were to lose, you would have the argument between Southern Methodist and Miami. You would have the argument between Mississippi, South Carolina. Assuming Texas beats Georgia, you'd have the conversation about them in Georgia.
Remember, you have to get into the top 11, right? You have to get into the top 11.
Bama's already sitting there at 9-3 at 11, and we know how much the committee likes Alabama there. Those were national headlines. How could they be here with those losses?
SMU would be out, and the reason they'd be out for sure is that they'd be a 2-loss team, that their other loss was to a BYU team in the Big 12 conference, and you start comparing the conferences in the have-nots of the Power Four. The ACC and the Big 12 is how it's viewed nationally. And that's, I think the rankings very, very accurately depict that sentiment from the national pundits and scribes.
Choose a team between those 4 programs, Big 12 and ACC title games. Iowa State, Arizona State, Clemson, Southern Methodist. Who's got the best chance to surprise someone in the bracket if they get in?
I like Arizona State.
Why?
How they've been playing, they have been on an awesome tear. They had one really bad early season loss, and then another, I think it was Texas Tech they lost to, and then Cincinnati. Cincinnati's 5-7. That was in the first 6 weeks of the season, and since then, Arizona State has been playing great football. And they have one of the most dynamic, exciting, physical players in football to not only build a lead, but maintain a lead, and that's Cam Skattebo. He is a dynamic runner of the football.
So it doesn't make much sense to me that Arizona State inspires confidence in you because of an elite running back that can control a game, but you sit here nervous about the Mountain West title game.
I'm an alum, right? So I have that kind of built-in.
That irrationality is
the last time.
All right.
The last time Boise State was really in this position of knocking on the door of being a real buster in the national championship picture, if you will, was Kellen Moore and that Boise State team that missed a field goal against Nevada to conclude the regular season down the stretch, but was in position that year. There was an opening, and they just couldn't get it done. And it was another school from the state of Nevada. And this UNLV team is good. And I also would argue that Boise State's defense has been problematic, whereas I think Arizona State's defense has played really good.
The bye situation, I can't believe I'm being one of these guys. The bye situation's kind of pissing me off. Like, a Mountain West team and an ACC team are getting byes this year, and you're going to have to see, like, Ohio State and Tennessee feels like it shouldn't be a first-round matchup. And it feels as though Notre Dame not having a conference, and that is very much on that university for being who they are as Golden Domers. It feels as though Notre Dame should be a bye team this year.
I agree with that.
But you have to go against Alabama. You have to go against that program. And knowing what Notre Dame typically does,
so
in
the
these
three
big moments,
teams,
they falter.
The 3 teams that you'd be referring to that would get quote unquote screwed out of a bye. It would be Iowa State if they win, correct? Or Arizona State if they win. Iowa State lost to 5-7 Kansas.
Better 5-7 team than people give them credit for.
5-7 Big 12 Kansas.
All right. I get it.
I mean, this is the national conversation. We certainly saw Kansas against the Buffs, and that's not a dang, at the time, I think it was a 3-6 team. And Arizona State has to defend 5-7 Cincinnati beating them in this season. Notre Dame has to defend 7th place Mid-America Conference loss at home to Northern Illinois.
Still feels like it was a different decade that happened.
If Boise State beats UNLV, they will have beaten 3 teams that were currently ranked in the top 25 when they beat those teams and lost a game to number 1 ranked Oregon. You can't really argue the resumes if that is how it plays out. Now, I am expecting a lot of chaos.
And it would, if it all goes forward the way that it's projected right now. So the 4 byes are Oregon, Texas, SMU, and Boise State in that order. You've got Ohio State and Tennessee playing to have the right to go against Oregon in round 2. Penn State and projected winner of the Big 12 and Arizona State going to play Boise State in round 2. Notre Dame and Alabama, as we mentioned earlier, and then Georgia and Indiana with the right to go take on SEC champion, projected SEC champion in Texas. It does provide a path to a rematch between Oregon and Boise in the semifinal. And I would love to see that.
It'd be fun. I have my concerns even, we're talking about this slate of conference championship weekend of football. I'm feeling a little bit of an Oregon letdown against Penn State.
No,
yes, I am.
I want one year where they actually get it done.
They've done it just about every year. There's a letdown for the Oregon Ducks program.
I think a couple of days ago I mentioned it was the Oregon loss where they didn't show up against Bama. It was Auburn that they didn't show up, and then Notre Dame got hammered by Bama.
Correct. And then you could even go to the best Oregon year was to play in the 2014 season national championship against Ohio State, and they had NFL players all over.
Is that the Mariota
roster.
Heisman year?
It is. And they got obliterated by Ohio State. Obliterated. I think that was a Maurice Claret. No, that was after that.
No, Maurice Claret was.
He was early. His was against Miami.
2015, they lose by 22 in the national championship game. That was Ezekiel Elliott. So another stud Ohio State running back, and he was damn good that year. But the semifinal, you had Oregon hammering Florida State that year. Dude, that Oregon offense was terrifying. Terrifying. Marcus Mariota was unstoppable. And then you look at Ohio State that year, and Urban Meyer's their head coach. You've got Cardale Jones, Ezekiel Elliott. Michael Thomas was a hell of a wide receiver that year for them. They had Joey Bosa. They had Michael Bennett on defense. They had Eli Apple on defense. They had Von Bell. A bunch of good corners there.
Well, I do know that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 first-round draft picks in Ohio State starting 22.
Raj, well, we have talked certainly leading up to the college football season, just the awkward nature of Oregon playing conference games in Piscataway, New Jersey, or Cal Berkeley playing a conference game in Boston College. Those types of games. I don't know if this happened this year or not. I really don't care. Just the strange nature of a lack of regionalism in college football. I actually think this weekend it's going to play a role in these championship games. Why? Where's the Big Ten championship game? Indianapolis, Indiana. That's going to feel a little bit strange for Oregon as a program to play their conference championship as far away as Indianapolis, Indiana, which, oh, by the way, is just a quick hop and a skip and a jump over Ohio straight to Indiana from central Pennsylvania. It's going to be a home field advantage for Penn State. There's no question about it. I look at even in the ACC championship game, Dallas, Texas, SMU, a very small school, going to play Clemson in Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. Like, regionalism is going to play a factor in some of these.
And you're saying that it hasn't during the regular season, so this is a variable that teams haven't necessarily seen this year?
It's a championship game, and there are the two teams that are going to be playing in them do obviously they deserve the right to be in those games, but there is an advantage for one of those two teams. And I think it plays out in those two games in particular. I think also the Boise State game, Mountain West Conference, for anybody who's asking, why the heck would the Mountain West Conference not play a neutral site game in, say, Las Vegas or Phoenix, Arizona, or Southern California? Well, it's because in a lot of these conferences, these group of 5 conferences, you end up getting small attendance figures for these conference championship games. Boise State is sold out, 37,900 at Albertson Stadium tonight. Is that fair? Not necessarily. You know what UNLV has, which also has me a little worried? They have an 8-game road winning streak as a program. It's interesting.
You can listen to that game starting at 6 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Mountain West Conference title game, UNLV against Boise State University. Altitude Sports Radio is giving away a custom set of irons from Adele Golf. Just text Adele, that is EDEL, to 303-504-0925. Reply to that bounce back with your name, and you're automatically entered for an extra entry into this drawing. You can go to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele, again, EDEL, and fill out the online entry form. Check out the special section on adelegolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We're going to announce the winner coming up on Monday. That's EDEL to 303-504-0925. Do not miss your chance.
guy. I told you you'd never forget this game. You will never forget this game. We don't have to talk about how tough we are. We don't have to talk about how resilient we are. We live it, man. We've been living it. Where's our defense at? Offense, that's the way to step up, man. That's the way to step up. There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up, whatever you're doing over there.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Macho Man Randy Savage coaching the NFL's best regular season team. Dan Campbell, Goldberg. We got it all here, Raj.
You'll never forget this week 14 in the middle of the year.
We're 12-1.
I
This
told
one
you
you'll
you'd never
remember
forget this game. You will never forget this game.
for the rest of your life.
Listen,
Bro, I don't even know if I'll remember yesterday in 20 years from now the way we've been playing.
Well, you hear it at the end. Someone's yakking their brains out, apparently, in a trash can. At the end of that, clip, he goes,
you want to know who it was? Ralston Valley High School's own Dan Skipper.
Okay.
Offensive tackle.
Right,
Local connection. He's puking rally, baby.
A tackle's just yakking his brains up. Oh, yeah, you're going to remember this one. I love Dan Campbell. I love that
too,
guy.
man. I hated him. I hated him last night, man. I hated his guts last night.
What a decision.
He does it all the time. Like, here's the thing.
That was the Sean Payton decision. It was the Sean Payton decision. He did the other thing.
Right.
He decided to go for it when you didn't need to. You brought
and
in
also,
a variable.
like, Sean Payton, you don't know which way it's going to go. You don't. I mean, would you agree with that? Like, sometimes he goes for it and you're like, what? And then most of the time he does it. Dan Campbell always goes for it.
It killed him last year in the playoffs.
Shoot, it killed him. This game probably isn't as tight as it was, but you gave the ball up on your 31-yard line.
And then that was Jacobs' third touchdown of the game.
Yeah, I have him on my fantasy team. And
it's a good day.
D-Mac once told me, I had David Montgomery and those are my two running backs, Montgomery.
Good for you.
It was a good day. D-Mac told me to make sure that every listener could care absolutely less about my fantasy team. So I care about it, though. And I get the microphone.
So I get to say what I want. Yeah, great game last night. We, called the shootout. It was a middling first quarter where the Packers just couldn't get anything going. And it felt like this weird Jordan Love game that he wasn't really going to find anything. Can't really feather a pass.
Did you see his throw to Christian Watson? Unfreaking believable.
And that got him right back in the game.
I mean, he was under duress the whole night, and that was wild, especially considering that the Detroit Lions had so few healthy defensive linemen available for this game. So when you're down defensive linemen and you can't generate a pass rush, what do? You blitz a team back to the Stone Age. In that first quarter, the Green Bay Packers had no answer schematically for the blitz package that Detroit employed.
Local flavor, Tim Patrick, 6 receptions, 2 touchdowns. Nice to see him step up.
It was good to see him step up, and I tweeted out last night. Tim Patrick's gone through a lot. A lot. Death of a father. Obviously, he was a castaway from the Denver Broncos organization.
No, after 2 years of the organization sticking by him,
he looked great in training camp. Raj, I was there every single day. He was top 2 most consistently productive wide receivers in training camp, and castaway.
No, I think castaways. I don't think you're giving the organization.
You picked little Jordan Humphrey over Tim Patrick. That's what you did.
We had the conversation yesterday. You really miss him?
Tim Patrick?
Yeah.
Did you watch the game last night?
Do you really? Okay. Yes, he looked good last night, but we had the conversation yesterday prior to the game. Do you really miss him? No, because he would be taking away touches from Mims and from Franklin and certainly from Devon Vele.
Big body.
Therefore, I don't miss you.
Big body that could play that little Jordan Humphrey chip at the line of scrimmage, helping out your offensive tackles in protection. He can do that. He's got better hands than little Jordan Humphrey. He hasn't proven to be a guy that drops the football. Bo Nix loved him. It looked like, at least in preseason games. So yeah, do you miss him? No, because the Broncos are trending in a great direction. It's a good story for Tim Patrick to be a part of. Arguably, I think the team that's playing the best in the National Football League right now, and he's a part of that. He's a big part of it.
Bill Belichick apparently interviews for the Mac Brown job after he leaves North Carolina. Belichick to college football? Is that a real thing?
Well, he knows how to relate to that age demographic. He does a great job relating to 20-somethings.
The Chapel Hill co-ed situation, it's a fun place to be.
About as good looking as those.
Football's my thing.
About as good looking as those beautiful baby blue uniforms in all sports. How cool is that brand and that logo? Just cool, man. I love everything North Carolina. I actually had a chance at one point to go coach with Mac Brown at North Carolina when he first got the job. And my wife is like, she loves the state of North Carolina. She's just always been a huge fan of that state. And I didn't get hired, and she was mad at me. But
I have a bone to pick with the state of North Carolina because today I have to do one of the more terrifying things in the first world problems level
Botox
of life.
today?
No, I'm not. My barber just got up and moved to North Carolina without telling anyone. So I was trying to, schedule a haircut. We got a wedding in Mexico next week that we're going to, and I'm getting a little hairy on the neckline. It's a little long. There's a reason why I'm wearing a hat today. And
So you might not be here for a couple of those days. You're going to a wedding, right?
Yep.
So if you want to hear some really unhinged radio, you want to tune in those days. Because Raj does, believe it or not, he keeps me on track.
It's amazing that I'm the guy that keeps you on track. But yeah, so I was looking, last week to try and set up an appointment. I was like, where the heck is Mandy? Why isn't she here? She's been doing my hair for like 7 years. They know exactly what I'm getting in, know exactly what I'm getting out of it. Great price. She's not on the list. I'm panicking. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Like, do I have my wife cut my hair? Hell no, that's not going to happen. No chance. That's an insane thing that people do. Like my in-laws do it. Although my father-in-law doesn't have any hair. He's
Pretty easy cut.
He has the like the Homer Simpson thing going on, just like my dad does.
I'm a fan of that look.
Yeah, but he allows my mother-in-law to cut his hair, and I think that is a crazy thought process. So I start panicking. Now I have to go into the barbershop today and have someone cut my hair that I don't know, and I don't love that. Therefore, North Carolina, I'll get you cool it over there, KJ.
Keep it going, KJ. I like it.
I can come out of there looking terrible.
Raj, I want you to know I'm here for you. I understand.
I still have my hair. I don't want it to get messed up.
I am so here for you, and I'm going to be a person that displays tremendous empathy.
Thank you.
Because 1 hour after we wrap up this program, I am actually scheduled to meet with my barber, and he has not abandoned me, nor will he ever.
I hope he never does.
Hector. My guy. Huge Chicago Bears fan. He's going through the same things emotionally that you're going through with the loss of your barber.
Would Belichick, honestly, all jokes aside about him dating a 23-year-old and maybe going to the college ranks to poke around the co-eds at North Carolina, that doesn't fit. That's more of a, hey, I'm gonna go interview with some big name programs so that a NFL team brings me back in.
Get the buzz going.
Yeah,
a little
that
bit.
is. That's a media plug if I've ever seen one.
It's a buzzy type of move, and Bill Belichick wanted that to get out, right?
Could you imagine that dude having to glad hand boosters? Have to explain to a quarterback, because we're seeing it day in and day out of guys playing well and deciding to leave halfway through the season. You don't have any roster control. Those guys can leave. You used to have roster control where you get a commitment on signing day. You know that guy's going to be there. It means nothing now.
One thing that Bill Belichick would immediately get, just like Coach Prime got, is players with tremendous value seeking out his tutelage. That would happen. Now, could Bill Belichick deal with all of the things that are completely out of your control as a college football head coach in 2024-25? Absolutely freaking not. In fact, I actually had a couple interesting conversations in my world of football. I was talking to a parent that has a student athlete that is in the NIL earning world. So just to give you a little context, I'm not going to give away the program, but we're talking about not a player in a Power 2 conference of SEC or Big Ten. This player has had very little on-field opportunity to play, but is a backup quarterback at not SEC. We're not talking about Alabama. We're not talking.
What, Power 5?
Fringe.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Just for 1 year of being a backup quarterback and playing zero high, I guess they call it highly stressful snaps on the entire season.
Low leverage snaps.
Yeah, if any, low leverage snaps. Just a cool $100,000 for one season.
How pissed off are you that you were 20 years too late?
Just a cool
20 years too
Just
late.
a cool $100K. I mean, think about that in honestly, I think about that in terms of what I'm doing now for a living, what you do for a living, what most of our listeners do for a living. $100K. All right, then I ended up finding out a little bit more information from talking to other people. I got the wheels churning, and I found out the market value, the asking price to even have the conversation with recently benched quarterback Miller Moss from the USC Trojans. Disgraced quarterback Miller Moss from the USC Trojans, who entered the transfer portal. Take a guess at what the beginning price is just to have a conversation with him.
$2 million.
$2.5 million.
Yeah, sounds right. Sounds right. I mean, we were having the conversation last year with Braden Fowler-Nicolosi turned down a $500,000 offer to stay with the Rams because he was...
And you have Avery Johnson on that roster. Like, you have your guy at Kansas State. Like, so...
Right, KSU was trying to
you're
poach
talking
him.
$500,000-$600,000 to potentially be just in a position to compete.
You know what the NIL has, it's obviously changed the landscape of college football. And now you've got big names. There's a reason why Shedeur would be able to be here in Colorado because you're making all of that money. And Travis Hunter, yes, you have the added variable of his dad being the head coach. But you know what it's ushering in? It's ushering in the era of the glue guy. Now glue guy isn't just the dude who's ready to pick up the keg for the party after Saturday's game. Glue guy can actually make some money so that he can afford said keg. I love that for glue guy. There's nothing better than a locker room glue guy.
I was just Johnny Glue.
That's all you need to be.
Gary Glue Guy. Fishing for Cards here on the Safeway Twitch feed says, I thought Miller Moss declared for the draft the other day. In fact, USC transfer quarterback 1 hour ago on 3 Sports, whatever the hell that is. I see it all the time. I know it's a Rivals or 247 type of site, but USC transfer quarterback Miller Moss is lining up visits to Missouri and Louisville next week. So now I know that Louisville and Missouri are willing to spend $2.5 million on a quarterback that was benched by the USC Trojans that were essentially a 500 outfit.
Text us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can also use your voice and the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. That's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner, and all you got to do is go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone thing, scream into it if you have anything interesting to say to either Coach or myself, and KJ will play that throughout the program. Coach is giving the old Boise State salute. You can listen to that game tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, in hour 2, NFL notes are coming up at 11:15. We'll pop some tops, tell you guys what to watch as we hand things off to PhD and get you guys ready for the weekend. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Coach Sanford, Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, running into the second hour here. A double dip of crap last night where the Nuggets fall to the Cavs 126-114. The Avs fall with an empty netter 5-3 on the road to the Carolina Hurricanes. Both teams will play tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. You can get the Nuggets and the Wizards with a 5 p.m. tip on AM 950. The Avs will play against longtime rival Detroit at the same exact time. You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Before we get back into the issues with both of those teams and how you can fix this thing for both of them moving forward, did you know that there's only been 12 rookie quarterbacks in NFL history dating back to the merger that have led their team to a playoff victory? Just 12
in their
quarterbacks
rookie season.
In their
obviously.
rookie season. Or 3 quarterbacks have won 2 games. Purdy, Flacco, and can you name the third? Brock Purdy, Joe Flacco, and the third. Recent. It's not like a guy in the 80s.
Can't. Cam Newton?
Mark Sanchez.
Oh, the Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez.
Oh, the guy who loves just kind of cuddling up, nestling up to the old butt on a fumble.
Led the 9-7 2009 New York Jets to not 1, but 2 playoff victories. They beat the 10-6 Bengals in the wild card round by 10 points.
I really liked Sanchez as a college quarterback. He was. I coached against him with Stanford at SC. Dude, that dude was a good player. Good athlete.
He had to fill some massive shoes, right? He was the next guy right after Matt Leinart, correct?
Yes.
There may have been a guy in the middle, but I think he was the one right after Leinart.
Was there John David Booty?
I feel like John David Booty was after. Or is that General Booty? General Booty?
There's a lot of Booties. Were you a fan of the Booty family, KJ? They're from your neck of the woods.
I was.
So you like Booty?
John David Booty. Look at you, Coach. John David Booty took over in 2006 as a junior, redshirt junior, and went 11-2 in 06 for USC.
Do you want to know what one of those 2 wins was? It was against 41.5-point underdog Stanford, where I was a young quality control coach working for Jim Harbaugh. He's a beast, this guy, his quarterback. I just call him the beast because everything he does, it's unbelievable.
There's a little bit of Dickie V in that impersonation.
No, it's very breathy. Jim gets a little breathy. Well, Jimmy Harbs gets a little breathy.
So only 3 quarterbacks have ever had two wins as a rookie with their teams. Again, Purdy, Sanchez, and Flacco. No rookie quarterback has led their team to a Super Bowl appearance. 12 quarterbacks since the merger have won a single playoff game. And my question to you, is Bo going to be
the 13th?
That 13th
lucky
player?
Number 13?
There's one of the 12 is like a 34-year-old rookie that played 10 or 11 years in like the CFL or something like that, or some secondary, tertiary league. So you could call him the 12th.
All right, Raj, you're putting me in a bad spot. I'm a lifetime coach. I think about things in terms of process and where you're at currently. I'm going to go straight Bill Belichick and just say the only thing that I'm concerned with is Indianapolis. We're on in Indianapolis. Don't talk to me about the playoffs.
I'm moving forward to the playoffs. I don't think they can miss. They're playing too well right now. The defense is too good. The quarterback doesn't make all that many mistakes at all.
I didn't know you were a Jerry Jinx guy.
Jinxes don't really exist. Although we know that like everything that I predict goes the opposite way, so maybe I should start believing in that crap. Jinxes.
Well, great job. We just
jinxes
and
and superstitions are for the weak of heart. They're for the weak of heart. Were you a superstitious guy?
Yeah, same underwear on game day when you're in.
Weird.
Yeah, sometimes I didn't wash everything too.
The only thing I did was like I put my left stuff on before my right, but that wasn't because like if I accidentally put on my right elbow pad, I wasn't like, oh no, I'm gonna have a terrible game. It was just because that's the muscle memory that superstitions. I think he can do it, man.
He can do it.
Look at the other quarterbacks there are nothing to write home about. Flacco is obviously the best one of those 3 to win 2 games. He's a better quarterback than Sanchez is.
And they all had good defenses.
I would argue he's a better quarterback than Brock Purdy is.
All of them had really good defenses, correct?
Yes.
And you have that. Do you have that right now? Yes, you do.
You have an elite corner. You have an elite pass rush. You have a run defense that has improved monumentally in the last 2 years. And yeah, you're going to have to go against a tough team. You will have to. Buffalo is going to be the one that I'm really scared about. But like, you don't think you can walk into Kansas City and beat them? I know it's the Chiefs, but they look beatable. You should have beat them the first time.
Don't say it's just, I know it's the Chiefs. Say, I know it's the postseason Chiefs. Two different Chiefs. They are a Chiefs of a different color.
The Ravens falling out of the 6th seed isn't all that crazy. It's not. The Chargers are a half a game ahead of you.
Raj,
half a game.
I saw in your show notes, and there's nobody prepares a show like my man Alex Ryanemi. But I saw in your show notes you went through the power rankings of where the Broncos are, from last week before Monday Night Football against the Browns to where they're at right now. And I've seen them as high as 9. Is that the highest that you've seen as well? Is the Broncos as the number 9 team in the National Football League in power rankings?
Yes.
And that
Pro
was
Football Talk.
That was Pro Football Talk and the one that we talked about yesterday in the program, which was Bucky Brooks, NFL on Fox. That's what he released. Broncos are number 9. Ravens are number 10. In that top 10, you're 0-4 on the season. And that is the next step. That's the next right step. And I believe that next step's going to happen. And the beautiful thing about the next 5 games that you're going to play, because I do believe this team is going to make the postseason. It would take a monumental collapse for this Broncos team not to make the postseason. And it would be a tremendous failure across all, no matter how you slice it, the lead that you've been able to build and the separation that you now have. If you don't beat Indianapolis, you don't deserve to go to the postseason, in my opinion, because who remains? Joe Burrow and the Bengals, Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert on the road in the Chargers. You're going to play 3 of the top 5 teams in the current power rankings in the National Football League if you do make the postseason, which I believe they will.
What specifically can this team do to get you into the thought process?
Excuse me. You're going to play 3 of your 5 games against current top 10 teams. I said 3 of 5 teams.
Kansas City, LA. That's it.
Postseason. You're going to play.
Oh, okay.
You're going to
Okay.
play Steelers,
Your next one.
top
Got
10.
You. Got you.
You're going to play Chiefs, top 10, and you're going to play the Josh Allen-led Buffalo Bills.
It's not like going on the road has been a nightmare for this team. Like the road games have been, if you throw away the first 2 weeks of the season where Bo was green. He was a deer in the headlights in those first 2 games. You still kept a close game against the NFC West leading Seattle Seahawks, where you should have won if you don't throw a bad pick at the end of the game. That's on the road. You wallop Tampa on the road. You beat New York and Aaron Rodgers, who still had that
there was
aura
a mystique
around him.
Yep,
there was a mystique. Now it's dead.
Gone.
That guy is.
But let's all be Jets fans this weekend, by the way.
Yeah, there's 2 games that you should be
watching.
watching.
Because they played the Miami Dolphins, and I would love to see them just season over.
There are 2 teams that you should be watching, 2 games rather, you should be watching very intently as a Bronco fan. And that is the first game on Sunday, Jets at Miami, 5.5-point dogs. And then the final game on Sunday, which is Chargers-Chiefs. Those are the 2 games that you need to pay very close attention to, because the other teams that are around you in the standings aren't playing, right? Baltimore is on a bye.
Raj, are you telling us all?
Indianapolis is on a bye.
Are you telling fans how to fan? All of us, we need to be Chiefs fans this weekend?
Yeah, you should be Chiefs fans.
Okay.
You should be Chiefs fans.
You frankly should probably be Chiefs fans the rest of the year as well.
If you don't want to have to go see Buffalo or Kansas City in round 1, you are a Chief fan this weekend.
Also, week 18 would be against the Chiefs. And if the Chiefs are 15-1, you're not seeing the Chiefs, the real Chiefs.
Well, it depends how much you want that first round bye. If you're the Bills or if you're Kansas City, how much do you really want that first round bye? Because both of those teams are 11-1 and 10-2. They're both still playing for something at that point, unless a team drops 2 out of their next 3 before you see Kansas City the final week of the season. That remains to be seen whether or not you're actually going to see, Kelsey and Mahomes and Hopkins.
But if the Chiefs win the next 4 and they're 15-1, would the Bills beat them in a tiebreaker because they have 2 losses?
Well, the Chiefs haven't lost yet. Well, didn't the Bills beat the Chiefs? They have the tiebreaker.
Oh,
you
yeah,
have the head-to-head.
head-to-head.
You have the head-to-head.
Yeah,
so,
head-to-head.
yeah. They would still have something to play for.
And that's assuming the Bills win out.
Yeah, I think it is a easier jump to say that the Broncos can beat the 5 seed
have you seen
than
the Bills
not be in the playoffs.
The Bills-Lions play in 2 weeks. Bills at Lions.
Yeah, that's my. If one thing is on track to be right for me, and I haven't had anything go right this year, Bills Lions was my Super Bowl pick, and that's right on track, baby. Both those teams can't find a way to lose.
Bills at Rams this weekend.
Good game.
Good game.
Really good game.
Rams fighting for their postseason lives.
Offense is healthy for the Rams right now.
Kyron Williams is chugging out yards, churning yards. And then you got Patriots at Bills, Jets at Bills, Bills at Patriots.
Johnny goes, oh, that's rich coming from a Bills fan. That's the most superstitious fan. I'm not a Bills fan. I just like Bills fans.
You know what I like doing?
I like Bills
I do too.
fans. I am not a Bills fan.
You know what bit I really enjoy partaking in is talking to a Bills fan and saying, you guys are the best team in the NFL. You guys are going to win it this year. I mean, why even play the rest of the games?
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Shut your face.
You look at those quarterbacks, man. Purdy, Sanchez, Flacco. Nix is the next guy there. They are. It's not what I'm expecting. It is something that I don't think is out of the realm of possibility. And you are so far ahead of schedule. At that point, right? Like, is he a better quarterback at this point in his rookie season than Sanchez, Flacco, or Purdy were? He's better than Sanchez without a doubt. Right? Sanchez's season in 2009 was atrocious if you look at his numbers. 2009, 15 games started, 8-7 record, and yes, a very difficult AFC East. 12 touchdowns, 20 interceptions. That's how good that defense was. Brock ain't that guy. Joe Flacco, in his rookie year with Baltimore, goes 11-5, 14 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Now, the record's not the same, but he's going to throw for way more yards. Flacco only threw for 2,900 yards, and you're always talking about, well, Flacco's big arm, throwing down the field. That's how you beat the Broncos in those playoff games all those years afterward. Russell Wilson had a win in his first year as Seattle's quarterback. He might not get to those numbers because those are the ones that we looked at the beginning of the season. Can you be Russ in a rookie year? 3,100 yards, that's still within the realm of possibilities. 26 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He's that guy with an elite defense, man. And if you want to use history to tell you what's going to happen or what could happen in 5 weeks' time, everything's pointing to the Broncos are the least favorable team that you want to see if you are either Buffalo, Kansas City, or Pittsburgh.
Real quick before we hit the break. Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Buffalo on the road in the first round of the playoffs. Order, KJ, who you would like to see as a Bronco fan. Raj?
Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Buffalo in that order.
KJ?
Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Buffalo.
I'm going Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Buffalo.
That's it. That's the answer. That is how beatable those teams look right now. That's the answer. Can Kansas City prove 3 years in a row now that they can flip the switch? I'm still betting on the opposite side of the coin, and I'll probably look like an idiot if that ends up coming to pass. But that's my bet as of right now. NFL notes are on the other side. We'll pop some tops coming up at 11:50. Get back into the crap night that was yesterday with the Nuggets losing and the Avalanche. That's coming up at 11:40.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Week 14 is here. The Broncos are on the bye week, the latest bye week in the NFL, alongside Indianapolis and Baltimore, who are the two teams above and below you.
Remember early in the season or even preseason when we talked about this schedule and the awful timing of the bye? Looks pretty good right now.
I don't ever remember saying that I
mean,
disliked the bye.
this
I like
late
a
of a
late
bye with typically with a rookie quarterback, you hit that Ricky wall and you're just looking for that lifesaver to come in and be like, dude, okay, you can slow down. The Broncos needed this bye because of the health of multiple players on defense, and it is coming at a perfect time. In my opinion.
ever remember being nervous about this.
That late of a bye, it must have been with me and Demps, but that late of a bye as a coach is typically not, you don't love it.
Why?
You hate it really early bye and you hate it really late bye because a lot of times you need that respite, that rest. You need that recovery for certain aspects of your team. This Broncos team has stayed remarkably healthy throughout the course of this year. If you compare it to other teams in the NFL, it's unbelievably healthy. And same thing happened last year. So the late bye sucks, Raj.
So is there something to be said for the team's hot, right?
Yes.
They're hot right now. Is there something to be said for it comes at the wrong time in terms of momentum?
I would say there's the hot piece. It comes with a bit of a caveat because you had one of your worst defensive performances of the year, and you could directly correlate that to who wasn't available.
Okay.
And it was Riley Moss's injury. And certainly in the game, as the game progressed, Brandon Jones being injured. Now you have some issues with both man coverage and safety in zone coverage because a lot of times safeties have to play those zones and communicate at a high level.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. So let's get to it. Mr. Granderson, what's first?
Earlier this week, it was announced by Chicago Bears CEO Kevin Warren that he would be in charge of replacing Matt Eberflus, and all head coaching candidates would come through him, but Ryan Poles, the GM, would remain in place. Why is that significant? Kevin Warren was the former Big Ten commissioner from 2020 to 2023. And if we go back in time to earlier this year, Jim Harbaugh, in his original coaching search, wanted to be the head coach of the Chicago Bears, but Kevin Warren blocked it. He specifically blocked it. And this is according to Danny McNeil, a trusted Chicago broadcaster who has come out and confirmed that Kevin Warren is the one that blocked it. So with that being said, knowing everything that you guys know, would you guys have rather wanted to see Harbaugh with Caleb Williams or just Justin Harbaugh?
You want some real insider information? I got you because I was coaching in the Big Ten Conference during the meltdown that was the cancellation of the Big Ten season. And then a week and a half later, oh no, we're good. We're going to play. I heard a lot of the inner workings of those head coach and commissioner meetings and athletic directors. They were on Zoom calls during the pandemic. Jim Harbaugh was antagonist number one to Kevin Warren on those calls. And it was very heated. It was almost like must-see TV, should have been a documentary made on some of those Zoom calls. So I can understand why Kevin Warren did this. And is there a commissioner and or team president in sports that has more egg on their face, both with the mishandling of the Big Ten during that time and now with the mishandling of the Bears hiring and franchise in general than Kevin Warren?
It's a fireable offense. It's tough because he's the CEO, so there's only one dude who can fire him.
It's the
ownership.
It's the money people.
That's a fireable offense. Look at what's happening with LA.
They better get this right. Get it right in terms of the hire to who is going to shepherd in the next era of Bears football.
Right, because how many chances do you get with a rookie quarterback? There's not many times where you get to a third head coach with a highly drafted QB. Not many. Normally, it's you get one shot, you fire the dude, you bring in the second one. If it doesn't work with that head coach, both guys are gone. And if they fumble the bag with how well the rest of this rookie quarterback class is playing, and it is playing really well, We haven't seen what's going to happen with J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr., who I still expect to get a start or two at the end of the season.
A little run. Just get a little run.
4 interceptions from Kirk didn't help his case last week.
Not trending in a great direction.
If you fumble the bag on this quarterback class because you can't get the right guy in the building to lead that young man, you got to go.
And it will also prove that the Chicago Bears, in the history of their franchise from now until eternity, will never have a star quarterback because they just can't.
What, you didn't love Rex Grossman?
Sexy Rexy?
They made a Super Bowl.
Wasn't great.
It wasn't. It's a terrible Super Bowl.
And it also
rainy.
It wasn't long.
Go Peyton, though.
They didn't play the long game with Rex Grossman. Didn't play the long game with McMahon. Bears have just been a quarterback deprived franchise for so long.
KJ, what's next?
Peyton's been selling everything since then, too.
I had a Freudian slip there. I said Justin Harbaugh. I meant Justin Herbert.
He may as well be Justin Harbaugh at this point. He is.
Hey,
to
have
coach.
You guys seen this guy? He is a Greek god.
He is the toughest quarterback
in the history.
It would be kind of weird if you talked about your own kid in that kind of sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Is it weird for you to talk about your own kid like that, or
someone
who's
all
not
I do is talk crap
related
about my
to you
own
in
kids.
blood?
I go the exact opposite route.
He looks like a bag of milk. Coach, he's 7.
Gosh, my 10-year-old has the worst hand-eye coordination. It's embarrassing. I've been teaching him how to properly catch a football, and he can't.
He can't do a pull-up. His labrum isn't fully defined yet.
Mom's fault. It's the genetics on mom's side.
Damn Italians. What did you just say to us? I've derailed myself.
Nope, you're all good.
Justin Harbaugh.
Justin Harbaugh,
That's where
the
we
son
were.
of
Justin Herbert.
Jim
Yeah,
Harbaugh.
He is to Coach Harbaugh as Travis Hunter is to Deion Sanders.
Oh, that's a great comparison, actually.
And they're both really good players. So I would glaze them too if I were their head coach, to be candid.
Agreed. Romy Bean of CBS4 was on the Broncos and Bourbon podcast this week. A discussion came up regarding how the Broncos were perceived earlier in the season compared to how they're perceived now. Earlier in the season, they were expected to be a one and done in the playoffs team at best. Now, they are potentially expected to win at least a game, maybe? Here's Romy Bean talking about it.
I think a few weeks ago, a lot of people were like, just make the playoffs. You get bounced in the first round, that's cool. Like, get to the wild card. But now you look at this team as they get better each week. I mean, who says they can't make a run? You know, I don't want to put any limits on this team. I do think that they have a championship type of defense. Bo Nix continues to get better each week. I mean, this team is really solid. Special teams has been vastly improved in all 3 facets. They absolutely have a playoff contending team.
Big props to Romy. Not only for her own personal success, she is the first Denver area-based sports anchor, lead sports anchor in any of the programs. I get to work with her on a weekly basis on the Football Blitz on Saturday night for CBS Sports Colorado. It airs at 10:30. We will not be on this week, but I agree. I agree with what she's saying, and I've been through this journey myself, Nate Jackson and Romy, through the year in talking about previewing each of these Broncos games, and the paradigm has shifted dramatically to the point, Raj, where you on our show thread said Bo Nix is on track to be just the 13th quarterback in NFL history to win a postseason game in their rookie season.
He's on track. It's very possible.
Are you backpedaling, Raj?
No, I'm clarifying. He's on track. It is very possible. However, it is not my expectation. If they fail to win a playoff game, I will not look back at the season and go, well, that was disappointing. Everything, as I said yesterday, cherries and rainbow sprinkles and whipped cream on top. It is just topping.
Whipped cream on top, kind of like Varsity Blues, that movie.
Oh, yeah. Exactly
that
like
kind of whipped cream
That's
on
a
top.
hell of a whipped cream, Coach.
I didn't ever see that. I fast forward that scene, but I've heard about it.
Yeah,
Somebody told me about it. Yeah, it was.
Cover my eyes in that.
Yeah, I was a very mature 17-year-old at the time when that movie released.
No, they're on track, but I don't think people. I guess I'm not going to tell you how to fan, but like I think if you change your expectations to expect a win out of this team in the playoffs, I think you may get ahead of your skis a little bit. Can they win? Of course.
Let's just go with the good vibes. Good vibes.
I am in good vibe mode right now.
Yeah,
There's
you know
nothing
what?
that can. I'm like 2 or 3 high noons deep. That's where I am right now. That's my vibe.
You drink high noons. Like,
what do you got against a high noon?
It's just, oh gosh.
Like a pineapple high noon?
Oh,
You got something against that?
Gosh, isn't that what the sounder is right there? I just made my own sound drop.
Why are you yucking my yum?
Gosh, man,
I'm not going to turn that thing down. If it's a lime one or a grapefruit, I'll kick that thing into the sun.
The good Lord above gave us barley and hops.
I'm also not going to turn down a beer. You know that about me.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Maybe on a boat and it's scorching in the southern heat, I'll pop a high noon.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. What's next?
Peyton's been selling everything since then, too.
Last night, former Broncos wide receiver Tim Patrick was the catalyst behind the Lions' 34-31 come-from-behind victory versus the Green Bay Packers. He had 6 receptions for 43 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tim Patrick was the star of the show after the game yesterday. Tim, take it away.
Detroit went and found you in the offseason. After you hadn't played for 2 years, battling injury, how did it feel tonight to get your first 2 touchdowns since 2021?
Amazing. My dad's birthday tomorrow. He passed away, man. That was all him, man. It was all God. I'm blessed, very blessed.
All right, I got 2 game balls. All right. First one here, 6 receptions. I can't read this first one. I'm going to say 43 yards, 2 tugs. His first one since 2021. Tim Patrick.
Thank you guys, man. Thank you for embracing me. It's been a hell of a ride the past 2 years, and I wouldn't want to go on this ride with anybody else but y'all. Appreciate y'all boys.
How about the sound contrast between Tim Patrick's voice and Stone Cold Steve Austin 316's voice in Dan Campbell?
This dude right here with 2 touchdowns overcame all the adversity.
Can you tell me the last quarterback who threw a touchdown pass to Tim Patrick?
Jared, no.
This came in week December 19th, so week 15 of 2021. It was a 15-10 loss at the hands of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Wasn't the Drew Lock star, was it?
Drew Lock.
It was the Lock star, man. And
Drew Lock.
What did Drew do after it?
In that game,
right strap, left strap, chest out, baby. That's my quarterback. Laser beams. That's my quarterback. Yeah.
Lock in that game went 6 of 12 for 88 yards and that solo touchdown. In his next games that season, let's look at his game logs in 2021. After week 15, week 16, they lost by 20 points to the Chargers. He was 18 of 25 for a touchdown, 1 sack. I don't know if he threw a pick in that game. No picks. And then they lost by 4 points when he was 12 of 24 at home against Kansas City in the final week of the season. No touchdowns, no picks in that game. But he did rush for 2 touchdowns.
Happy for Tim Patrick. It's awesome. Most of the things that have come about for the Denver Broncos, I'd say outside of Justin Simmons, the franchise of the Broncos is in better shape. And those players, namely Russ and Tim Patrick, are in better shape as well. Everything worked out in the end.
Hey, Drew Lock's starting a football game this week. You could throw him in there too. He's starting a football game this week. That's a better spot than he was.
Football team, and all of us really want the incarnation of Vic Lombardi playing quarterback for the New York Football Giants, and we want to see the Tommy Cutlets. We want to see some Italian heritage on display, and we're not getting it. Instead, we're getting stupid backpack celebrations.
It's like the only Syracuse alumnus that I hate on consistently.
God, I love Tommy Cutlets.
Todd goes, not me looking for the YouTube of varsity blues and whipped cream. Bonk. What's next?
Peyton's been selling everything since then, too.
Bill Belichick has had discussions with the University of North Carolina about their potential head coaching search. Belichick, 72, he's been out of football all year. He's been with the Manning cast, and he's also been with Inside the NFL. According to ESPN, Bill Belichick wants to coach again and is open to college and the NFL. Guys, let's put on our tinfoil hats here. Is his quote-unquote desire to coach college? Genuine, or is he using it as leverage to get back in the NFL?
Disingenuine. That's what I'm going with. I look to see Bill Belichick as the head football coach, New York Jets,
Chicago Bears.
Boy, that's a bad fit with Caleb Williams. It's a bit of a man.
What are the other teams that have an established quarterback?
Give me the New Orleans Saints.
Like that.
Do you think Dallas opens up a job? Does Dable get fired in the offseason by the Giants?
That's another one.
That's another one that you could look at, because then you can select your quarterback of the future in the draft.
Of these franchises, like the most corporate that I feel like corporate with the chance for Bill Belichick to just play old school NFL, I am the boss, you guys are all my subordinates. I do think it's the New York Giants.
What about this one? Jacksonville. He has familiarity with the backup quarterback.
Oh, gosh. Not great familiarity. There's one decent year.
He has familiarity with that guy. He has the entrenched number one in Trevor Lawrence. He has the ability to select another top-tier player at likely number one overall. And if Jacksonville, I know that the ownership situation is, who knows what the heck they're doing down there. Would you not kick Doug Peterson out the door for Belichick? I would. And that's a gettable or a gettable division too. If he wants to walk in, because the main goal for him, I don't think it's necessarily to win another Super Bowl. It's to be the winningest football coach of all time. And the easiest way to do that is to go into a crap division. I think that's a good spot for him. He's not coaching college football, man. That's insane. That is an insane thing. They're doing the whole McAfee where, like Saban's, oh yeah, would you interview for the West Virginia job? That's what's happening right here. NFL head coach, man. Jacksonville's a great spot for that guy. Jacksonville is a great spot for that
Yeah,
coach.
he loves boats and young co-ed aged females. It's a good spot. So scantily clad.
I'll plant my flag right there. Bill Belichick, the head coach of the 2025-26 Jacksonville Jaguars.
There you go. Now that we've gotten a serious portion of that discussion out of the way, let's head to the text line. 303-906. He's just trying to get his girlfriend a scholarship.
And an NIL deal as well, while you're at it. So good.
I heard the SI swimsuit model is still in big business right now.
KJ, give me one more.
What?
Peyton's been selling everything since then, too.
All right, quickly here. Joe Burrow, reportedly on Hard Knocks this week, talked about buying the Batmobile for roughly $3 million. He insisted that it will be driven, and when he drives it, he will wear the Batman suit. What I would tell all you listeners, please, everything I just said, don't even worry about it, because Joe Burrow, he's just going to deny the reports.
Can you talk us through how you decided you wanted to buy a Batmobile?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's the answer you get.
There's no follow-up.
Is the Batmobile is that the pinnacle of superhero vehicles?
I think the Jetsons jetpack. I'd rather
You just want a flying saucer?
I want a flying saucer.
You're not a Quinjet guy from the Avengers? You're not a invisible jet from Wonder Woman?
What about the Iron Man suit?
Oh, Iron Man suit's a good one, Coach. Iron Man suit's a good one.
I think flying is, flying in your person is cooler than being able to fly in a vehicle, in a car.
Because the vehicle can get heavily damaged and dinged. Someone could steal the vehicle. No one's going to steal. I'm not going to get body snatched. But if I leave that thing on Colfax, someone breaks a window? Allstate's going to insure that thing? Come on.
More important than the discussion of Joe Burrow and the purchase of a Batmobile, is Zach Taylor going to be on the used car lot when this season's over?
So are we opening up another option for Bill Belichick?
He did say famously, we're on to Cincinnati.
He could then turn around and we're on to New England. I would love that for him.
So good.
I would love that for him. Oh, that's NFL Notes. We do it every single day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20. It's brought to you by your most complete local appliance store, Mountain High Appliance locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll pop some tops on the other side.
know it's been like a kind of a recurring thing all year, but is there anything that can be done differently about the slow starts? Obviously, kind of another one tonight.
Yeah, that slow start lasted 45 minutes, so it wasn't really a slow start. It's them outplaying us. So, but we've been talking about that. I'm not going to keep regurgitating it every day.
Salty Bedsy after the game, 5-3 loss, empty netter. Avs are closer to figuring it out than the Nuggets are.
Bedsy, somebody steal your flat bill? Somebody take away your hair gel?
It's a little salty. I
like it.
There's been a lot of questions about
I'm a
the
fan.
goalies and the starts, and rightfully so. The goaltending has been bad. I thought Wedgwood, while 4 goals on 34 shots against, it's not exactly what you want. I thought he was good enough and gave the Avs a chance.
I'm going to do the math really quickly in my head. That's 88.2% on the save percentage.
He's 88.4.
Okay, that's close.
And Kevin tried to round up, and you got a little mad about him last time. It's not exactly what you want. I still think he gave them a great chance to stay in the game, particularly when Carolina was buzzing the first and second periods. And for you to only be down 3-1.
They're a buzzing outfit.
They're a good team. They're a good team.
They skate. Frenetic skaters of the ice rink.
I just looked at the fact that you didn't capitalize on your chances at key times in the game. McKinnon doesn't score on a breakaway. OC doesn't score on a breakaway. Makar makes a sensational individual effort to weave his way through 4 players as a 5-on-3 ended and became a 5-on-4, and then he just blows a tire after he'd gotten past everyone. There were certain situations where Colorado just didn't find the back of the net, and if you convert on one of those, it's an overtime game, you get a point. We have a completely different outlook on last night's game. I think they're closer to figuring it out. The expected goals numbers, the underlying numbers for the Avs tell you that they are a better team than what their record says. I'm willing to bet on the Avs figuring this out. I worry that if the Nuggets don't make a philosophical change to simply do this, start shooting more threes, it's not going to turn around. Because as we look at what happened last night, you get outscored 66-18 from beyond the arc. The minutes without Nikola Jokic continue to be horrible. This was on NBA TV. Offensive rating, net rating, field goal percentage, 3-point field goal percentage, and assist to turnover ratio. When Nikola is on the court, they are first in the NBA in every single one of those metrics. When he is not, they are either 30th, 29th, or 28th. Those 2 things continue to hamper this Nuggets team. I think it starts with shooting more threes. I know you don't want to do it. It is the antithesis of what Michael Malone is and what Nikola Jokic is. But I fear that the league is leaving them behind.
I believe that the Nuggets have endured a bad stretch of basketball, an inconsistent stretch of basketball, where those numbers are 100% right. Nikola Jokic has had to shoulder way too much of the burden.
It's playing too much.
But I do go back. I rewind in my mind to the schedule release day that I was doing a program with Chris Dempsey, and Demps talked about the front-loaded nature of this schedule. Now, on the flip side of that, I look at the upcoming schedule for the Nuggets, and as they're licking their wounds and as they're addressing some of the major deficiencies, and this team, not the coach, because the coach has been demanding. He's demanding that they play better defensively, that they make better decisions with the basketball and don't turn it over so much. The team itself is going to have a come-to-Jesus moment where we have to start doing these little things consistently better. And it happens to come in a stretch where you're playing in the next several games, a road trip, but you're playing the Wizards, a 2-18 club. You're playing the Hawks, a 12-11 club. You're home against the Clippers. You're against the 10-13 Kings team, who is a scary team.
Have you seen what's happening with the Kings, though? De'Aaron Fox is in trade rumors right now.
He is a baller.
He is in trade rumors. The Nuggets are plus 700.
Gosh, I wish that it's plus 700.
Plus 700. They
get over here.
They have the 4th best odds according to Bovada. Orlando is at plus 400, leading the pack. Miami plus 450, Houston 600, and then Denver and LA, the Clippers, at plus 7.
So then you got the Trailblazers, the Pels, and then a couple against the Suns, who, obviously 12-9 basketball team. I believe that the Nuggets are going to get it together in this stretch. And I believe that the Avs stretch also opens up a bit as well. You know, the stretch of they are playing the Devils in the next several weeks.
It's a good team.
A good team. Outside of that, these are games that we should come into the Christmas season, the Hanukkah season, feeling much better about both of these franchises and the arrow trending in a positive direction.
Colorado, at the very, very least, over their next 3 games, the 7th, the 8th, and the 10th, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday. At the very least, you should walk out with 4 of 6. Detroit is a very beatable team. Don't have it together. Derek Lalonde might get fired in the next month. Pittsburgh is awful. Just god-awful. New Jersey's a good team.
Can you just sneak Sid into maybe one of the
Put him
bags?
into a
equipment bag?
Put him on the wrong flight. Home Alone to him.
Yeah, let's get him over here.
Kevin!
Sydney! Where's Sydney?
I made my parents disappear. All right, Coach, on Fridays, we pop tops, and it is time to do so. What are you watching this weekend, Coach Sanford?
Well, as I get my figurative cold beverage out to pop the top, I want to pop the top first and foremost to one of our most loyal listeners and Safeway Twitch members, and that is our favorite, Marie. She is commonly known as Bittersweets. Happy birthday to you.
Hey.
Have an awesome weekend. You are a big part of what makes that Twitch community go, and we love you. I am going to be watching the Boise State Broncos, and I will most likely soil my shorts because I am nervous about this football contest tonight. UNLV is playing good football. Boise State has played uneven football. It will be on tonight on the Altitude Sports Radio airwaves on 92.5 at 6 p.m. Pop the top, baby.
All right, I'm going to the NFL. This game doesn't really matter for the Broncos. I'm just really excited to see Jameis Winston play football again after the chaos that he caused on Monday night. They've already beaten the Steelers within the past 2 weeks. Now they go to Pittsburgh. This is an 11 a.m. game on Sunday. I'm very excited to see whether or not he can kind of plant his flag as I'm going to be the guy here next year. You should re-sign me if you can. Would you cut Deshaun Watson with all the guaranteed money he's got going on there? But it feels like he's a fit for that community. I'm watching that game. I'm popping it top to the Browns and the Steelers. I cannot wait for that football game.
I'm going to pop a top for another college football championship game, and I love this one because the Big 12 championship game is being hosted in Jerry World down in Dallas, Texas, a true neutral site contest in the Big 12 between Arizona State, Cam Scattaboo, and they got the Iowa State team that has found ways to win games. I think it's going to be a tremendous game with massive implications on the college football playoff.
It'd be tough for me to put a beer back in the fridge, but I would do so for Clemson and SMU because I'm not watching that football game. Penn State and Oregon is the one that I'm popping a top to. Can't wait to watch the Big Ten title game. But that is going to do it for us for this week. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next. Enjoy your bye weekend, people. We'll see you Monday morning at 10 a.m.
Funky Friday. What you gonna do, man? Sunshine is out. The malls are open. The weekend's here. The Nuggalanche last night sucked. But then you watch that football game and...
Dude.
It made me realize a bunch of things about life. Well, with that, Scott, how you doing there, man? You in D.C.? I assume you're in D.C.
I am Washington, D.C. I'm staying here at the Watergate Hotel. There's some people over there look like they're fiddling with some sort of desk or safe or something.
Oh,
nice.
So it's not at the Watergate Hotel. It's at the hotel across from the Watergate
Correct.
Hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Make more sense.
But I brought my binoculars, and I could see into the Watergate Hotel. It looks like a flashlight, which is really weird for this time of day.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon there. Why the hell have a flashlight? Well, wait, listen, go down in the garage, and you'll probably see some tape trying to keep some doors open, and you just take it from there, and you'll be fine.
Well, there was a guy holding a burning piece of paper in his hand. Hey, feel free during the break to tell Dan all these
all the references.
Watergate.
Sure. Where are you? Are you really? I've been to the Watergate Hotel. It's really nice. Have you? Are you actually at the Watergate, or are you somewhere else?
We actually we're somewhere else, but we actually, and I know I was with the Nuggets, and it might have been when we played. We actually stayed, and it might have been in the hotel across from the Watergate break-ins, because I remember looking out and I go, man, those buildings, because you can recognize the kind of shape, how they were shaped. And so I did, I think, stay in that hotel that was right across from those infamous buildings. But no, I couldn't even tell you where it is from where we are right now.
My radio days in Washington were short. They were really interesting, though. It was only for a few months. I was hired to work with a guy called the Grease Man. He ended up getting fired for being a racist 3 days before I was supposed to start with them. Look it up. Yeah, quite a story. They stuck me on at night. I thought I was going to be part of a new morning show, and they realized, hey, we're not going to do a morning show. And so 6 months later, Hasta La Vista, good old DMAC.
Well, it was a good run.
So I did 7 to midnight on WARW. I introduced Pink Floyd and Elton John for 6 months, and they realized they could get anybody to do that, and they did. But I really did love living in D.C. My wife worked at American University in the law school, trying to find people jobs. You lived in D.C. for quite a while. Well, not D.C. You lived in.
Well, I was in
Virginia.
I was in Northern Virginia for 4 years, but spent tons of time down there.
In the district.
It's a great place to live temporarily. I'd never want to be there full time, but it was a lot of fun to have a little stint there. All the art, all the history, everything's free.
Scotty, I know you really love to get the Ubre Eze and not do anything.
Yeah.
But if I could tell you something cool to do that wouldn't take a lot of... Are you in the district? Are you actually in the district?
Dude, I don't know.
You would know if you're in the district or if you're in Maryland or Virginia, Scott. You would know. You really would know.
I think you know what? I think George Washington University is less than a half a mile from here.
What's the name of the hotel?
Well, he might not want to say the name of the hotel because, with that being said. Let me give you a little piece of fun thing to do. Okay, just a little fun thing to do. Because I know you don't like to do a lot of things. Never mind the unbelievable amount of museums and historic things and just the,
you like these monument
history.
Things here.
Yeah, so you should, but you're not going to do any of that. Do this.
I've done that.
I know. Take the metro to DuPont Circle and take the escalator up. It's one of the coolest piece of architecture I've ever seen in this country. The metro station. The escalator from the DuPont Circle metro station. So get on the metro, get yourself to DuPont Circle, get yourself a little coffee or something, all sorts of cool stuff right there, and check out that escalator. I'm being serious here.
Is that metro station, do they have like restaurants and bars and everything inside this giant train station?
Oh, that's Union Station, and it is pretty impressive. It's like a mall.
Yeah, that's another.
We used to take the train down to Union Station.
Okay, well that's great
we
too.
Stayed in Maryland. We stayed in Maryland at the time. We would go down to Union Station. They had a couple bars and restaurants and boom, and we actually stayed too late one time and missed all the trains heading back our way.
Oh, the Amtrak's a big deal out there. It's kind of fun.
Let me tell you, the metro, it's clean. It runs. I don't know how often you took the metro while you lived in Virginia.
Never.
I
took the Amtrak, but
the metro, the subway, it's the subway. That's their subway. It's unbelievable. It's clean, it's safe, it's easy, it runs all the time. It is really incredible. And I bet you're not far from a metro stop. So I'm giving you a little advice, Scott. A little like, hey, this wouldn't kill you. It's not going to be boring.
Well, I already kind of ventured out this morning. This is the first hotel we stayed in that didn't have their own little coffee machines you can make some espresso or something in, which is really a bummer. So there's a coffee place, non-name brand, local, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Hey, well, let me ding. Hey, I'm going to get a large. This is the large. And I'm like, really?
Well, there you go.
You get a lot of espresso in that, though.
It don't taste like it.
We're going to get into the Nuggalanche in just a little bit, and we're going to try to fix the Nuggets, which is going to be difficult. I'm not going to lie.
Quarter post, we're kind of right at the quarter post.
We're going to spend a lot of time. Hey, we're going to spend a lot of time on it. Trust me, a lot of time coming up here in a little bit.
Well, I saw a little bit of you and Oren last night.
Yeah, that was fun. My guy Oren, he's back in the mix with me a little bit, so it's awesome. He's a good dude.
He got a beard and some dreads now?
He does.
He's got all sorts of stuff going on. He lives in Maryland.
He looks like he's like 40 years old still.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a young-looking older guy. I think he's my age. He's ish my age. He lives in Maryland.
Is he going to try to come to the game tomorrow?
That's a good question. I'll ask him. That'd be awesome if he could. Yeah, that is a really good question. I'll pass it along. I'll have him come say hi to you. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
We'll get to it in a little bit. I want to say something about the Detroit Lions and their fans and Dan Campbell. It must be something else to be part of the Detroit Lions cult right now.
Dude.
The Detroit Lions cult, and that's what it is forgiving. They're in love with each other. Do you realize how quirky it was to do what Dan Campbell did last night?
It's the first time since 2000 that a coach had gone for it inside, what was he on, like the 30 or something, whatever he was on. It was like the first time since 2000 that a coach had gone for it with the opportunity to win the game right then.
Not only, but you say it like 2000 as if it's recent. It's the second team over the last 45 years to go for it on fourth down inside the opposing team's 25-yard line with the score tied in the final minute. You're right about 2021, actually. It was the Bengals did it in Week 17 of the 2021 season. It has happened twice in 45 seasons of NFL football.
Dude, it's wild.
And what's the percentage of it working out?
We got two opportunities,
2 for 2.
so 1 for 1, 1 out of 2 at least. The other one worked?
No, the other one worked because they drew a defensive penalty.
Well, that's what everybody thought they were trying to do last night.
So it's the first time in 45 years that they actually ran a play.
Which I'll give you this, though. You want to talk about softening up the defense. It sort of low-key genius because everybody thinks they're just going with the dummy count, including the defense. And I don't know if you saw the movement that the offensive line got on that, but it was ridiculous. I mean, those guys were like 4 or 5 yards back. Look, it's nuts. He went for it. I wouldn't have done it. But I'll tell you this. There ain't a player in the league that doesn't want to play for that man.
Okay.
I mean, every single player in the NFL is dreaming of playing for Dan Campbell.
Scott, what do you think?
Having been in Detroit, and listen, it's a miserable place winter-wise to live. I mean, it is just nasty, cold, and gray the entire winter. But they have fervent fans.
It's a cult.
And, the Red Wings were dominant for a long time. The Pistons were dominant for a long time. Both those teams are on the struggle bus. And while they were winning, the Lions were horrible. When I was there, I got to know Chris Spillman a little bit and became buddies with him. And he is loved to this day by the city.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't win football. I think they had one winning football game when Wayne Fontes was in there, right? Didn't they get the playoffs and Wayne Fontes?
There you go.
And that was like the last time until Campbell came around. But that city, you're right, Ty, that city loves him. They love
America
the fact that
loves
he's
him. I mean,
ballsy.
the whole world loves him.
But you realize how we would be killing Sean Payton if he did the same thing. You guys realize
Well,
that,
hold
right?
on now. Hold on. Maybe on that third down in Kansas City, if you'd actually gone to try to get a first down, you might have softened up that defense, got a first down, ran the clock down, and even got closer to kick a field goal.
Chip shot field, but they didn't do it for improved field goal position. They went from a 38-yard field goal to a 35-yard field goal. It was to run the clock out.
Yeah, well, listen, they were playing with a practice squad defense. That's what the Lions were doing. They're playing, their whole defense was out. They're playing with a bunch of practice squatters that are out there, and they legitimately didn't think that they could stop them for 35 seconds. But the crazy part about it
is
that if they did get stopped right there, all it is 2 passes for Jordan Love, and they're in field goal range.
It was insane.
Did you happen to look at Jordan Love's numbers?
I can.
Well, he was not
it?
throwing the ball very well in the first half for sure.
I was going to say, dude, for like 170 yards.
Okay, do you support the decision that Dan Campbell made?
Yeah, because it's his identity. It's what they do.
Scott,
and Tim Patrick said after the game that Dan Campbell told him beforehand that he was going to do that.
Okay. Do you guys think Sean Payton did the right thing by kicking the field goal?
I do.
On the Broncos' 4th down when they were in chip shot range instead of going for it?
I do.
Okay.
There's a difference, though.
What's the difference?
Denver's been a crap team for 8, 9, 10 years, and these guys are an up-and-coming and one of the favorites for the Super Bowl, and they just – it added to their mystique is all it did, in my opinion.
So he was mystique adding?
It's
that was the point?
It's an identity that they're never going to veer from.
Yeah.
Whether it hurts them or whether it pays off, they're not going to veer from what their identity is.
And that's why I call them a cult, because they do things that just rationally don't make sense, but everybody's cool with. That's a cult right there. That's a sports cult right there. And here's my big hot take on the Lions. And I do want the Broncos to be the Lions in 2 years. I want that culture. I want that success. I think that's great. Here's what I don't want. I don't want a coach to be culture legacy building in irrational sort of ways. I want my coach to make sense. So here's my big hot take. They will lose in the NFL.
12-1 record.
I got it.
To make sense out of it.
I got it. They will lose to the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game on some sort of emotional, this is our identity sort of moment, just like they did last year. They will repeat that again, and it will cost them from going to the Super Bowl because of that.
It might, sure. When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So it very well could happen, or it goes the other way, and it pays off just like it's paid off all year long. So you've got an identity. You've got a team that is going to go down swinging, and that's the most important thing, is that you've established inside your locker room, we're swinging, man. That is what we're doing, and that goes a long ways in building an identity on the team.
Scott?
Yeah, they're not going to move over and have the quarterback go to the opposite hash mark for a better field goal. They're going to try to go for it.
Do you think? Are you implying what the Broncos did was the wrong thing against the Chiefs?
Yes.
That is insane.
But
that is crazy.
I said it after the game. I would have handed it off and tried to pick up another first down and run it up the thing instead of you actually lost 2 yards by trying to
trying to
do what he did.
Well, ironically,
it.
The Broncos were actually
Pick a
trying to
first
do
down.
the same thing that Dan Campbell was trying to do.
Of course.
They were trying to run the clock out.
That's exactly what they were doing. They just didn't have a fourth.
Run the clock out with a 34 dive.
They ran the clock out for a chip shot field goal. It's the same exact
thing. Lost
thing.
2 yards on the thing. Run it up the middle in the gut and punch him in the mouth.
Dude,
tell Kansas City we've come for your children. We're going to eat your kneecaps. We're coming up. We're going to bite your kneecaps on the way up.
I mean,
that was a chance to bite some kneecaps. Punch him in the mouth. Pick up 5 yards. First down and whatever. Go.
It's working. They're winning. But, boys, when they lose the NFC Championship game, and I don't know what it's going to be.
That's a glass half empty. Your glass half empty today.
I mean, you're not, like, of course the sword could kill you, but it could win for him also.
It's the first time a snap was made and a play was run in that situation in 45 years. Amazing.
Well,
and it worked. And it worked. It worked.
When did it change that we're throwing the ball 56 times a game instead of running it 56 times? I mean, there was a switch in that venture at one time also. Let's see if more coaches start grabbing cojones and start doing stuff like this.
I got another big hot take that you
They
guys
already are, Scott. I mean, you've never had more fourth down attempts in the history of the NFL than we've had the last couple of years.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm not bothered by going for it on 4th and 1 from your own 30, whatever. I actually thought that was fine.
That one was dumber than the way I wanted to end.
Oh, I very respectfully but strongly disagree with you on that one.
I mean, that one, the game's kind of in the middle. You never know what's going to go on. You had a chance to just win the game right then and there.
Hey, who is Dan Campbell, one of his mentors?
It's Sean Payton.
Yeah. He wanted to run and get a first down, get a little bit closer because he saw Sean screwed up in Kansas City and didn't want to get a missed field goal.
All right, we'll get into the Nuggets and the Avalanche and all that sort of stuff and more about this game. And I have another one that you're going to both disagree with, but the fans are going to love. The fans will love it, and you guys will hate it. It's all coming up here on PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Holidays are here. Such a gorgeous day. Beautiful weekend on tap, too. So maybe this is perfect for you to get to Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. This is what Mike Maroney is going to do for you. They're going to give you more for the holidays event going on right now. One-time savings on new 2024 Ford F-150s and Broncos. Plus, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Wherever you are, they will come to you. That is more. And there's a better way to start the buying process at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Just go to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com or drop by 3rd and Alpine and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont and have your chance to unwrap unprecedented savings. The best Broncos and F-150s do go fast. So how about this for the holidays? On this gorgeous weekend here in Colorado, stop by 3rd and Alpine at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont and find out for yourself. Online, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. It's a funky Friday.
Meow.
Meow. All right, so yesterday, and it's funny because tomorrow is the same thing. The Avs and Nuggets do play at the exact same time tomorrow, too. But, it's the weekend, not the weekday, so it feels a little different. But they do the same thing. It's the Nuggets against... if Washington isn't the worst team in the NBA, they are so bad. Do you know they didn't win a game in November?
Yikes.
They're awful.
That's a month.
And you know what's crazy? It's a must-win game for the Nuggets, which is stupid to even say, but it is. And then Detroit, the Avs are in Detroit, which, used to be a big rivalry. Now it's not. But that is happening at the same time. I think even though their seasons, record-wise, are somewhat similar, I think the stories with the two teams are radically different. Because the Avs are still being impacted by a lot of injuries. And the goaltending stuff, as it turns out, the wedgie is, the wedgie, Gorgie, Eustace, whatever. It doesn't seem to make a difference. You put 30 to 34 shots on the Avs. They give up 4 goals and good luck.
Yep.
So it doesn't seem to make a difference one way or the other. You want to keep going with the wedgie? Okay. You want to go with Georgie? I don't know. It doesn't even seem to matter. So you give up those shots, you give up those goals. You win some of them games, you lose some of them games. Depends on how your offense does if they can score goals. But they are injured, and they'll get a bunch of guys back. This Nuggets team, Scott, ain't nobody walking through the door right now unless you're going to do something about it. This is the team. And you just allowed, and I get it, Cleveland's the best team on threes this year. I mean, I do understand that, but I'm sure the Nuggets were quite aware of it before the game as well. Yep. You allowed 22 three-pointers? I mean, you got to be kidding me. And where was the heart? Where was the energy? Where was the life? Where was it? And you've backed yourself into such a corner right now that if Nikola Jokic doesn't go for 32 to 36 points, you're going to lose. And he can't miss easy shots, which he did. And he only shot 50%, not 56%. He only scored 27 points, not 32 points. And because of that, you lost. And hey, man, that ain't on Michael Porter Jr. That dude had the exact game your number 3 guy should have. That was fine. We go back again to Jamal, man. I hate to be a broken record on this, bro. But if you're going to be the second best player on the team, you better start playing like the second best player on the team. And you can't just be like, hey, Jamal was okay. You can't just be okay. And where's the leadership? Where's the fire? Where's the energy? Where's any of it? And it's up and down. I call them the Christmas light schedule. Because if you look at the ESPN.com records, red is, or L is red, and a W is green. Look at their record over the past 11 games. Red, green, red, green, red, green, red,
it's
green.
Nine straight last night became, I think, 9 straight. They've gone win, loss, win, loss, win, loss.
There's no consistency. And this is after you won 5 games in a row and 7 out of 8 after dropping your first 2 games. You went into life outside basketball weekend. That was the Memphis series. And it was life outside basketball, and you haven't recovered really since.
Well, the crazy part is we all know the Cavs were going to hit their threes. Well, I didn't know they were going to make it like they did last night. I mean, that was freaking wild. They hit absolutely everything. But it always feels like the old school adage is when the other team's hitting threes and you can't, drive to the lane, drive to the bucket, right? And the Nuggets were attempting to do that, and there was a point in the fourth quarter, I'm watching the game, and Scott's having a conversation with Katie, and Katie says that the Nuggets had missed 14 layups, and Scott's like, yeah, and they've also missed 22 shots in the paint. So it wasn't just they couldn't hit the three-pointers. Even when they're driving, they can't make a bucket. Nikola Jokic couldn't even make a bucket in the second half.
They and yet they ended up with 72 points in paint. I talked to Brad Doherty at halftime, who is the Cavs color guy and a buddy of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And Denver was minus 33 from the three-point line, and the bench was outscored 26-6, and Denver was down 4. So you got to figure something out in there that, okay, I think they're closer than we want to believe that they are. And now we got to find out what are the stragglers that are costing something. They end up having 72 points in the paint last night, which is a phenomenal number. But again, they made 6 threes. We just had our production meeting before I came on air. We're going to look at some of the stats for tomorrow. But I don't know, every one of their losses, but I'll bet you in over half of their losses, they've been in single digits making threes. And that's, you talked about Dan Campbell going crazy on things, and Tyler pointed out that more and more teams are going for it on fourth down.
Mm-hmm.
Trends change. Trends are changing in the NBA. The Celtics admitted they want to shoot 50 threes a game. All right.
50?
Have you, and this is, and it's
Well,
just
the Cavs shot 48 last night. They were 22 of 48.
Boston, remember one of those preseason games, shot 60 or 61. And we were like, what? Oh, my God. That's a new trend in the NBA. And if you're looking for outliers and trying to pick a thing but being to the bottom, what could help, what it couldn't help, is Denver, as they've fallen behind in that trend. I think last night they made 6, but they only shot like 24, didn't they?
Well, how did Jamal
6 of 24.
Even 5?
3.
Like 3?
One of 3.
I was going to say it had to have been less than 5.
1 of 3. Michael Porter Jr.
He was 1 of 3.
Michael Porter Jr. was 3
Strother didn't
of
make
6.
any. Peyton
No.
Watson 1 of 2. Christian Brown 0 for 3.
Westbrook 1 for 3. Peyton Watson, hit 1 out of his 2. That's cool.
Hit 1 and then barely got iron on the second. But the point being is, if that's a trend, how far behind that curve are you right now, and is there hope there? And listen, there's a whole bunch of other things, including what you brought up just a second ago. But I'll just throw this out there. Who are your shooters?
Jamal Murray is a 3-point shooter. Shoot the 3-pointer. But you're going to have to play with a little life and energy, bro. You're going to have to step up.
Here's a stat for you. He shot at this time, because we're going to do this tomorrow, through the first 20 games or so, he shot 42% from 3. This year, I think he's at 31.
Yeah, not good enough. And he needs to have a little sense of urgency out there, too, with it.
I mean, is the answer to keep shooting, though?
Yes.
It is?
You don't have a choice. Or you're just going to lose.
I don't know.
You're going to be a mid-team. You're going to be a 9 seed. You're going to be in the play-in tournament. And you're going out in the first round if you even get there. That's what's going to happen right now.
My bigger question is, I think we could talk to the individuals, and we'll get into that. But I'm still saying, is this team built to do a large, massive number of threes in a game? Does this team – it can't just be one guy. Now, Jamal, and I'm not letting him off the hook, Jamal has not played well. And he's not played consistent, and that's and it started last year in the postseason, really, or maybe even the last part of the season. Continued through the summer with the Olympic team. He's got to find something within himself. Is it okay? I'm gonna take a week off and actually physically train different. He started off the season last year so hot. From threes, but it seemed like he had his legs. I don't feel he's got his legs under
Then shut it down. If that's the case, shut it down if you need to for 2 weeks.
Shut it down and get it right.
Yes.
I agree with that.
If that's the problem.
But that being said, the bigger picture. Let's go big picture just for a second, because I heard you guys last night on your podcast. I don't disagree with some of the stuff, and we won't get in to what some of the stuff Warren was saying, but I don't disagree, because he went drastic on a couple of things with what did he say? Him and his boys were talking about something, right?
Yes.
But the point is, the trend is the NBA is now shooting 30, 40, 50 threes a game.
Yep.
Are you behind that curve?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, what's the answer? Who do you got? Who have you drafted over the last 3 years that is shooters?
Julian Strawther.
Shooters.
Julian Strawther. Julian Strawther is a shooter.
Yep.
And what was that whole bit we did one day, me and you?
He needs glasses. Corrective lenses.
Strother's got to break out. If Strother doesn't break out, then you're in big time trouble.
Yes.
And he, and because he's a lesser guy, if you will, than a Jamal Murray, his inconsistency is pretty big too.
Someone on the text line says Jamal needs to pull a Jameis and pray to be delivered from missing the threes.
Deliver me from – well, he's got to take the threes first. He's got to take threes. He only took 3.
Yeah, but he was 2 of 7 the game before.
You know,
I don't care.
I don't know.
I don't care.
I don't know what the stats say, but if there's any small comfort in what Jamal's going through right now, and granted, this is to the extreme, but it feels to me like he is historically a slow starter. And now this is like you're a quarter way through the season now, so I don't know if that still is defined as a slow start. But Scott, would you agree with that? Year after year, it feels like he's a slow starter, and then he finds his rhythm.
Yeah, I think more times than not. But the fear factor comes in because of how it ended last year, what we saw in the summertime, and then it's continued into the season.
Right.
I think there is a fear. I know he's a prideful guy. I believe he's a hard-working guy. But the turnaround of consistently winning games, and I really did. And I think Brett Kane said it the other day, and he stole a line. Of course, you know how radio hosts, they're going to steal lines and not give any credit anywhere. But Tiger Woods said years and years ago when he was dominating, he said, sometimes you have to learn to win a tournament when you've only got your B or C game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think over the last few years, Denver's been able to win games when they have their B or C game, right? I think the league's caught up, but I don't think they're good enough to win games with the C game anymore very often.
Nope.
Might be able to against Washingtons. You might be able to against Carolinas and some of the lesser teams, if you will. But, I don't think you can beat the Clippers with a low B or C game, and that's what happened in L.A. a couple weeks ago or a couple weekends ago. So, I don't think they're built to shoot threes. I think they got to add shooting to this team. I think you got to find somebody that can come off the bench and be a scary scorer for you. They don't have that. I was talking to somebody in the PR staff last night. When Joker's minutes on the season at 11-9, isn't that what they are? 11-9.
Mm-hmm.
When Joker's on the game, their scoring efficiency is like number 1 in the league, and when he leaves the game, they're 30th.
Yeah,
they're 30th.
Right, like they can't afford Yoke to miss 5 easy shots, which he did yesterday. Can't do it. Cannot have you miss 5 easy shots, which is ridiculous. Hey, you a big fan of Sam Merrill? Tyler, you a big fan of Sam?
But I tell you what, he plays with a whole lot of confidence, doesn't he?
But does anybody really even know who Sam Merrill is?
No.
Yeah, he's from Utah State. He's on Cleveland's bench, who, by the way, went 5 deep off their bench. He played 21 minutes and jacked up 7 3-pointers. Jamal Murray, hold on real quick. Jamal Murray played 42 minutes and took 3 3-pointers, and some dude is on a mission from Utah State to jack up threes. Now, he only hit 2 of them, but so what? That's playing with confidence from some cat named Sam Merrill. And our guy is putting up 3?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're at a point now that there's no motivational tactic. There's no button you can push with Jamal right now to get him out of this funk. This is going to take like some deep-rooted sports psychology to get him out of this thing. And Michael Malone's going to have to walk a fine line there of figuring out how to – motivate's not even the right word, because I promise you the dude's embarrassed, right? And when you're embarrassed, generally speaking, that's when you're at your most motivated. It's like a psychology deal that he needs.
Well, Malone could not have given more opportunity last night. He played him for 42 minutes, Scott. He was begging him to be that guy last night. Begging him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I listen, I do not disagree with any of it. I don't disagree with some of the stuff with Lauren or Oren said yesterday, although there are rules in place that his little idea could not happen. I'm not sure this year, or at least for 90 days. Man, I don't know. Like I said, I know Jamal a little bit off the court, and he's always been good to me. His dad's always been good to me. I've had some honest conversations with both. He can be a little prickly as you said, sometimes in the post game interviews. But I know there's a competitor in there and a guy who wants to be better than he is. But sometimes the hardest thing to do. I watched a speech one time, and I used to give this when I spoke at clinics to kids. There's everybody in your life you can lie to. You know, you can lie to Tyler sitting across from you, or Dan behind the glass, or me in this little box. You can lie to your wife. You can lie to your parents. The one guy that you can't ever lie to is the guy in the mirror. And sometimes you have to take a hard look at that guy in the mirror. And remember I told you that story about the orange, right? You squeeze an orange and orange juice comes out. Squeeze people, and if bad is coming out, guess what? People can decide what they put inside them. And maybe it's time Jamal needs that hard look at himself in the mirror and go, I'm not doing this. Is there some animosity? I had somebody reach out to me last night, and Tyler, you and I have talked about this a million times. Team-only meetings, you know, are sometimes just for show, but I've been in a couple that actually worked. It might be time for a come-to-Jesus meeting between some guys where some real honesty happens and some real conversation happens.
And Russell Westbrook is the leader.
Well, and you know what? And listen, the one team meeting that did the most work for us was in a hotel room, Marriott Hotel in Salt Lake City. And it got honest, and it got real fast. And there was I remember Tree Rollins getting up, having to hold a guy back. I mean, it was. But you know what? We turned it on after that because, you know, even though your first reaction, when I used to go to therapy, the therapist said, first reaction when attacked by a human being is defensive. That's your first motion. That's the first thing that comes to mind. If you can get over that and actually stop and listen, then something positive can happen. And we turned the season around and became really, we became probably a top 3 or 4 team in the league that year. They may need that, and I'm not big for calling team-only meetings, but it almost feels like it's about time.
Altitude Sports Radio is giving away a custom set of irons from Adele Golf. Just text EDEL, that's right, 303-504-0925. Reply to the bounce back with your name, and you're entered for an extra entry into the drawing. Head to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele and fill out the entry form. Check out the special section on AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll announce the winner on Monday. That's EDEL to 303-504-0925. Ready for a Broncos hot take the listeners will love and you guys will hate. And you're going to call me stupid. I guarantee it. That's coming up next.
And the day you start to realize you're losing your hair is a bad day. And it's even worse when you watch the hair continue to fall out. So you probably go online and you're looking for answers. You might have bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're looking for stuff that's going to work. And unfortunately, nothing's growing your hair back. You spent a lot of money. Your pocketbook's getting thinner. Your hair's getting thin at the same time. Time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with Advanced Hair Restoration. Tyler here. And guys, I worked with Advanced Hair. And I'm going to tell you firsthand that they are the best of the best. They've got cutting-edge technology. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team over at Advanced Hair, they're so phenomenal. You're going to absolutely love them. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment. And guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, it's a comforting feeling when a company believes in their product so much that they guarantee it for life. That's what Advanced Hair Restoration does. They guarantee that your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day after you receive the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, if you call today, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and check out those before and after photos at Advanced Hair WinAir.com.
Michael Malone is scheduled to join us to start the Michael Malone Show this year at 1:30 today. We look forward to having to coach. Should he just stop by your room, Scott? Would that be easier if he just comes by and just... No. So that's coming up at 1:30. Look forward to that. Watch
No,
it.
I don't think he'll come by.
You don't think he'll come by? Really?
No, I don't have a coffee machine in here.
Well, I didn't know that. Well, forget it then. All right, here's my red hot. Well, I got two. The Lions will lose in a disastrous Dan Campbell this is who we are, but it doesn't make sense moment in the NFC Championship game. Can't say exactly what it is, but it'll be something about this is who we are, this is what we do. It'll make no sense, and they'll lose, and they won't go to the Super Bowl again this year. That's one. Here's my red hot take. The Denver Broncos will end the legacy of the Kansas City Chiefs by beating them in back-to-back weeks.
All right.
They're playing them in Week 18, 17th game of the season.
Are they playing their starters in Week 18?
The Chiefs are not. The Chiefs will be the number 2 seed because they will lose another game, and they've already lost the tiebreaker to the Bills. The Bills will be the number 1 seed. Kansas City will be locked in at 2. And as juicy as it would be to play the Steelers, we'll probably lose to the Chargers, and the Ravens will probably be seated ahead of the Broncos as well, as they have the tiebreaker over the Broncos. So most likely the Broncos are the number 7 seed. Now, the Broncos with Bo Nix won't have anything to play for either, but it's Bo Nix, it's a rookie, so he'll play, and consequently all the starters will play because Bo's playing. The Chiefs will not. The Chiefs will do like the Broncos did, Scott, back in the day against Miami when their undefeated season was ruined and they knew they could face the Dolphins. They put out the most bland game plan of all time and got beat by the Dolphins only to smoke them in the playoffs back in the day. That'll be the Chiefs' plan, but Sean Payton's going to know that. The Broncos will win that game at home, and then Sean Payton will be thinking ahead, not keeping them too cocky, and they'll do what they should have done in Kansas City and win by a field goal or something, ending the reign of the Chiefs, beating the Chiefs in back-to-back weeks. Then they will proceed to go to Buffalo and probably lose by 30. But before they get blown out by Buffalo, as the Patriots killed the Broncos in the Tebow year after they beat Pittsburgh, the Broncos will end the Kansas City legacy by beating them in back-to-back weeks.
I think you spend a lot of time on your bike. I'm not even sure what to say other than I think you spend a lot of time on your bike.
Tell me why I'm wrong on that one.
I don't know. It's kind of a random take to have on a Friday, but
that's where the season's headed. It's where the season's headed. Tell me I'm wrong.
I hope you're right.
We can do it in pieces. Do you think the Broncos?
There was a whole lot there.
Well, hold on. Do you think the Broncos will be the 7, 6, or 5 seed?
That's a good question. And there's a lot to pay attention to this weekend with Miami in particular. Let's call it in the middle. Let's call it the 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Who are they getting over? So you got them beating the Chargers, I guess, and the Chargers because they lose the tiebreaker with the Ravens, and the Ravens have a game lead on them.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you stay on this heater and you handle your business against the Colts, you're gonna have as good an opportunity as anybody against the Chargers.
Okay.
Although I guess if you beat the Chargers, you might as well get super optimistic, right? I mean, if you beat the Chargers, who's to say you couldn't win out?
That would be pretty exciting. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either.
But I do think the Broncos are a playoff team, and I think they'll land at the 7. I think they're going to lose to the Chargers on the short week. Scott, where do you see the Broncos finishing?
Well, I haven't thought much about it. I think the key to either A, getting in the postseason, or B, getting up to 5 or 6 that Tyler was talking about will be your next game.
Yeah.
That becomes almost and especially moving a short week with the Chargers coming up. The Colts for your chances, I think, become almost a must-win.
Ain't no doubt about it, and it's an expected win. You got to have it. It finishes off the 4-game stretch of expected wins. You got to get that one. You're right.
Yeah.
Got to get it. And that'll end the
I'm not
season.
as impressed with the Chargers as some teams, and I think that if what I've seen over the last couple weeks had been implemented in more of a game plan against the Chargers when they played them here, they'd have beat the Chargers here. So I'm not sold on the Chargers completely. I think their quarterback is better. You talk about Dan Campbell being a wackadoo. I still think there's a little wackadoo-ness in Harbaugh.
You think?
In
Plenty.
L.A. there.
Plenty.
So,
dude gets in the cold tub wearing his khakis.
Yeah, I think the key is the Colts. you beat the Colts, then I can see you beating the Chargers.
All right, listen.
You lose to the Colts, it could be a scary slide down.
Well, if you lose that one, you're right. It gets really dangerous because if you drop that one, certainly the Chargers. In theory, the Chargers actually do feel like a more dangerous team than the Chiefs at this particular moment. But I'm not naive enough to think that the Chiefs are a bad football team.
If you think the Broncos will finish at 7, listen, if you think they'll finish at 6 and we're playing the Steelers, I'm loving that too because I think they go into Pittsburgh and they beat the Steelers as well. But if you want to just say they're at 7, they're playing the 2. Let me give you the second part of that scenario. Who do you think is going to be the number 1 seed, the Bills or the Chiefs at the end of the day?
Probably the Chiefs.
But who are the Bills?
Big game this week.
Yes?
Don't the Bills have the Lions this week?
Well, the Lions just played, so it wouldn't be the Lions. Lions played last night.
Oh. Or is it Green? Well, I thought.
Well, we can look it up. We got the internets. It works.
I'm looking up right now.
So the Chiefs. Here's what the Chiefs have got left. They've got
Bills are at the Rams this week.
That's a win.
And then they're at the Lions the following week.
Fun game. Great game. Maybe a Super Bowl preview right there. Then they got New
I
England.
don't think the Bills win both those games.
But you got to understand, they got New England, stinks. New York stinks. New England again stinks.
Well, neither one of these teams have got a super easy end of the season. I mean, the Chiefs have got, so here's what they got: the Chargers, and then that's a tough one. Browns, they'll beat the Browns. They'll probably beat the Texans. And then they got the Steelers and the Broncos to finish out the year.
Tough.
So in my mind, they've got 3 games that are going to be very, very competitive. But I don't see the Chiefs losing more than one of those games.
But don't forget,
but Bills go to the next 2 weeks. Go to the Rams. Go to the Lions. They won't win both of those games. And the Chiefs host the Chargers. Host the Chargers next week, and I just saw it, and then go to Cleveland the following week. They'll win both of those games.
So, well, let's dig into it. Let's dig into it.
If that's the case, they may not have to play starters in that week 17.
Well, let's dig into it coming up next. PhD on 92.5. Ow. So are we, by the way, Michael Malone will join us at 1:30 for the Michael Malone Show. Looking forward to talking to Coach today. Rough game last night. Hopefully bounce back against Washington. I don't know how you lose that game. But then you play Atlanta on Sunday, and we kind of go from there. We'll talk to Coach at 1:30. CBS Sports has the Broncos at 79.6% chance of making the playoffs. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Where are you guys? Let me just start here on the Broncos making the playoffs. Do you feel it's a slam dunk the Broncos are making the playoffs?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, especially if you win this weekend, I think it's over because there's definitely a chance you could make the playoffs with 9 wins this year and handle your business this weekend. You're more or less in the driver's seat.
Scott?
Yeah, well, I'll just go back to what I said last segment.
Next weekend, sorry.
To me, this a make or break. Next game is the make or break. I think if you find a way to lose this game, you diminish your chances. And if you win the game, I think you give yourself an opportunity.
I think the Broncos are making the playoffs, guys, and I think that's pretty damn exciting. I think they beat the Colts after the bye week, and they'll have a over 500 record for the first time since 2016. That's a fun hump to get over for sure.
So the only thing I hope is I agree they're going to make the playoffs. Like it almost feels like a guarantee at this point. It really does. Because I'm not assuming they're gonna mess up. I'm assuming they're going to handle the business the way they're supposed to. But I do hope that they don't limp into the playoffs. Meaning, I hope they don't go on a 3-game slide or 2-game slide. Maybe you get lucky, you get in with 9 wins. You got to beat that. You got to beat the Chargers or the Bengals. One of those 2 teams is a must win. Because if you want to have good mojo going into the playoffs, you don't want to go in losing back-to-back games.
Well, what if you get to a point where nobody has anything to gain? The Chiefs have nothing to gain, and the Broncos have nothing to gain in that final game of the season. Like they're both locked into wherever they're going to be.
Are you asking what we would do?
You got to look what's ahead, don't you?
Oh, I mean,
if you think you got the Chiefs the following week, are you going to show anything at all?
Yeah.
Good question.
Maybe if they don't play their starters, you dumb it down a little bit. But the Broncos would play everybody. They're not going to be in the business of resting starters because they're still learning. They're still figuring things out. And I almost even wonder if the Chiefs would be in a point where they might even play their starters also, because it's been a weird year for them. They've grinded out a bunch of victories. They've won by the skin of their teeth here probably 5 times. And do they want to have good feelings going into the playoffs also? It might be an unusual year in which even a team that could be in a number 1 would be like, nah, we don't want that bad feeling limping in there.
Well, it's a fascinating situation if they don't have the number 1 seed. If they're locked into the number 2 seed, it would be fascinating to see what they would do knowing they would play the Broncos the next weekend. I mean, that's not outside the realm of possibility. It's a fun thing to consider and talk about.
I mean, if they knew they were playing the Broncos the next weekend, that probably changes things radically. If that is the situation, I can almost guarantee you they don't play their starters.
I would agree with you on that. And if from Sean Payne's perspective, I think Sean would have 2 distinctive different game plans. And I think they would try as hard as hell to beat the Chiefs. But you'd have to come to that with 2 different game plans on how to attack it. But I don't think the Broncos hold back at all, even if they're locked in against the Chiefs. I think that does matter for them going into the next week. I agree with you. If you're the Broncos, losing 3 games in a row and backing in the playoffs is not the strong way to go. And beating the Chiefs in that final week, I think, is a big deal, no matter what.
Well, the Broncos have circled the Bengals game as the most important game on the schedule that's left. When they flexed that Chargers game into Thursday night on the road and they willingly chose to do it, they announced to the entire world that we view this Bengals game as the most important game. They wanted the extra days to prepare for it. So you handle that game, and you're in pretty good shape no matter what. Because you lose that last game of the season, no big deal. But that Bengals game really does feel really, really important, specifically because they chose it.
So what?
And
Yeah,
everything you all been saying is yakety yak. Don't talk back. If you lose the next game against Indy. I'm
that's
you,
for sure.
I'm not willing to jump ahead. Oh, week 14, 15. because you lose that game to Indy. And listen, we've seen it both ways, right, Tyler, where some teams come off a long break and they stay on break for an extra day or two, and then all of a sudden you slip up. And Denver's got too much to play for and is playing for too much to have that game be a slip-up. But if you find a way not to win that game, that, I think, puts the emergency brakes on all this talk about postseason.
And this is neither here nor there, really, but do you guys know that the Colts have got a bye week also?
I do know that.
It's
yes.
pretty unusual.
Yep.
Like, this is the most unusual bye you could possibly get.
They're 6 and 7. They got a bye week.
Both teams are coming off the bye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But my goodness, the Colts are just, they ain't that team, man. They ain't that team.
I don't know who that team is.
They barely beat New England.
They're not a bad team. They're not a good team. I don't know who that team is.
Well, I'll tell you this. They're not as good as the Denver Broncos, and they got to play the Broncos at home. They barely beat New England. They were aggressive. Good for them. They win 25-24. They get stomped by the Lions. They barely beat the Jets. They lost and got killed by Buffalo, lost soundly to Minnesota, well, by 8 points, and then Houston squeaked past them. They have lost 4 of their past 6 games, and the 2 wins were by the skin of their teeth against 2 bad teams. They ain't a good team. They are not a good team.
Well, they got 2 wins by the skin of their teeth. It seems like in what you just said, they got 2 losses by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, but it just comes down to what Anthony Richardson's going to do. They're a terrible team when he's a terrible quarterback. And they're a very competitive team when he's a pretty good quarterback.
Well,
so which version of that dude's going to show up? That's the question.
The Lord isn't going to deliver Anthony Richardson anything better than Jameis Winston got. That's for sure in Denver.
Let me just say this, and maybe I history way too much, but I was told, some wise guy said a long time ago that you better know your history or else fail to repeat it. I sure remember the Colts coming in here 2 or 3 times when, we got this game, this is going to be easy, blah, blah, blah. And then the Colts play a game of the year and frickin' beat you. Now, one of those games with Manning, I think. One of those games were with
Andrew Luck.
A couple of the games with Andrew Luck. They ain't got a Manning or a Luck.
No.
I understand. But I still remember them dumbass blue jerseys coming in here in games that they ain't supposed to win and winning about 3 games in Denver. So excuse me if I'm still fearful of all that.
Well, I get it, but they don't have Manning and they don't have Locke, and that is, I know exactly what you're talking about. And in 2014, that's a season that time forgot. Nobody talks about that year. Peyton Manning couldn't move; he was hurt, and yeah, they lost to the Colts. Andrew Luck in a playoff game in Denver, and that sucked. We literally never talk about 2014, but that was the year that everybody was looking for a job. Del Rio was looking for a job. Gase was looking for a job. Foxy was looking for a job. Manning couldn't move. You guys remember that? It was like the season that time forgot.
Well,
but you came in that playoff game, so we got this. It's home.
I don't know, man. I didn't feel like that. I felt the Broncos were sputtering in. It didn't feel good going into that game. You felt good about that? I didn't. I thought, that didn't surprise me at all.
You still had Peyton Manning. You're still at home.
All I know is...
And they didn't lose. I mean, it wasn't like they got dominated,
No,
right?
I get it. But Manning had just been on this crazy... He'd been hurt. And they had not been playing that great, even though they were... Listen, I get it. They were winning the AFC West with closing their eyes. They won it 5 years in a row. All 4 years with Peyton Manning. I get it. I do get it. But it just didn't feel good because everybody was looking for a job. It was crazy, man. All the coordinators and head coach were looking for their next gig going into the playoffs. And everybody knew it. Super weird. So strange of a vibe in 2014. And then they cleared house and won a Super Bowl because Gary came in, and that was a great hire.
All I know is that with this game, you better hope that Riley Moss is healthy because you've got another interesting quarterback that, if history tells us anything, Vance Joseph or Sean Payton, one of the two of them, tends to change the game plan when you've got mobile quarterbacks like Anthony Richardson. And we all know that when the Broncos have changed their game plans this year defensively, that has not worked out very well for them. So Riley Moss's injury, Sean Payton had described it as not very serious after the Raiders game, right? That was what it was, I think. And yet he ended up missing a week. You've got a full another week here of rehab for the bye week, and I would expect that Riley Moss will be healthy, but we better hope that knee was not as serious as, or it is not as serious as Sean Payton described, because this defense does change, and you don't want that with Anthony Richardson.
56% completion percentage. It's okay. I mean, it's not great. It's all right. 16 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. He's going to make mistakes too, and he runs around a bunch too. Yeah, he's probably it's not crazy. It's 383 yards, something like that.
You put pressure on the guy, and he'll cough it up.
Yeah.
He will.
Yep.
But we know that the Broncos have decided to not put pressure on Lamar Jackson, and we know that when Riley Moss was out, they weren't able to put pressure on because they felt like they had to go to zone coverage so much.
Yeah, they got to. You're right about that. They got to figure that out because teams are they're lining up tight ends, they're protecting their quarterback, and they're only putting a couple of guys out there, but. Where's Surtain? Oh, okay, let's go the other way. The end, right? I mean, so you're right. Who knew Riley Moss was the most valuable player on this team, I guess? Or the most reliable, needed guy after Surtain and maybe Nick Bonito, and I don't know. Who knew he was that valuable? So, yeah, you're right. They got to figure that out, but are you really afraid of Anthony Richardson scarring you up? I'm not.
Afraid's definitely the wrong word, but uncertain of what you're going to get is very fair.
But if Herbert or Joe Burrow throws for 500 yards against the Broncos, I guess that wouldn't surprise me without Riley Moss. I mean, that, okay, I kind of get that. But Anthony Richardson? Nah.
If Herbert and Burrows throw for 500 yards in those two games, what's Denver's record?
Not good.
They're going to lose both of them. If they do that, they because they don't turn the ball over like Jameis Winston. The Broncos lose both those games if that happens. They lose them both. And they may lose them both.
Or it means that they were trailing the whole time.
Well, that would be great too. Perhaps. I think it just means that they see the weaknesses in the Broncos defense. They figure out the pass rush, and they're scarring the Broncos up. And they're probably killing the Broncos in those two games, I think. And I won't be surprised if that happens. Nor would that be the end of the season as long as you take care of business against the Colts. You probably will be okay. Just like you are okay, even though you lost that game against the Ravens, you really were okay. And it sucked losing the game against the Chiefs, and I thought they were going to win that. But we knew they had this 4-game stretch. We knew they had to win all 4 of these games. We knew it. And they've won 3 out of 4. And after a bye week, I don't know, man, a home game? Do you guys really see a possibility they lose to the Colts on this one? I don't, and I think it cinches the playoffs for them. But you're right, they could get killed by the Chargers and the Bengals. That definitely could happen.
Yeah.
So,
I certainly wouldn't predict it, but I'm with Scott, man. I don't like looking at any team like where it's going to be a pushover, and I do think that. What concerns me is that the Broncos, and I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but it concerns me the Broncos have now got a trend when they go with quarterbacks like this, and I hope they've learned their lesson.
Travis Hunter is speaking into reality about the Heisman Trophy. We'll hear that. No dumb questions on the way. And the debut of the Michael Malone Show coming up next. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, guys, it's the holidays, and it's a time of love and joy, but if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that ain't happening. This season can be tough on that. Listen, here we go. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, I want you to change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and returning love into your relationship with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're there for you when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with them today. Let's get this done. It's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, could be having sex the day after your appointment. That is a holiday gift. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Michael Malone will join us in about 8 minutes, scheduled to join us. We look forward to the Michael Malone show. Tough loss against the Cavs. They just, I don't know, really weren't quite in it. But, well, we'll go over it. And they're in Washington. They should bounce back, hopefully, against Washington and then take on a record-wise pretty mediocre Atlanta team. But they've been playing awful well. So
beat some good teams.
They sure have. That's no easy
game. The only
game.
team to beat Cleveland in Cleveland was Atlanta.
That's right. And they beat them twice. They had a back-to-back. They beat them in Atlanta. They beat them in Cleveland. So that's after Washington, so you better beat Washington, right, Scott? I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's the roller coaster that the Nuggets are on right now. We'll talk to Coach Malone about that coming up here in a little bit. How much campaigning do you think Travis Hunter needs to do before the Heisman is decided here? Like, it's coming up just a couple weeks, but what kind of things should he be doing?
Yeah, I don't know what he particularly needs to be doing, but it's definitely not over. I think it's a lock that Travis is going to win this thing, but this is when the ramp-up season begins, and Colorado is doing things. They're sending out Heisman packets to all the Heisman voters, and it is actually pretty dang cool, the stuff that they've put together. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see it, but it's like a multi-layered folder that is like three-dimensional and all kinds of cool graphics. But they're selling both their guys. So they're selling Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, both as Heisman candidates. And I do wonder, in hindsight, if Colorado, maybe they should just bailed on Shedeur and just focus in on Travis Hunter. I don't think it's going to hurt him, but I know there's people out there that are trying to sell that as a reason why Colorado doesn't have a Heisman candidate, because they're trying to sell two of them. The Boise, I'll give them credit. They're doing a good job of being very vocal about their guy. And their coach is a bit arrogant and kind of drives me nuts, but he's certainly campaigning hard for his dude.
Scott?
Well, I don't know. I never got to campaigning. I remember back when the NBA was intelligent and people who watched all the games got to actually vote. We would get stuff in the mail all the time, and half of you go, "This is stupid," you know.
Right.
This is stupid. You know, what is this? Because you watch the games, and I didn't need a cardboard pop out card of Shedeur Sanders to tell me he was a good quarterback or not. So I don't know. I don't know how much he has done. He's either going to win it or he's not. If he doesn't win it, no one watched CU play football. Now the good thing, and we hated it here, or maybe it isn't a good thing. The 8 o'clock starts here got him a lot of exposure on the West Coast, but did it get him, on the East Coast? I mean, if it's an 8 o'clock start in Denver, that's a 10 o'clock start in New York or Florida or Carolina or Virginia. And then people staying up to watch CU football until 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know.
No, you're right, and that's why when you're up 45-0, you got to huck it up again. You got to do it.
But then again,
it's for the stat readers. It's all the stat reader.
That is right.
I tend to agree with everything that Scott just said there, but it is Deion, man, and everybody's paying attention to Deion.
Well, listen, what he's going to do, and he is doing, is appearing on every show you can think under the sun. Because at this point, unfortunately, I wish we were talking about playing Arizona State in Dallas tomorrow morning, Big 12 championship. Instead, it's Arizona State against Iowa State. And people are going to know who Cam Scatterbo is, by the way, if you don't. They'll start figuring out Arizona State that not many people know about Sam Levin and Cam Scatterbo and, Ken Dillingham. That's getting to everybody's attention. So the campaign really, I know what you're talking about, sending things out. But having Surtain and Cortland Sutton and DeAndre Jordan wearing, Travis Hunter Heisman jerseys. That's
pretty cool.
It's very cool.
I mean, unfortunately,
cool.
So the Heisman is announced on December 14th, and that means that the voters will not see Travis Hunter play again.
Right.
Because I would imagine whatever bowl game the Buffs are going to play in will be,
yeah, of course.
Right. I mean, when's the Alamo Bowl? Is it a
December
January
20th? I think it's December 27th.
Okay. So, I mean, after that, and unfortunately, Ashton Jeanty, he's going to be on TV.
He's going to be on TV tonight?
He's going to be on TV tonight. He's going to be on TV again.
Yeah. Well, here is Travis kind of campaigning for himself. Here's what he said.
We've seen your Heisman pose multiple times this season. What goes through your mind when the Heisman is mentioned?
Just me. Me being the best player I can be and going out there and dominating.
What would it be like to hear your name as the next Heisman winner?
It would mean a lot to me because of my family. You know, I'm the oldest out of all my siblings, so it's gonna mean a lot to them, and I know it's gonna mean a lot to me.
How much have you dreamed about this Heisman? Have you thought about this when you were in high school, leading into your time at Jackson State, and then of course coming to Colorado?
I won't say I dreamed about it a lot, but this season, it's become so real. Like the award is here, so I definitely feel it. It's a little pressure, but I still went out there and work.
You can't be humble anymore, can you? I don't think there's anything wrong with what he said. Nothing wrong.
I actually thought he was relatively humble in that. You didn't?
No, I don't think he was braggadocious or anything. But you have to. It's the time that you have to say positive things about yourself. You do.
Yeah.
It's not the time to say.
It's like making the Hall of Fame, man. You got to get back in the media circuit.
Do you remember the whole thing about Steve Atwater? Like, hey, Steve, if you really want this, and he did. He came back here. He campaigned basically, and it worked. TD, same thing, by the way. Same thing. Scott, you like that? Or do you think that's kind of bogus that you have to do it?
It's bogus you have to do it. By the way, I thought that was really sophomore questions.
No, I'll take it up with ESPN, Kevin Nagani.
Yeah, I thought there was some sophomore cheerleader questions. I don't know. Listen, you got to play the game. I've never been good at playing the game. D-Mac, you probably have the best answer of the three of us. So, you tell us, is he doing what he needs to do? Is he not doing? I struggle with playing the game because I've always felt, the quality of the product should be what sells it, but I'm not sure that's what gets by anymore.
Well, that's what's going on, and there's nothing else they can do except for that for the next couple weeks. So I wish him.
And you know what? Is the vote before or after the game?
The vote is, I think,
What
after
game?
this weekend.
For the Heisman?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know when the actual vote is. It's announced on the 14th.
Yeah,
I don't know when the vote is.
They got some time on it. Michael Malone is with us. It's time for the Michael Malone Show. The Michael Malone Show brought to you by Phil Long Ford, Denver. They'll beat any dealer by $500. With Colorado's largest selection, go to phillongdenver.com. Coach, we appreciate you joining us. How are you today?
Doing all right. Yeah, we're in D.C. Had a very good film session of the game last night in Cleveland and talked about things that we have to do better. Obviously, 11-9 after our first 20 games is not where we want to be. And no one's going to feel sorry for us. So we have to play a lot better, especially on the defensive end.
Coach, obviously defensively that helps, but when the Cavs are shooting the three ball as well as they were last night and you guys are not, in theory, what is the best way to go about making up a difference in a game like that?
Well, we had 76 in the paint to their 40. So obviously they dominated the three-point line. We dominated the paint. We didn't generate enough good looks. And then we had way too many breakdowns to give up 22 made threes to the number one three-point shooting team in the league. That's not going to get the job done. They're 19-3 going into that game now, 20-3. And the number of breakdowns, and we watched the film today. We talked about it. Just simple plays. We're not communicating. We're not being disciplined, or we're not being physical enough to do the job that we're supposed to be doing. And if you think about, why are we 11-9? Obviously, it starts on the defensive end. We have the 20th ranked defense in the NBA. A year ago, we had the 8th best defense. So if we're going to get back to winning at a much more consistent level, it's going to have to start on the defensive end, and especially with that three-point line that you mentioned.
Hey, Coach Scott here. First of all, let me test. Hey, Mike, are you next door? I'm trying to see if you're next. Did you hear that? Trying to see if you're next door.
You're up in the You're in the penthouse.
That's
I'm not.
right. That's right.
No. I live down with the swine, Coach. Hey, you just said something, and I love that you said it. And you and I have had conversations, and you've talked about this in some of your pressers. I come from a different era. Basketball is played. We talked about earlier in the show. It's transitioned to 40 and 53 attempts a game. When I played, it was a real physical brand, but there is physicality that needs to be in play even in today's basketball, and it's even being loud, and the league's encouraging it a little bit more. How do you get a team? Because I agree with you. If I were to just pinpoint one thing that I would like to see improvement, is you guys being more physical. If somebody's going to get up in Michael Porter's chili, somebody needs to knock that guy out of the chili bowl, right? But how do you encourage it? Because you don't hardly get to practice as much once the season starts, and can you bring a physicality to the game just by watching film and talking about it?
Well, I hope so, because as you mentioned, we don't have a lot of practice time. Right now we're in the middle of 3 games in 4 nights, and as you get deeper and deeper into the season, those practice availabilities become less and less. And I'll give you an interesting stat, and I told our team this morning. I said in that first quarter last night, and this is at least the second time, maybe more this season this has happened, in the first quarter, after 12 minutes of play, we did not have one personal foul. And that to me is crazy. That to me is crazy. Like, put your body on somebody. If somebody gets beat, they have 2 really talented guards, Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell. So if they break the first line of defense and they get behind their guy, we just sit there and watch them shoot layups. And somebody's got to knock a guy on their ass once in a while. Take a hard foul.
Yep.
Send a message. But right now, we don't put teams on the foul line. We don't commit many personal fouls. And I'm not calling for something dirty and below the belt type stuff. I'm just talking about it's okay to commit a foul. It's okay to put a body on somebody and send a message that, hey, you come into our paint, it's going to be physical. And even on offense, we got to set more physical screens to get guys open. And obviously, I don't think offense is the issue for us. We have the number, 6th ranked offense in the NBA. We can score. It's the defensive end of the floor, as you mentioned, Scott, being more physical, being more disciplined, and having much better communication. And those are the 3 areas that we harped on today with all the breakdowns that we had last night against an elite defense, but we never gave our elite offense, rather. We never gave our defense a chance.
Michael,
but
go ahead, Scott.
Hold on real fast. But don't you find out, Coach, that the more physicality you bring to the game defensively, that it eventually turns into unbelievable offense and opportunities the other way?
Oh, of course. I mean, the weird thing is, I think we're the number 1 transition team in the NBA, and that stat is bewildering to me for one reason. Usually you're a really elite, fast break running team when you are very good defensively and you rebound at a high level. And this year, if I'm being very honest, we have not been a good defensive team, and we have not rebounded the ball well. We had 28 fast break points last night. Think about that. Wow. To their 12. 28 fast break points. But when you are physical, you send a message to the referees. This is how the game's going to be played. And then also you're sending a message to your opponent that you cannot just come down and run your offense freely without any resistance. We're going to be into you. And as I said all the time, back in the day with John Starks, the New York Knicks, when my father's there, you have to make teams, you have to make players feel you. And right now we're not doing that nearly enough.
The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. The Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. So, Coach, there seems to be the identity that you are right now and the identity you want to be. And it feels like those 2 things are kind of different right now then.
Yeah, I mean, I told our players, listen, we're a quarter of the way through the season. We're 11-9. We're on pace for 45 wins. 45 wins in the Western Conference might get you into the play-in tournament. Mm-hmm. And that's our reality. Now, I challenge myself, I challenge my staff and our players. That is reality. We can't change the first 20 games. 11-9, that's in the books. What we can change is moving forward. And so, the first part is admitting you have a problem, and then you got to do something about it. So we're 11-9. You understand, well, why are we 11-9? It's the defense. I gave him a stat. Last year, we were second in the NBA in only giving up 11 made threes per game. Second. This year, just a year later, we are bottom of the barrel. We're giving up over 14 and a half made threes per game, which is 24th. And that doesn't seem like a lot. That's over 9 points per game differential. And we're doing the same things. We have a lot of the same personnel, but we're just not nearly as connected and having the multiple effort that is necessary. So, and on top of that, we've had the fourth toughest schedule to date. So now we have to make sure as we start this next 20-game segment, it starts tomorrow against Washington. Are we going to go out there and continue to play the same way? Or are we going to understand everybody stop worrying about the offense and my touches and my shots and my play calls and my minutes? Everybody has to start saying, you know what can I do defensively to help this team? Because that and only that is going to allow us to go from a team that's 11-9 to maybe going 14-6, 15-5 in our next 20. And we all have to own in that. We all have to share in that.
You know, you might have just touched on this in your response just there, but you had mentioned that the team needs to start playing more Wii basketball. What does that look like?
Well, you know, offensively, you see it quite often. I mean, we're always year in and year out, we're a team that's going to be in the top 2 or 3 in terms of assists per game. And that's obviously the ball is moving, bodies are moving. But I think the biggest area where we are not playing Wii basketball is on the defensive end. And the best defensive teams I've ever been a part of as an assistant coach or a head coach, it was always 5 guys on the floor on a string playing as one. And if somebody got beat, somebody had their back. And if that guy went to help, somebody had his back. Then you flew around behind that with tremendous multiple effort and fly around mentality. Right now what's happening is one guy gets beat, there's no one there to help him. Or some nights there is a guy to help, but then we don't help that guy. And we're not flying around with that scramble mentality. So that's where we have to get back to being 5 guys working as one on the defensive end of the floor. And I think offensively last night you saw it a little bit in that third quarter when things were not going our way. We had a lot of guys, not malicious, but trying to do it themselves. Let me go one-on-one here. And we yielded nothing positive during that run. We have to continue to trust in each other, play for each other, which is what we've done in the last 6 years. And we've had a tremendous run the last 6 years. And I know that we are way too talented of a team to be 11-9 after our first 20. And it starts with me as a head coach. I never shirk that responsibility. I'm not a coach that's going to throw my players under the bus because I know I can do a hell of a lot better job, and I have to as we continue to move forward in this season.
Two things. One, I had a coach tell me one time, a long time ago, defensively, you got one man but 4 other responsibilities. And I think that talks on your we right there. And I think you and I have talked about this in the past, Coach. You know, everybody talks about selfish play as just an offensive thing. To me, selfish play is on the defensive side also. Hey, I got my guy. I got my guy. My guy didn't get that. But it's about rebounding out of your zone. It's about covering, as you've just been talking about. When this guy gets beat, I'm there to help this guy because I know my boy's got my back over here. And that's the we that you're talking about.
Oh, it's so obvious, like, you know, because, you know, the film is the best teacher because film doesn't lie. And so I can tell our players. But when I show 18 clips from last night that just showed either at times a lack of effort, more than anything last night, the lack of communication and discipline within the game plan, within the personnel, that's where it gets to be unacceptable. And I would stop each clip. What do you guys see here? Why are we having this breakdown here? And a lot of the guys and their responses to me and to each other were, well, we didn't communicate, or he did communicate, I didn't honor the call. So these are all controllable mistakes, and that's what gives me hope. I know we've had a very tough schedule to this point in time. I know that we've shown that. I mean, we had a 5-game homestand where we went 5-0, and we beat Dallas. We beat OKC, and we were undermanned in some of those games. So I know what this team is capable of. And my challenge is obviously I have to teach, I have to hold accountable, but I also have to continue to give hope and stay positive.
Yeah.
That's the delicate balance of being a head coach in this business because 11-9 is not what we want to be. We can't change what happened. What we can change is our effort and our discipline and our communication and our physicality tomorrow night against Washington and move on one game at a time after that. And that's why I just continue to bang that drum. And try to move forward as best as possible.
Coach, we appreciate your time. If you had 2 hours to take Scott Hastings on a field trip, Washington's a big field trip city. Where would you take Scott Hastings if you had 2 hours in Washington?
I'd probably take him to the FBI headquarters and turn him in.
And on that note, we wish you the best.
I thought you were going to say you do an Irish pub somewhere, but okay.
Well, he goes to the Irish pub after he turns you in. I mean,
he turns me in. Yes. Hey, listen, we'll get into someday.
I'm getting that reward money.
Yeah, you get. Hey, I'll tell you a story someday, and Coach knows this. His dad and I used to ride together to the airplane when I played in Detroit.
Yeah,
man, I got to know all about the West Side Gang. So, man, I might have some information, Coach, that your dad passed along to me.
Yeah, I bet you do.
All right,
guys, it's always good
The
talking to
Westies.
you. I appreciate it.
All right.
I appreciate it, man. And we just got
Keep your head up.
We're gonna try to turn this thing. Oh
All right.
yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
We got no alternative, man. We're not going to settle and be satisfied, but we have to stay together and stay positive because there's a lot of basketball to be played in this season.
All right, Coach. We appreciate it. Have a good day. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, pal.
All right, guys.
All
Take
right.
care.
Thanks,
All
Coach.
the best. Bye.
That's Coach Michael Malone, brought to you by Phil Long Ford Denver. They'll beat any dealer by $500 with Colorado's largest selection. Go to phillongdenver.com. Also brought to you by the
They got
Central.
Raptors?
They got it all. Also brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243, the Central City Parkway. Your 4 lanes of fun. We'll reflect on some of the stuff that Coach Malone said.
Do you feel better, though?
Well, I'm a fan of Michael Malone. I am a fan of Michael Malone. I think he's saying the right things. I think it hinges on something we can bring up next, right here on PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, the end of the year is always a great time to go car shopping. There are deals to be had at the end of the year, but when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle for it or negotiate for it. You're just going to be given the best price possible. And when you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to one car dealership, Phil Long, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because at Phil Long, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on their lot. Inventory is as strong as it has ever been. So now is a great time to go shopping. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Coach, we appreciate your time. If you had 2 hours to take Scott Hastings on a field trip, Washington's a big field trip city, where would you take Scott Hastings if you had 2 hours in Washington?
I'd probably take him to the FBI headquarters and turn him in.
And on that note, okay. That was funny. Listen, man, that's the coach that Scott I see all the time right there. And I don't know how aware
It's good.
people are about his personality, but I see that side of Coach Malone all the time.
That's good. It's really good that it's still the same personality. And you know what?
Yeah.
If he can have a few laughs here, I'm sure he's able to have a few laughs behind closed doors as well. And he touched on it, man. I mean, when you get to this point, it's a fine line to walk of accountability, motivation, hope, belief, I love you, all those sorts of things. It's a fine line to walk.
Well, and I said in our opening segment, and listen, I think of all the announcers that I know of, I'm fairly honest and am not afraid to be critical. Sometimes the Bronco fans hate that, but and maybe I am too critical at sometimes. But I really felt, A, Cleveland's really good, but B, I said they're closer than we realize, but if you're just staring at the 11-9 record, you're not seeing that. And I took that from some of Malone's talk. Now, listen, they're going to win 45 games and be a play-in team if they don't change. But I don't see how guys like Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter and Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon, and they can pull a long straw there to kind of get up and be a positive guy and Peyton Watson, if that's your 8. I think they're closer than the record shows.
Okay, well, Malone, listen, they
like
did.
you said, 18 times they're looking at defense. They go, well, why aren't you rotating?
Yeah, well, okay. And listen, he didn't come out and say it because you don't say this about your own team. You don't call your own team soft. That'd be ridiculous. But you need to be more physical. You need to challenge more. You need to fight a little bit more. He's pointing out we didn't have any personal fouls. I mean, what are we doing? We're just letting them, fire away. He's saying it, and he's clearly not happy with the identity they have now because it's way too inconsistent. And we all know that this team's tone is set often not by Nikola but by Jamal, because Nikola is steady Eddie. There's nothing different with Nikola. This is a couple of easy ones. I mean, kind of like, all right, your tone is set by Jamal Murray, and if they get to the point where they cannot reel that in or it cannot be used the right way, then it'll be time to make a very, very difficult decision and move on from Jamal. But that will be the defining moment of the season. That will be the toughest decision they have to make this year, Scott, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if it came down to it, I had a word and it just left me because I think there's effort. But I think if I could say one word that was lacking that could turn this around quicker and sooner rather than later would be committed. And I don't feel like there's an overall, and Tyler asked a question about, us and we, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can talk about this in some of the teams you be on. The way you get to we is you got to have a whole lot more guys committed than not. If you got 3 or 4 guys, hey, I don't want to rotate over there. Man, I'm a scorer. I don't, then you're never going to be a great defensive team. Listen, Larry Bird was not the greatest defensive speed demon dude that you ever seen your life. And more times than not, they'd put him on the easiest cover on the other side to hide him defensively, one-on-one defensively. But that dude was committed. Dude,
ain't no doubt about it.
Was always committed as an average, as a Nikola Jokic type athlete, if you will. That dude was committed. I think Joker's committed. I see him flying out of threes, and when you're looking at a guy that's probably, a half a second faster in the 40, which is a lot, not committed to challenge a three, then you got to question it.
Yeah, I really felt the we thing watching them on defense last night. There was a series there at the end of the game where Nikola Jokic is down there in the paint and the ball gets down on the ground and Jokic can't quite reach down to get it, but the ball's there. And then there's a rebound, there's another rebound, and Jokic is the only dude in the paint. And it's like he's just sitting there waiting for somebody to come help me get this ball. I can't quite reach the ball because it's in front of the defender, in front of my guy, and nobody's there. And everybody's just sitting there waiting for Nikola Jokic to get a rebound. And to me, that's where I really felt the we is like, dude, there's a dude out there hustling for rebounds. And everybody else sitting there on the perimeter, happy just to watch Nikola Jokic try to fight for the ball.
Well, let me give you something really quick, because Malone has spoken about it in the past. He wants Jamal to get 6 rebounds. He had 4. Nikola Jokic is shooting 56%. He shot 50%. Michael Porter Jr., I think, had as full of a game as he could possibly have. They did lose by 12 to Cleveland, but I know what Malone's saying. Like, we have it in ourselves, Scott. Like, we're not that far away. I mean, we're a few more moments of effort probably from everybody, and Jamal's part of that, for sure. 42 minutes and 4 rebounds, not good enough. It's not.
Well, you're minus 39 from the three-point line. Were there 4 threes you didn't contest that you could have maybe changed the outcome of the game?
It's stuff like that. It's a lot.
And they
of
still would have
stuff.
made 18. They make 18
That's
threes
right.
and you don't lose the game.
If they make 18, not 22, if Jokic makes 2 of those bunnies that he could have, and Jamal takes 3 more 3-pointers, they probably win that game. It's like that. And listen, I hope I appreciate finding out behind the scenes how the sausage is made, exactly how they approach things today, what they looked at on tape. I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was actually cool insight. Because a lot of people sort of, whining, playing this, that, the other thing. Well, this is what they're doing. So, okay, here we go. And let me tell you, this is a freaking must win against Washington, which is so weird. Like, you cannot lose this game, Scott. That would be such an epic fail to lose to Washington. Like, I'm not joking, man. Atlanta, I don't know, kind of whatever. I hope they can win, but you cannot lose this game to Washington. And it's as simple as that.
Yeah, you got to take care of back to the Bronco. Take care of business and care of business games.
Yeah, that's right.
You got to take care of business. And then Atlanta, listen, they're a good team, but you can you can beat them.
Hey,
he
beat
them there last year. Julian Strother had a monster game.
Next 20 games, dude, 15-5, 14-6, 13-7 at the worst. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. All right.
And then all of a sudden you almost forget about these first
Fine.
ones.
Fine. Go 15-5. We'll forget about it.
You and I said before the season, you wouldn't be surprised if they're around a 500 team to the first 20.
Well, and
that's where they are.
That's exactly where they are. It's PhD on 92.5.
You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win. That's what champions do. This is not happenstance, man. This doesn't just happen. This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We are all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course. That's 12, and that's 4 in the division.
It's the first time in 45 years that a team has actually run a play on 4th down with under a minute to go in a tie game or when they're down by a little bit. First time in 45 years. Now, it happened another time, but it was to draw the defense off sides in 2021. It's the first time a snap actually happened in that situation in 45 years. Do the Lions know something we don't, or are they a cult-like organization that everybody will just say no matter what they do, it's good because of who they are?
Well, the dude has got he's got balls of steel. That's what the dude's got. Yeah, I mean it's unbelievable.
Work the balls.
It's unbelievable watching Dan Campbell coach a game.
You realize if Sean Payton did that, we'd be killing him today, though, right? We all understand that, right?
No, not if it works out.
Not
you
if it
wouldn't.
worked.
You wouldn't.
Okay.
You wouldn't. Maybe you would. But most people are happy with the win.
I would be killing him.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. And I understand why people are going to criticize Dan Campbell for the move. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. But I also wouldn't have built my entire team the way that he has. And all I know is when a dude has got a mantra and he lives by it, generally speaking, good things happen. And we live by the sword. You're going to die by the sword. And maybe it'll come back to bite him at some point. But that's a team that believes in the head coach. It believes in the vision. And that's a powerful, powerful place to be as an organization.
There's a whole bunch of, I got to believe, a whole bunch of old school coaches going, God, just like D-Mac, I hope he does this and burns him. I hope he burns.
It's not old school, Scott. It's common sense.
It's old school.
It's not
old school.
It's not
and
old
it's,
school.
There's a whole bunch of new wave guys going, I like this.
I doubt it.
I mean, how many times have we yelled at coaches for not eating up the clock, for not being responsible down there in the red zone, for scoring too quickly, and then the dude actually executes it flawlessly outside of the quarterback falling and potentially ruining everything on that particular play.
Yeah, don't forget that. What if he fumbles that? He got stepped on by his lineman. He got close to fumbling the snap.
It freaking worked. That's all I know is it freaking worked because the team believed it would work.
There's a difference. Really quick.
Let me ask you guys this.
Really quick.
Go ahead.
I like going for it on 4th. I would go for it between the 40s on 4th down, kind of no matter what. 4th and 7, minus 46, I'd probably go for it. I had no problems with it going for it on 4th and 1 at his own 30-whatever yard line, even though they didn't get it.
Hold on. That's idiotic also.
Okay.
I mean, if we're going to call this one an idiot move, that one was also.
No. This was so far more idiotic than that move. The game was still in play there. You got the ball to where you needed it to go. You went from a 38-yard field goal to a 35-yard field
goal.
Well,
not. Everybody keeps bringing that up. That has nothing to do with anything.
No,
they didn't do it for an extra 3 yards.
I get it. You were so scared of the Green Bay offense with, say, 38 seconds and 1 timeout.
But they also knew that they had a practice squad defense out there.
Okay. Then that says more about how you felt about your defense. This is not, in my opinion, old school or new school. This is Dan Campbell on an island, on a rowboat by himself. This isn't new school technology or thinking or old school. This is Campbell cult-like lion pride thinking, and that's it.
This is make snowflake football fans' heads explode. T-Mac,
you know what you're not taking into account?
That's what this is.
Do you know what that moment right there does for that team moving forward?
Sure, I know what it does.
I'm being dead. No, you're dismissing it already. I can tell you're dismissing it.
I know what it does.
What that moment right there does Build something internal that you can't qualify what that does for a team.
I get it. So did David Koresh singing songs by the campfire. I mean, I understand what it does. It builds a cult mentality that whatever I tell you to do is the right thing. That's what a cult is. They sort of believe a leader even when things don't make sense. That's what's going on. And it's going to lead them right off the cliff in a big moment in the playoffs.
And hold on now. Okay, so say they win a championship. Are you going to come back and
Sure.
sing different songs?
Absolutely. You win a championship.
Are you going to join the cult?
Dude, hold on.
I'm close to being there, frankly, because I do want the Broncos to be the new Lions. I do. In 2 years, I want the Broncos to more or less follow that mentality. But you got to understand how crazy that was at the end of the game. It was nutbag crazy. That's what that was. It was beyond just new school. It was nuts.
Dude,
but they got away with it.
You are underselling the value of belief and what that does for a team.
We'll see.
And whether you might call it a cult, I call it a vision. I call it you know how hard it is to get everybody in the building to believe in you, to execute what you want them to execute, and he's done it. He's got it. He's not, dude. Dan Campbell doesn't just have buy-in from the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell's got buy-in from every NFL player in the league.
You're literally defining what I'm defining as a cult.
I don't know why you're defining that as a bad thing, though.
Well, are cults good things or bad things?
Okay, he's not trying to kill anybody.
No, it's cult. All right, forget cult. Cult mentality. Whatever you want to call it.
He's got belief.
He has done something remarkable. He has taken everybody to believe whatever he does, even if it's irrational, is the right thing to do. And that's powerful. That is powerful.
It's a belief that it'll work. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's a belief that whatever we do, it's going to work.
Here's Dan Campbell explaining his mentality.
I just felt like we needed to end it on offense, and I did not want to give that ball back, and I believed we could get that. I believed we could convert, and I trusted that old line. I trusted David, and they came through for us. It's a hell of a call by Ben, It just, I knew how I wanted to play this game. The team knew it, and everything in me told me to let's finish this, and so we did.
What's that saying about your defense then, Coach? That would have been my follow-up
what
right
it's
there.
saying is the truth. He had half the squad was practice squatters on that defense.
All right. My defense sucks.
And that's truth.
Okay. My defense sucks, so I did something that has not happened ever in 45
we
years.
We talked this year on 2 or 3 times where coaches had a chance to go for it either an OT or late in the game for a touchdown as opposed to take the field goal and tie. And we've all said, why don't you just try to win it right there? Question then, if Dan Campbell were those college coaches, would he have just gone for it?
Yeah. I mean, clearly. And college coaches tend to go for it more than anybody anyways. So they've been taking way more chances than NFL coaches for years and years and years. That's not that unusual in the college setup. Listen, man, I get it. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade, but I think my prediction, my hot take on this is there'll be something along this line that comes back and bites them in the playoffs. And that's why they won't win a Super Bowl this year.
Or it could be the thing that saves them.
Or it could be I like going for it on 4th down.
All I know is I want to go down swinging. So if I'm going to lose, I want to go down swinging.
I get it, but like in that situation, you'd already done it. You were there. It was a chip shot. You're done. Take the field goal. Take the prof. We would be destroying Sean Payton. Because you know why? Sean Payton is not built.
Dude, if our team had one loss right now and we just guaranteed ourselves a playoff berth, there is not a human being in town that would be destroying Sean Payton. We would be praising this culture that this team has.
All right, fine. Will Sean Payton get to the Broncos to where Dan Campbell is in the next couple of years?
No.
Why not? Dan Campbell is a disciple of Sean Payton. He literally learned from Sean Payton. It doesn't make sense. It's the same mentality as Sean Payton. That's who he learned under.
Here's the difference, though. It goes back to what was that baseball movie with the Cleveland Indians, and they were like
Major League.
Yeah, Major League.
You got no marbles.
Sean Payton doesn't have the marbles.
Sean's pretty gutsy, man.
He's
kind of notorious.
He don't have marbles like that.
Did come out with an onside kick in a Super Bowl.
He did, Scott, and he learned. Dan Campbell learned under him. That's his tree. Dan Campbell tree is from Sean Payton, which is essentially Bill Parcells. If you're going, to the roots of things, I think the Broncos are going to get. I think the Broncos will be the Lions in a couple years.
You think Dan Campbell's on an island? You're on an island. You're the one that's on an island on this one. Everybody else is loving the dude. Is loving the decision. Is loving the belief.
I understand how cults work. No, I get it. I get it. I know how they work.
If that's a cult, I want my football team to have that kind of cult.
No kidding. People like being parts of the collective. They like to think of themselves as risk takers and smarter than the average bear. They want that. Fine. No problem. But let's see how it goes we'll see. Because we already saw it last year, by the way, where it didn't make sense and everybody had his back. We already saw it. So we'll see.
If a guy makes a catch, then we would have saw success doing it last year.
If Toad had wings, it wouldn't bump his ass on the lily pad.
Receiver's job is supposed to make a catch.
I get it. If I was 3 inches
taller,
taller,
open catches, and then we signed him for free agent money and then cut him.
All I know is passion and belief is contagious, and that locker room's got all of it.
Okay, what happens to the Lions this postseason?
I think they win a Super Bowl.
They win a Super. Scott, what happens to the Lions this postseason?
I don't think they're good enough defensively to win a Super Bowl. And if some team wants to get in a shootout with them, then I don't know many teams that can match the shootout. Maybe Buffalo. Maybe I don't know. If it's a shootout Super Bowl, then Detroit has a chance. If it's a defensive game, I'm not sure Detroit has a chance.
Dude, they ain't getting to the Super Bowl. The Eagles are going to run through them.
What?
The Eagles are going to run through them.
Okay, maybe you can tell me they're going to win, but they damn sure ain't running through them.
They'll be in the game close enough to where the Lions can do something stupid to lose their chance to go to the Super Bowl. And it'll be the Eagles.
You are talking about an Eagle team. Talking about another team that likes to fold in big moments. You are talking about the Eagles.
I get it.
You know where you are? You're in like your blind faith mode again. That now you just blindly want this to happen to punish them.
Kind of. I'm not going to lie about that. But I think a team that's rooted in a solid running game is more poised to do something to a team like the Lions that are out on the wire's edge all the time. And there's
on the what?
Wire's edge.
I thought you said the liar's edge.
Wire's edge. They're walking the tightrope. Listen, they're a damn and watching Tim Patrick. How many people are out there saying, "Why didn't we keep Tim Patrick today?" Raise your hand. I mean, probably plenty of folks. And Scott, you're talking about Josh Reynolds like you're kind of dismissing, getting shot at when he's driving down I-25 and having an injury. I mean, you're kind of dismissing that when you say that.
Well, how am I dismissing that? I don't judge anything about that outside the thing. I judge about he played. He dropped more passes in training camp than any of the other receivers other than maybe Franklin. And he really didn't make an impact before he got hurt. And you got Vele.
Vele was tremendous in training camp. Tim Patrick was okay in training camp, Scott. He wasn't like some Tyler.
Yeah, he was just okay.
He was. He was just okay.
I'm happy for Tim.
I am
happy
too.
for Tim.
I am too, but I do not think it was the wrong decision to send him packing. No. Do you, Tyler?
No, I absolutely do not think it was the wrong decision.
Okay. All right.
They had it was time to go younger, and you found a Tim Patrick clone in Vele.
Right. It was the right move.
But now let's start using Vele, and even 2 weeks ago, Sean Payton even said that we got to get him more involved. And you're absolutely right. They do.
I think belief is the most challenging thing to build in an organization.
Aside from the Broncos, are you guys pulling harder for the Lions than any other team?
Of course,
Scott.
They are officially America's team.
Yes. Dan, you pulling for the Lions more than anybody else?
I don't
more
really
than the
think that
Bills.
way.
More than the Bills.
No, it's Broncos or bust.
Broncos or nobody.
Yeah. Broncos and I don't care.
I said aside. I said aside from the Broncos.
Hey, he watched the Broncos from his orange-colored bong in his room every evening.
I will agree.
Custom made, Scott.
I will agree with you.
Custom made.
I think the Detroit Lions are America's team. I totally agree with you on that. It is everybody wants to believe in the Lions, and that's why they're going to break everybody's heart. Let's Football Goes coming up next. That's good. What movie is that from, Dan?
That's from Always Sunny. My favorite comedic television show of all time.
Great show. Great show. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. You guys are the absolute best. Good pull there with wackadoo. Let's go. Let's football go, Dan Budspin Standard.
All right, since the Broncos are on a bye week, I got a no dumb question for you guys, okay? For the 2024 Denver Broncos, and this is for all three of you, what surprised you most about this year's Denver Broncos? What's been the biggest surprise?
The value of Riley Moss has been the biggest surprise to me. Listen, we knew Surtain was going to be good. I had a feeling Benito was going to be pretty good based on everything. I had no idea this guy, specifically Riley Moss, would have this kind of value, and they would miss him so much. That's my biggest surprise.
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to do players, for me, it's Nick Benito for sure. Look, nobody thought Nick Benito could do this. You knew that he had a productive season last year, but he also felt like a major one-off at the time because he was coming off a bunch of disappointing years. Nick Benito isn't just having a great year. Nick Benito is having a Defensive Player of the Year type of season.
He's up there, right?
Yeah.
Pretty exciting. Scott?
Well, his senior year, Benito had 73 tackles, 11 for loss, 9 sacks, and 2 interceptions. I thought when they drafted him, didn't it was a third round they got him?
Yeah.
And he was a little under.
Oh, no. Well, he was the last pick of the second round. So
the second round.
Last pick, though. Last pick of the second round.
I thought when they got him, they got a steal of a player. Now, the knock on him his rookie year was he just basically played with his hairs on fire but didn't understand schemes and everything. So I'm not surprised he's developed into this because I loved him when it was at OU, and I hope his ceiling is getting higher and higher and higher because the one thing, forget the sacks. I figured he'd get there to the sacks. He's too quick. What I'm more impressed with is he's doing other things. That interception he had, what great coverage he was. That was just great zone coverage he was in, and Denver's lacked that from an outside linebacker position. But his defense against the run has gotten better and better over these last 2 years because it was a liability his first year in the league.
So Nick Benito for you too. Both of you guys for Nick Benito.
Well, no, I'll go with Riley Moss. The biggest surprise because listen, all he did last year is play special teams, didn't he?
He played.
Got in late.
Yeah,
got in late in the season.
Yeah,
maybe?
he played some nickel and stuff. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't the starting corner next to Pat Surtain. He had a lot of injuries too last year. In his rookie year, he's kind of beat up a little bit. So it was kind of a slow thing.
All I know is in the first 4 or 5 games, I kept talking to you, come back on Mondays going, dude, Riley Moss can play. Now, he had a couple penalties early on, but I said Riley Moss can play because they were tempting him. And then all of a sudden you have a game without Riley Moss, you go, oh, jeez.
I'll give you another pleasant surprise, though, if we're just talking surprises. How about Justin Strnad stepping up and playing?
That's been a really good one.
Pretty cool, right?
A dude that had not played defense in about 3 seasons.
Yep. And you know what? As it turns out, you were fine with Brandon Jones playing safety instead of Justin Simmons. The defense as a whole, you could say, is a surprise because
I'll tell you another one that's getting there. I wouldn't say we've totally arrived, but the wide receiver room's been a pleasant surprise of the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Who's got your attention more than you expected?
Well, first off, Cortland Sutton looks like a legitimate number 1. I mean, not just number 2. He looks like a number 1 wide receiver.
$30 million number 1? Close?
It's probably not going to feel awesome if you got to pay him 30, but if you can get him in that 23 to 25 million ballpark, that would actually be a bit of a deal for him.
The only thing he's lacking, he's got size, he's got hands, he's got the ability to get open on first downs, and that's the biggest thing he's doing. Rod Smith was great on third downs, picking up first downs. He's not super quick. I just watched during the break highlights of Demaryius Thomas, and you go, God, I forgot how fast he was. He was faster than you realize, too.
Yeah, he's not a yak guy.
He just doesn't have that. Let me give you another name of surprise guys that's played. And we don't even talk about him. I think because he's filled in, he's just done the job. I think Cody Barton has been a revelation this year, too.
Absolutely. I'm looking at the top receivers. Average per year. I'll be just simple with this instead of guarantees and all that. Average per year. Justin Jefferson, 35. CeeDee Lamb, 34. A.J. Brown, 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think I screwed that up, 30. Tyreek Hill, 30. Ayuk, 30. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dudes making 30 or more. Then you go to Waddle, 28-2. Devontae Adams, 28. DJ Moore, 27-5. And Cooper Kupp, 26-7. Then you get to Devontae Smith, 25. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes making 25 or more.
Yeah.
You ready to put Cortland Sutton in that neighborhood?
Well, I'll make it simple. Do you want to play football without Cortland Sutton?
I do not. Not with Bo Nix. No, I do not. I want him.
Okay.
I do.
Then you pay him.
You know what's fine by me. And you know what? That is a surprise because I thought he would be traded by now because I didn't think he had that value. But you know what? It is really working. You found a guy, and it's a comfortable fit for Bo Nix. What else are we looking for, frankly? And plus, you do get Marvin Mims on a cheap contract, Troy Franklin on a cheap contract, Vele on a cheap contract, and you got room to add somebody else if you really want to because it didn't work out with Josh Reynolds.
Maybe Cortland's not as good as some of those other number ones, and he's not. But he's our number one, and he's got that leverage because he's our guy.
So why tick him off? He's your guy. He's got at least 3 to 5 more great years in him, no doubt about it. What are we doing here, right? They should do that. They should make that happen, and just it's worth it. Scott, you agree?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do anything now, but you know, you got to figure out when the league announces its finances and how much the cap action will go up. You still are going to have a $30+ million dead cap. You got to figure something out that you're not continuing to push down into the years, you know, money to the, you know, some teams eventually just going to be hamstrung. So you got to figure a way to do it. But probably, to be honest with you guys, if you're not going to do it, then you got to trade him before the draft and get something out of him.
Boy, none of us said Bo Nix was a surprise, huh?
Sure. He's definitely in that category. Absolutely. The way that he's played is for sure a surprise.
Scott, are you surprised by Bo Nix being good?
Being good.
Define good.
Yeah.
Define good? Define good? Seriously? You don't think, hold on. You don't think Bo Nix is playing good? You don't think he's having a good?
No, I'm just saying there's some people would say a C+ is good.
You think
some people would say a B+ is good.
What's your grade right now on Bo Nix?
I think, yes, I would say surprise because I think he's a high B.
Okay. All right. I'll take that as a compliment. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Vikings running back Aaron Jones. He has been in the news a lot over the last couple of days because of Aaron Jones's mother. She had some interesting things to say to the team about her son's fumbling problems.
Oh.
She said they needed to sit you down. She was like, I don't know what's going on, but they need to take him out the game. Like, they need to bench him right now. So anytime I hear from my mom, it's going to be worse. I was like, I got to learn from it. She was like, well, you didn't learn last week? And I'm just like, damn, my mom. Like, I kind of didn't know what to say, but it is what I need, my mom being hard on me. That was my dad for so many years. My dad's not here, so now my mom's kind of took the role over without me asking her, but it's kind of a little eye-opening when your mom has been the one your dad gets on you, your mom's the one like rubbing your back, it's okay. And now it's mom getting on you and not too many, nobody's back there, hey, it's okay.
All right, you guys like Aaron Jones's mother telling the Vikings they need to bench her son.
I do, because sadly he's lost his father for whatever reason, and I think that's sad. He's a young man. He should still have his dad in his life, and he doesn't. And his mom is trying to fill that role. I actually think that's pretty awesome. That's how I took it.
Probably not how I would go about it.
Okay. She's trying to fill that void. I think I have so much respect.
I'm not judging any of that. I mean, sure.
Yeah. Scott?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, she would know him better than anybody else.
Yeah.
But I also know that some people, with losses need that team. we always talk about in sports, right? Teams are families.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's different to me than C.J. Anderson's mom, who loved the Raiders, wearing a Raiders jersey when her son was playing for the Broncos against the Raiders, saying the Raiders are my team, son. That is a little weird to me. What his mom's doing is different than that, I think. CJ's mom just really loved the Raiders. That's the one that I'm like, wait a second, didn't you have relatives that wore Patriots jerseys when you got them tickets to games? Didn't you have that in your life, Tyler?
Yep.
Okay. I don't mean to bring up bad memories, but I mean, that's kind of weird, isn't it?
It was one of those goofy things, like one of those half shirts, like half Broncos, half Patriots.
Okay. But you got them the tickets, right?
No. But to be fair, they definitely evolved and it changed.
All right. Scott, you ever have a relative?
You get a Christmas card from him this year?
Not this year.
Scott, you ever have a relative root against your team for whatever reason?
Well, I got tickets for my brother, who's still to this day the biggest Chiefs fan in the world, he and his wife. And we were playing in Kansas City. I'm calling the games. And I got him passes. I actually didn't, and it was cool. They had a ball. They got passes. They got to go in the little media room and eat. They got to, of course, my brother went up to Lynn Dawson and introduced himself. And, he's taking pictures with the Hall of Fame bus and stuff and all this. He's telling me all that. And our booth in Kansas City is right beside the coach's booth. Open window between us and Bubba been right there. And my brother's watching the game for the radio booth. Full Kansas City starter jacket. He and his wife got face-painted Chiefs logos on their cheeks and stuff like that.
And they're in the booth.
And they walk in the booth, right? They walk in the booth. They both got like Kansas City garb, like a Kansas City stocking cap, And I'm like, I got all my boys, the coaches right there, and there's my brother, and he is just decked. Just decked in Chiefs. Of course, it was back in the time when Denver was going in there and winning some games, but that would be the only one. But hey, my brother. I don't think at the time my brother had ever been to a game in Kansas City, so he was pretty fired up.
All right, last story. Go ahead, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Richard Sherman. This is the post-game show on Amazon Prime after Thursday Night Football last night. Here is Richard talking about who he thinks should be the front runner for NFL MVP.
Statistically, look, Joe Burrow should be the MVP. His team has just let him down. He's got 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You can say what you want. You can boo what you want. The numbers are the numbers. I don't give a dang what y'all say. The numbers are the numbers.
Jared Goff.
They're homers. I'm not a homer. I'm objectively speaking.
The last non-quarterback to win MVP, Adrian Peterson.
All right, thoughts on Richard Sherman saying he believes Joe Burrow should be the front runner for MVP.
Let me frame this with Nikola Jokic. Guys, if the Nuggets are, what did Malone say, 45 win pace right now? Something like that? Probably playing in the play-in tournament. Okay, if the Nuggets are in the play-in tournament with 45 wins and Nikola's averaging a triple-double, is he the MVP?
When you make it personal, it feels different. My gut reaction when hearing that about Joe Burrow is, come on, give me a break. You at least got to have a winning record. Come on, you missed the playoffs.
Is it about the individual play or is it about the team?
I know. And then when you make it personal with Nikola Jokic, you're like, okay, well.
Yeah, because we could see that happening, right? I mean, we definitely see that happen this year.
Hold on. They're 11-9, 1-2 without Nikola. So let's say they're 10-7 without Nikola. What's their record at the end of the year without Nikola?
Without Nikola? They're not making the playoffs without Nikola. They're not making the play-in tournament. They're
a 30-team win at best, wouldn't you say?
At best, yes.
Yeah. Well.
I get it.
That argument, people are making that same argument about Tua right now. That Tua should have an opportunity at the MVP because of the impact he has on that team.
Hey, we question, why don't you just give it in, get in the draft, blah, 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 blah. Why bring him back this year? And they knew something, right? Because if you go back and look at them games they play without Tua, that is a different freaking team.
No doubt about it.
Without.
It is a fast.
But that's what great players do. Listen,
Yeah.
Cincinnati still can't get a win, but their offense is averaging like 38.
I know.
And they still can't get a win. You take Joe Burrow off the team, they're scoring about 16 points and just getting blown out every game.
Should McDavid win the Conn Smythe? His team lost in the Stanley Cup Finals. Should he have won the Conn Smythe as the MVP?
No, that one for sure feels like you got to win.
Feels
that
weird,
one
right?
feels like a no-brainer. If you don't actually win the finals, you can't win that.
Jokic won an MVP, and they were the 6th seed, and they were lucky to win a game against Golden State in the first round, and he won an MVP that year too.
I guess.
But they also played Golden State in that year better than anybody else.
Yeah.
And you play without 2 starters, MPJ and Murray, and you got him to that position was pretty amazing.
It's a fascinating conversation about the value, the most valuable player.
I guess.
The league has already made a statement by the first Player of the Month award goes to Shea Gilgeous. He and Joker averaged the same amount. Joker averaged 7 more rebounds and 4 more assists or 5 more assists than him, and is in the top 10 in steals as a 7-footer. And they gave it to Shea Gilgeous. The league's already making their statements.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And let's focus on what the Nuggets have to do to sort of snap out of it. The Avalanche as well in a weekend without the Broncos. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, yeah, I'd give him the Heisman. It's the holidays, a time of love and joy. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that ain't loving or joyful. That just stinks. So this is the answer to that problemo. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Why have a mediocre sex life when it can be sensational? You could be having sex the next day after visiting the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills and herbals fail, they're there. They've been there for tens of thousands of men for close to a decade. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, here's how you start. The initial visit's $99, no big deal. A medical consult, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. But they have so many experts. You could be a lot of men. And I'm telling you, you could be having sex the day after your appointment as long as your personality isn't lousy. I mean, 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up. Put this number in your phone: 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So, Scott, are you doing anything cool in Washington? Are you going to do anything cool? I know you've been there 10,000
I
times.
just got a text from our buddy Marlo. He wants to go out to dinner.
Oh, fun.
We're going to go this, I guess this lady has this little bistro or something nearby. Her name's Ruth. Her and a guy named Chris have this place that's I think right around the corner.
Wow.
I think it's.
I heard
just
the food
local
sucks.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's just local for Washington.
Yeah, I don't think it exists anywhere but D.C. That's some good cooking right there.
Local pub, I think it's a husband and wife, Ruth and Chris.
So Marlo will send you a text about that, like, hey, I found this place, that sort of thing.
Yeah, he said I found this little joint.
Nobody's heard of it
wife,
before?
Ruth and Chris. I think they have steaks there.
They'll
have salmon, of course.
I got to tell you guys, we were in Nashville. This is during the Cup run, and Mosher was like, "You got to come to this place." And you got to understand, everybody's staying near Broadway, which in Nashville is like amazing, right? No, not good enough. He drug us to this. I mean, I'm not lying. It's guys in overalls with washboards, and there was like jugs. And like 15 of them, and like this is real
Cracker Barrel?
Dude, it was like somebody's basement. Like he took us to like
those are the best.
Theoretically. And I'm not upset that he drug us somewhere, off the grid. But, how many 15-piece improv jug band songs can you watch in a row?
Jug band songs.
Dude, we gotta have Mosher on to talk about it. I'll tell you this though, and if you had a jug, Tyler, Scott, or a washboard,
what is a jug band?
Whatever Mosher was showing, dude, and a scrub on the scrub board.
Okay.
There's like 6 guys with big oversized guitars who seemed to, and then one dude that was in the cast off from Oh Brother Where Art Thou was taking the lead.
Did you have the guy with the mouth harp?
It was all that. Dude, and people would just walk in and join the band in mid-song. And I'm sitting there next to Mosher, and the place is packed. I'll give you that. For whatever reason, this hillbilly hoedown in Nashville was the place to be, I guess. But I was like, I left Broadway. You realize Broadway is
happening.
And we walked.
It's like Dixon Street in Fayetteville.
Dude, it was like, it's right around the corner. You ever have a friend that tell you it's right around the corner and it's like 3 miles away?
Especially when everything is literally on Broadway.
Well, that's Mosher, too. Let's be honest, that was Mosher. The key is, did you go in a flatbed truck like the Beverly Hillbillies?
There you go.
I
mean, you got to get in character if you go to a spot like that.
I wish we had a flatbed truck. That would have been great. I would have gone on a hayride. But we're leaving the hottest place in Nashville to go to the junk. Anyways, whatever. So if you just got to walk around the corner and have a good time, fine.
Hey, I got to tell you something I experienced last night and see if you guys know about this.
What's that?
I had some last night. I'm 64 years old. And honest to God, I've never ate this food in my life.
Okay.
And had it last night, and it was absolutely outstanding.
A steak from Ruth's
Pickled
Chris.
cabbage.
What's that? Say again?
Pickled cabbage.
Huh. I would not.
You ever see that cabbage that comes out, and it's red?
I could see it.
I've always seen it, and I've never even thought about actually putting a fork in it. And I was on the plane last night, and I said, Scott, you always talk about doing something new, didn't it? Being blah, blah, blah. And I didn't ask for it, so I said, okay. I was blown away. I love pickled cabbage.
I would not have that
What did it go with?
It was a short rib.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
That does sound good, yeah. That is a barbecue sort of deal. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have put that on.
I've never had it before.
Have
you eaten it before?
Yeah, because it comes with
It's like
barbecue.
pinkish purple red, right?
Yeah, I've had it before because it comes with a lot of barbecue stuff. Yeah. But you probably just
Never
pushed
had
it to the side. You've probably seen it. You probably just didn't eat it.
I know I've seen it, but I'm like, listen, it's tough for me to eat salady stuff. I like iceberg lettuce. That's about it. I can do spinach if you put a bunch of vinegar in it and boil the spinach. But all that other stuff, that kale and all them, in fact, I saw Tanner the other night. He was putting that salad. I told him I can't eat that salad. He goes, why not? I goes, because my whole youth growing up, I made money in the summer mowing lawns, and it looked like lawn clippings, and I just can't eat lawn clippings.
Fair enough. I mean, that sounds reasonable to me.
Cannot argue with him on that one. I stay away from lawn clippings too, Tyler.
Yeah, I've never done it.
Yeah, Dan likes to eat leaves.
I'm a herbivore.
Yeah, I can't really understand that. Scott, the Nuggets will win. They will win against Washington relatively easily tomorrow. How's that for a big hot take? How are they going to do against Atlanta?
Go
ahead.
I think they win 2 in a row.
Okay. Why?
I don't know, because we have Malone on, and I tend to get motivated when I hear a coach not afraid to back down or talk about an issue and a problem. And I thought he was pretty honest with us, and also the process they went through today. So I'm hoping there'll be shoot around tomorrow. It's Saturday, so I don't have the radio, so I may go to shoot around to see. But yeah, I don't know. It's they've got a quarter of the season. It's time. It's time to stop Richarding around.
All right.
I kind of felt that too. When you hear Malone, there's definitely something to be said about not showing panic. And if that's the way he's talking to the team also, I think at some point that pays off. Hopefully now.
Well, you can hear that interview on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. We'll have the Michael Malone Show once a week for the rest of the year. So it was good. It was very cool. You check it out. Also want to thank our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com for sponsoring the show. The Avalanche, we concerned about them at all, or are we just going to middle about? I mean,
you know what? I during that last break, I went back because we played the same time, which has been happening.
Yeah.
And I got to go see the highlights of that Buffalo game, right? I didn't realize they had tied that freaking game up, being down 4-0 in the first period.
Mm-hmm.
They timed the game up with 12-plus minutes to go in the third period.
They did.
I mean, they came out smoking.
Yeah, they actually had the go-ahead goal at 5-4 with actually quite a few minutes left to go in the game. I mean, they could.
Yeah, it was like at 4 minutes, yeah.
Yes.
They still had to play.
Yep.
I was blown away watching those highlights.
I feel all right about the Avs because it feels radically different. The Avs feels like we're a player away and a goaltender, and you've got the cavalry's kind of coming back, and you got injuries, and you got stuff that there's hope to be seen on the horizon. Whereas the Nuggets, the cavalry's there, and you're not really. Well, it is maybe one guy in Jamal, but it feels different with Avalanche.
Well, I'll tell you this: they cannot lose this game to Washington. All right, I mean this would be inexcusable. You just can't do it.
Scott, everybody's saying that you ate kimchi, and if that's what you ate, that is the worst thing on this planet. I've had kimchi, and it doesn't come out of your mouth for the next 3 weeks.
Well, I didn't taste it. It tasted vinegary.
That might be kimchi.
It was good. I was blown away.
Scott, you got any words?
Kimchi's purple? Purple red?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They make kimchi, didn't they? In Korea, didn't they used to bury it in these big vats?
Yes,
in
that's
the ground
exactly
for
what they
a
do.
Month?
That's exactly what it does, and that smell does not leave you for 2. It's like smoking a cigar. It does not leave your mouth no matter how many times you brush your teeth.
Well,
I didn't have that issue with that, so I don't know if it was or not.
What's your advice for us all this weekend, then, Scott?
It's funny. I read this thing a couple of days ago, and so I'd written it down, and then I was listening to some music this morning before the show, and all of a sudden I put a lyric from the song and then what I read this week, and it feels like they mention it, or felt like they go together, and especially with the holiday season, the pressure and the hustle and the bustle and everything that we're about ready to go through. 2 things. First, the lyric from the song. Why would I make a bed in my own shame? Just let that line kind of sit in there right there, and how many times we wallow in the things we've made mistakes and the regrets and everything else that we've done in our past. And then the line in the book that I read this week said, I realized that whenever I'm feeling joyless, the problem is not the source of joy, but in the receiver. So if I'm sitting in my bed of shame, how am I ever going to feel the joy that's around us on a daily basis? Get out of that bed, forgive yourself, and let's go. Let's move forward.
And with that, Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports 92.5. Have a great weekend. Yes.
Yeah, we play ska music on Fridays, and we dig it. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Happy Friday, everybody. We are with you today until 6 p.m., taking you right up to your Mountain West Championship game tonight, which we'll have for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Number 20, UNLV. Number 10, Boise State. Kickoff at 6 o'clock. Winner of that game goes to the college football playoff. The loser goes to, I don't know, the Snoop Dogg Bowl or wherever they go. Boy, last night was stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember all the fun of the early part of the week. You come off that long weekend with Thanksgiving and everything's fun, everything's great.
Monday
and
night
the Avs
football.
and Nuggets are just like, you're like, well, yeah, Monday night.
It was awesome. And then Tuesday, you got the Avs come back from down 4-0 to win. You got the Nuggets closing on a 10-0 run, getting a cup victory over Golden State. And then, you take it easy on Wednesday night. And then last night, you're on the road against two good teams, and you didn't do it. Didn't happen for you last night. The Avalanche lose in Carolina, despite 2 goals from Val Nichushkin, and the Nuggets give up 1,000 threes, and they lose to the Cavaliers in Cleveland. Andy, the Avs at Carolina had a 1-0 lead in that game. You were up all night to get Lecky early on in the contest. He scores on the breakaway. You don't do much in the second period. Get within a goal in the third, but ultimately, Natchez hits the goal that wins it for Carolina last night. And yeah, again, tough road game against a good team.
Yeah, they were kind of sitting and wait on you. Remember, one of the Avs' great big comebacks was against Carolina.
Yep.
I think they were even a little bit down at that point. So you knew they would probably be lying in wait. I don't know. I'm trying not to freak out because it's still December and it's early December at that. But at some point, I would like to see these teams both of them. Let's just put a little consistent run together. Let's rip off another 4 or 5 in a row. You know what I mean?
I mean, you talk about inconsistencies, Andy. You see the Nuggets over the last 9 games? They've just traded wins and losses. There's just no consistency whatsoever. Last night, they're going to play the Cavs on that stupid City Edition court where it looked like they spilled coffee all over the floor. It looked like D-Mac's styrofoam cooler.
Hey, video coming. He cusses in it. Beware.
It got spicy.
Yeah, but it was funny.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
It was funny.
He claims we haven't accepted him. We've accepted him.
Yeah. Now, I think that's proof. The fact that we're willing to internet shame him the way that we plan to is proof of acceptance.
Keep your things in clean receptacles. That's all we're asking for. Trying to help you. Help us help you.
D-Mac is storing his equipment, his expensive audio equipment in a garbage box.
Yeah. Leftover Sean Payton ice cream. Anywho.
There's no Sean Payton ice cream anywhere near that thing.
Yeah, well.
There's just 4-month-old coffee stains.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's got a mug in there.
Ugh.
He's got a mug in there. I used to bartend, as we talked about. I always hated when the ladies left the lipstick print on the glass.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's got 1 times 10. Anyway,
people are gross.
They need to get on a run. They haven't been able to get on a run.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Cavs. I was at the bar last night. Obviously, we were hanging at number 38. That is a fun bar to go to.
Love that place.
If you're in Rhino.
Yep.
They did the cup stacking later, so we had, cup stacking. They stopped by. They had some fun with it. Yeah.
What's cup stacking?
I guess you do the cup stacking real quick.
Oh, all right.
And they had contests
like the
against
little
each
pyramids?
other. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
So they had that going on because it's too cold for the volleyball right now.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to watch, and I kept going, where is the Nuggets game? I thought they said they put the Nuggets game on. And then finally I caught our guys in the uniform, and I'm like, what is this Cleveland thing? What is the uniform? What is the court?
The land. It's
okay.
The land, Andy. The land.
But didn't that look like a throwback Golden State uniform or something? I legit thought it was like a college team as I glanced at it.
It looked like an old Nuggets uniform.
Golly.
Yeah. It looked like the Carmelo and Kenyon era Nuggets there for a minute. Like Kiki was still the general manager.
His UCLA homage.
Yeah, like aren't you guys supposed to be like maroon and gold? Nah, they're light blue.
But anyway.
Cavs made 22 threes. Look, Cleveland is a volume 3-point shooting team. The Nuggets are not. And so already you come into the game with a math problem, and That was what bore itself out last night. You get outscored 66-18. You're minus 48 from behind the arc last night, so you didn't defend the three-point line, nor did you make any three-point shots last night. They made 6 total in the game. They shot 25% from 3. Ball game right there. That's it. You had to, if you were going to give up that kind of deficit from behind the arc, you were going to have to play perfect basketball, and the Nuggets just absolutely did not do that, including our dude Nikola Jokic, who put up a 27 and 20 last night with 11 assists. Andy, there was a time where that would have led to like every Sports Center if you put up that kind of stat line, and it's just another Thursday for Nikola Jokic. But and I'm not saying the loss is on him, but follow me on this. He had a bad third quarter. He was only 2 of 7 from the field in the third. They got outscored by 11. That's it. You can't come back from that. And
they didn't.
You can't lose Jokic minutes like that and then have any prayer of being able to win the game.
All right, you bring up a point there I've been meaning to ask you about. I kind of thought about it a little bit with Golden State. There's been some other teams. You could probably help me out with some of the opponents that were good at this. I think New York had a little of this going on. At what point are we worried you're going to lose a critical game because you just don't shoot three-pointers well enough?
Oh, it's...
Because you've said it for a while. The word against the Nuggets are just launch threes. You might as well just launch threes.
Yeah, fire away. Yeah, if you're playing Cleveland, if you're playing Boston, Oklahoma City, one of these, the upper crust teams in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns, I'll put them in this conversation as well. You know what they do? They move the ball and they fire away on threes. Okay, the Nuggets have always tried to counter the explosion in the 3-point game in the NBA with Jokic ball, and Jokic ball means Nikola Jokic finds an amazing shot on every single possession, but the other guys, they get a large margin of error because they can just bombs away from 3. So if you get a night like last night where the Nuggets have a subpar 3-point shooting game and Cleveland they make 22 of them, you stand no chance. And this is the scouting report on this team in the regular season. It will be the scouting report on this team when they get to the playoffs, Andy, every night is going to be a challenge for this team just to be able to keep up, even if they play more efficient basketball, which they often do.
Do we have any hope for a 3-point shooter? Like, again, I really thought Julian Strother was going to help to try to solve this issue.
And maybe he still will, you know?
Okay, but he's been struggling.
He has been.
Look, he's been a better player than a year ago. I give him credit.
Yeah,
he's actually chipping in, but the 3-point ball isn't exactly it right now.
Progress isn't linear. Young player. NBA's tough. He's getting big NBA minutes for the first time in his life. There was no way to you don't get to skip the struggle bus. Okay, ask Christian Brown about it. By the way, Christian Brown didn't play real well last night, which is funny because I think you look up at the end of the night and he was just one for the game. He was +2. I don't understand Christian Brown. He could play like he did last night. You look up at the end of the night and you're like, wait a minute, you won the Christian Brown minutes? They did. I don't know. He's the guy he's got some kind of dark spell on the game of basketball. I don't know how he does it. He's amazing. But yeah, Christian Brown struggled. Peyton Watson struggles at times still. Strother's got to go through it. Young NBA players don't get to skip that step. The problem is the Nuggets are depending on that guy, Julian Strother, to give you good minutes in a, air quotes, title window.
All right, man. They're going to have to figure out the 3-point shooting thing.
Sure
I don't know what else to say. You got to rebound better. Your defense has to tick up a bit.
You have to defend the 3-point line.
Yeah.
You got to close out. You got to rotate better. Last night, you got to fight through screens. You got to get over screens. It's just going to require a higher effort level of basketball than what you're getting out of this team right now.
Yeah, what is going on? Why is this team, which, let's be honest about it, during most of the Jokic years, and I think it's easy to see why, when you share the basketball the way your superstar does, maybe a lot of good feelings on that bench. I think a lot of guys are going to enjoy playing that kind of basketball because everybody gets to have their touch and have a shot and score your points. Jokic doesn't care. He's not one of these guys that better get mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Cat. Good for Cat. Cat always felt like he's got to get his, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once I feel like I've gotten some of mine now, I'll start sharing the basketball. Jokic has never been that way. The chemistry, and I'm completely an outsider when it comes to this, but the chemistry feels off. I don't know why.
It does.
With the Avs, we can at least point to, hey, do you miss Gabe? Hey, do you miss Cogliano? Hey, do you miss some of the guys you've had to subtract from this thing? With the Nuggets, it's still the same core that got him that championship. So I don't understand why this feels clunky right
You know what's
now.
wild about last night? And I'm just sitting here, I'm staring at something in the box score right now. AG was 8 of 13 from the field. That's good. MPJ was 8 of 15. That's good. He made 3 of 6 from 3. That's good. Joker shot 50%, maybe a little bit below his average, but 50% is 50%. That's good. Jamal didn't have a bad shooting night last night, 7 of 16. Christian Brown, again, a little bit below his average, but 4 of 10. Nobody was all that bad shooting the basketball last night. In fact, as a team, they were at 48% last night. They lost by double figures.
Yeah, because they're falling into this thing, and a lot of teams, you can't live this way. We wondered if it was going to get them at points last year. You can't waste all the energy it takes to get back.
Yeah.
And by the time I figured out where the game was on over at number 38 because of the weird court and uniforms,
it's on Channel 9 last night.
I kept checking over. Well, I just meant the team.
Yeah.
I had to, or what TV I had to look at.
Okay.
Because there's, we have 1,000 TVs.
There's
We
a
had
lot of
little
TVs.
Football, we had a little abs, we had a little this, a little that.
Yeah, there's more than 38 TVs.
Yeah. Number 38 has tons of TVs. But anyway, by the time I kept going over there, and I noticed at the half, which was wasn't it like 61-60 at the half or something like that?
They cut into it big time.
Yeah. But you waste, you spend all this energy. You only have so much energy to give to get back into a ball game. And like you said, if you come out and have an off third quarter and they run it back up to double digits, you may not have another bank. You don't have another bank energy to go get that thing even again.
They didn't, and you're trading 2s and 3s. 2s and 3s.
You can't do that.
That's ball game right there. It's funny you bring up the end of the half because there was that sequence where MPJ missed a floater, just left it a little bit short. He was pissed at himself. He knew he needs to make that bucket. Cleveland goes down, and Donovan Mitchell hits a 3 from the top of the key, and boom. It's, 5-point swing right before the half. And you lose a little bit of momentum going into the room. Just a bad finish to the half. We'll talk to our buddy Dan Hyatt. He's going to tell you why some of this stuff is happening with the Nuggets today at 3:45. It's must listen. He has really dug into this stuff. So you'll want to hear Dan Hyatt today at 3:45. It's Crackman and Lindahl. It's a Friday afternoon. We're back after this.
Play fake to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Tim Patrick again.
Six catches, 43 yards, 2 tutties last night for Tim Patrick. His first 2 touchdowns of the season for the Lions. So his first 2 touchdowns since, 2021, Andy, I think is the number on that for Tim Patrick.
Yeah, because 22 is when he got the first injury with Russ.
Yeah. Nice. He missed 2 full seasons. He's had a nice season with Detroit, 27 catches, 349 yards, first 2 touchdowns of the year last night. He's very much a role guy, but he's a classic culture dude. He's, getting a low paycheck right now after he made all his money from Denver. But Tim Patrick now a member of that Detroit team. Andy, when I watched him last night, and there was a great moment with him and Campbell in the locker room post game. We'll play that audio coming up here in just a moment. But as I watched it, I really did feel this way. And again, I'm not Mr. Bleed Orange Broncos country dude. I'm a Broncos Nation kind of guy myself. More of a Broncos land.
Nation.
Yeah, Bronco
land
kind of dude. Yeah. But I felt nothing but happiness for Tim Patrick, and also fully at peace with the decision that Denver made to not have him anymore.
Yeah.
I'm both of those things.
No, I agree.
Yeah. He needed to move on. He needed a new place to go and play. Sutton's had an amazing year, and we've watched Vele emerge into a legitimate number 2 NFL wide receiver. Troy Franklin has gotten his opportunities and has played well. We know that Sean has got his thing for Lil Jordan. Okay, cool. He's a guy that you can trust to block and do all the little things that you need in your offense. Your offense has been fantastic. Great. Good for Tim Patrick, who I think was a solid locker room citizen the entire time, and a good Bronco who had awful injury luck. And not for 1 second am I just I wish he was still here. No. The Broncos are where they need to be with younger players out on the field.
Yeah, and remember when the decision was made to let Tim Patrick go, what did it look like right there? We thought they had a lot of receivers they needed to play. Devon Vele, Devon Vele is proving his worth.
Yeah.
Right?
Josh Reynolds was still here.
Josh Reynolds was still a mix of this thing. We
Yeah.
were talking about finding a younger core. We still were all surprised they let him go because he did have a pretty good training camp. But at the time, it made sense because coming out of training camp for plenty of us, not for all of us, for plenty of us, this did not look like a team that was about to threaten 10 wins on the year. So it made sense to let a veteran go and get a shot with a team that you thought was going to. And look, the Lions still look like they're going to be a Super Bowl favorite. I'm very happy for Tim Patrick on a number of counts, including the fact he may be playing in the Super Bowl this year. Now, it'd be quite the story if he ended up playing the Broncos.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm
with you.
It'll be quite the story if anyone ends up playing the Broncos in the Super Bowl
That's
this year.
true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about a team with a 5.5 win total and a rookie quarterback going to the Super Bowl. That'd be a hell of a story, but we'll take it. Hell yes. Last night, Detroit gets that victory. Dan Campbell just goes full Dan Campbell last night. Goes for it on 4th down 5 times. Now, he's got the one that he tries deep inside his own territory, bites him in the butt. Green Bay goes down and scores. Okay. All right. And you live by the 4th down, you die by the 4th down. You live by Dan Campbell, you die by Dan Campbell. Look at the NFC Championship a year ago. But on 4th and inches with 45 seconds left in that game, Dan Campbell had a decision to make, Andy, and it basically was, do I want to guarantee a win, or do I want to guarantee the lead? And he chose guarantee the win. And 4th and inches, they go for it. And you watch that play. I mean, Goff slips, barely get the handoff to Montgomery, but that O-line, man, they walled that thing off. It was 4 yards down the field before Montgomery even got touched. Boom, you convert right there, you go down, you eat some clock, kick the game-winning field goal. Way to go, Detroit. You're 4 or 5 on 4th down last night. Dan Campbell, was it the smartest thing to do? Here's my answer. Probably not. But you know what I love about it? Dan Campbell is never not going to Dan Campbell.
Well, and there is a part of me that loves when you're the team at home and you're the better team, why not avoid overtime?
Yeah.
Why not? Now, it would have been funny if somehow a Packer player would have thought that was going to be a tush push or something, had submarine and was able to touch Jared
While
Goff
his knee went
prior
down.
to the handoff while he was on the ground?
Somebody has an interesting question on that, by the way. Like, how is that different from a quarterback taking a knee? And it's like, I guess it simply comes down to intention versus result. Like, you know what taking a knee looks like, and that's not what Goff was doing, even though, like, it's the same thing. His knee touched down. So what is it? Well, it's a handoff. You can turn around and fall over, and it's just a handoff.
Yeah, but isn't there intention behind that?
Yeah.
Again, my intention is to kill the play and not get hit.
Right.
His intention was not to kill the play right there.
Mm-hmm.
His intention was not to get tripped and get the ball out to his back. It didn't happen.
Yeah, but a lot of things happen in football that aren't the intention.
Fair enough, but
Yeah.
he didn't get. I just thought to myself, man, if you'd have been touched.
I know, right? Yeah, but they got it. Yeah, if he gets touched, I mean, Jordan Love couldn't be stopped in that game. He was marching Green Bay up and down that field. So you know that McManus would have gone down and kicked the game winner if they got that thing. So much fun last night. Great matchup. And a game that completely lived up to the hype last night. 34-31.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
No, it was a great game.
You wanted more?
Don't like the fact it was on Thursday.
Oh, everybody got to sit and watch that game. What's wrong with that?
I didn't. We're doing stuff when we do these football parties, and then
Okay.
I drive home, and then I miss,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I last night had.
That would have been my perfect Sunday night.
Yeah.
Settle in and get ready for the week.
Right at halftime, I hit pause on that sucker, and then I didn't get back to it till like 11 o'clock last night. But I didn't look at my phone. I sat down. I got to take in the entire second half. I got to watch, Green Bay completely erased the deficit in like 30 seconds and get right back in that game. Lived up to it. Yeah, it was had the living room to myself. Just me on the couch watching some NFC North. I loved it, man. So after the game, Dan Campbell in the locker room. Oh, it's an all-timer. This is an all-timer of a post-game locker room speech out of Dan Campbell. He gave out game balls. He was nearly in tears at various different points, and there was one other little surprise in the middle, and God bless the Detroit Lions social media team for leaving it in there. Roll it, Spring.
I told you you'd never forget this game. You will never forget this game. We don't have to talk about how tough we are. We don't have to talk about how resilient we are. We live it, man. We've been living it. Where's our defense at? Offense, that's the way to step up, man. That's the way to step up. There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up, whatever you're doing. Freaking land on the line. Guys, I'm so freaking proud of you, man. That's the way to show up. You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win. That's what champions do. This is not happenstance, man. This doesn't just happen. This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We are all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course. That's 12, and that's 4 in the division. All right, I got 2 game balls. All right? First one here, 6 receptions. I can't read this first one. I'm going to say 43 yards, 2 tugs. This first one since 2021. Jim Patrick.
Thank you guys, man. Thank you for embracing me. It's been a hell of a ride the past 2 years, and I wouldn't want to go on this ride with anybody else but y'all. Appreciate y'all boys.
All the stats you need is he won the freaking game again. Jake Bates.
Hey, I freaking love you guys, man. Let's get 13 next week. Yes, sir.
Hey, you guys are warriors. You're warriors. Good win. Break it down.
Hey, like he said, this just don't just happen, boys. We're fucking different. Again, I'll say it again. This group's fucking different.
Win on 3, 1, 2, 3. Win.
So good. There's so many good moments in that. First off, right at the end there, don't let the rookie kicker speak in the middle of Dan Campbell's rant.
Yeah. Hey, kid, shut up.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Guys, it's real great. No, not you.
You guys are great teammates. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Listen,
Only stat is he won the freaking game.
The best is him going, "Hey, Skip, whatever you're doing, you keep doing it." Yeah, we all know what he's doing.
There you go, Skip. Keep throwing
yeah.
out wherever you're going. You got a freaking land on the line.
We've
Dan Skipper is barfing his brains out into a garbage can while Dan Campbell is going nuts. And Dan Campbell is such a good coach. He just keeps encouraging him to continue vomiting.
Yeah, you know what that reminded me of? We all have that party, probably at your residence, where one of your guys is a man down and has to go in and do exactly that. You're like, yeah, keep it going. You're not giving up. You're not done. Let's go.
It's called boot and rally.
Let's go, Jeremy. I had one where I'm going to tell this as best I can.
Okay.
Let's just say the restroom was in use. The throne was needed. And the guy, one of my buddy that owns Jersey Mike, did. Jersey Mike's long gone.
Yes.
Been digested and everything. Yeah, he needed to do exactly what Dan Skipper was doing. So he came in with the forearm shiver. And one of my other buddies got basically knocked into the shower that was adjacent. You know, it was one of those stand-up showers with the curtain. Boom. You're in there, and I'm handling business here.
You get the shower. I got this.
Yeah, the other guy came walking out and was just like, what just happened? I was like, well, got caught in the wrong one. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's no time to wait. Now, we did ask Jeremy later, why didn't you go to said shower? It all would have worked.
Wait, what was that noise that Campbell just made?
What's the opening? Yeah, the opening deal.
Here's the opening. This was how Dan Campbell opened his. Andy, I was a speech comm major. I think you were too. They tell you have a good attention getter.
Yeah.
At the start of a speech.
Oh, yeah.
This was Dan Campbell's. This is how he did it.
Yeah.
Just a guttural roar.
Yeah. Feels
out
like
of
he
Dan Campbell.
pulled a knife out of something.
Last night.
Just took Excalibur out of the stone or whatever.
Andy, he's got his stamp on that team. He is a good in-game coach. You know me, I will lay down all day long for what he did in the NFC Championship game last night. He coached a winning game. His players didn't play a winning game. Dan Campbell is the best coach at this moment in the NFL, but he does it with a combination that I didn't think he was capable of, which is the vibes guy, which you got in the opening press conference, biting kneecaps and all of that, and the crying on Hard Knocks and everything else that you and I looked at him and said, this guy can't coach in the NFL. You can't be that insane and emotional as a coach in the NFL. But what Dan Campbell also has is he has a philosophy, his players believe in it, and he has the players to be able to do it. So it's not some Brandon Staley, I'm just going to throw darts and hope my guys can make plays. No, Dan Campbell has a good play caller, a good, not great quarterback, but a good quarterback, and he's got good personnel that knows exactly what their job is. He has a great offensive line, and he knows that his guys can convert. They go 4 or 5 on fourth down last night.
Yeah, he was smart. I'd be honest with you, there's probably a lot of similarities between Coach Prime and Dan Campbell. Because Coach Prime has a different charisma to him than what Campbell has. It feels like they go about things about the same way. There's a reason why Ben Johnson hasn't left. It's not like he hasn't had offers.
Right.
And some guys get itchy and jump because they want to be the head of the ship. He clearly enjoys how he's allowed to do his job under Dan Campbell.
Campbell trusts him.
And that says a lot for a guy that's been as hot a coordinator as he has, that he's not taking a job.
Aaron Glenn went from one of the most derided defensive coaches in football to being considered one of the best and one of the prime head coaching candidates in this upcoming cycle. And it wasn't always pretty. It wasn't always perfect. And again, last night, they're missing everybody. And yet they made the plays when they needed to be able to get that win last night. You saw Branch go down banged up in that game. It's like, God, how many more injuries can this team suffer right now? But they run the hell out of the ball. Jared Goff, again, just like he does the Jared Goff thing well. Like a lot of teams, if you want to just be wild on fourth down and your quarterback is Lamar Jackson or Mahomes, like by all means. because you just completely trust those guys. This is how the Lions. This is how they do it. They do it with Jared Goff. It's fantastic what this team has been able to do. It's built absolutely the right way. That's the blueprint for Denver. And what's funny is that Dan Campbell was a Sean Payton guy, and yet Sean Payton should be learning from Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and how they built that thing up right now. That is the gold standard in the NFL of how to build a winner. They did it, man. It's really cool to see, and
I didn't see it coming. I'll admit it.
Yeah.
Boy, the first day we heard that press conference, I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why did you buy into this?
Who is this meatball that you just hired?
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Yeah. I was like, come on. What are we, really?
Yeah.
We're going Games of Thrones.
But, man.
That's how you're going to turn it around?
The buy-in that he gets is one of one in the sport.
By the way, I might need to find a picture. You want to have a shock of your life? This got me out of bed yesterday. Okay? I'm waking up, just trying to get, it's 7 or 7:30 in the morning. I turn on Good Morning Football, and this guy comes on and starts talking. I'm like, who's this rube? Who is this dude? It was Matt Patricia. His beard is shaven.
He shaved?
He's lost a little weight. He is a skinny. He's like this skinny, dude, the beard and the heavier set shoulders made him look like a former linebacker.
Right.
If you look like him now, he literally looks like an accountant. Like Mike McDaniel thinks you look scrawny, bro. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I had to turn it up. I'm like, why are they talking to this guy? And I'm like, who is this dude? And finally, they put his name underneath. I'm like, that is not Matt Patricia. He didn't have a cap on backwards. He wasn't biting a pencil. But I'm telling you, without the beard, I think he lost 30 pounds just moving the beard away.
You get out of football, you get healthier. We talked to Dan Hyatt about Nuggets issues next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Just went out to the shop today. Look at my Instagram, and I'll probably tweet some out. Got some videos from Jerry talking about what he can do for you, the gifts that he has, what it takes to get things done. Like we were talking about the bed covers. Bed covers are always a hot item in his shop. He'll show you some of the different types he has in his video. The cool thing is there's display stands to really let you kind of feel and figure out what it is that you're getting. But here's the thing that I figured out, whether it's step rails, whether it's the bed cover, if you need to order something for the truck or 4x4, and that's really the case for a lot of the things that he sells, you need to get in there by December 20th. That's the date you need to keep in your head. December 20th, and you can probably get stuff in by Christmas. Some of that stuff you may be able to even get it on the vehicle by Christmas. But you want to go to Colorado Off-Road for any truck or 4x4 accessories because they're a great place to shop. It's a family business. Jerry and Wendy Jones own this business, and they're going to treat you right because I've been doing business with them for over 5 years. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're on the web at cooffroad.com or give them a call at 303-761-1264.
Want to thank Jordan Berg back in the NBA Tonight studios on the ones and twos. Stacy, our local engineer here. Mark Burton only producing and hosting. There's the horn in Cleveland. The Cavs are for real, folks. They beat Denver 126-114. Nikola Jokic, a 2020 triple-double. All for naught. Denver loses game number 1 of a 3-game road trip. Again, the final tonight from Cleveland. Cavaliers 126, Denver 114.
It was all for naught. It was all for naught. It was all to lose. Nuggets lose last night in Cleveland, 126-114. They just keep trading wins and losses. Joker goes off last night, 27 points, 20 rebounds, 11 assists, 50% shooting from the field. Didn't do them any good. They still lost by double digits. Joining us right now to talk about that loss and to fill us in, really, on why things are looking the way that they are looking, because our guy really dives into it. It is altitude statistician, our friend Dan Hyatt. Hi, Dan. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you back, as always. Dan, you really dug into it today, and the one of the biggest issues that this team is confronting is the Jokic minutes versus the non-Jokic minutes, which it's nothing new. This has been a problem for a long time. But let's start to dive into it. Is it offense? Is it defense? Like, what is at the heart of the issue of why this team is basically the Washington Wizards when Jokic isn't out there?
I mean, and that's been the thing that's caught fire, the attention right now is that, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, a bunch of these pundits are saying you can't waste 20-20-10 triple doubles. You can't waste MVP seasons. And again, I don't know if I necessarily say it's wasting. They're not where they should be. But the Jokic versus non-Jokic minutes is not necessarily just Jokic is so good that when he's not there, the team is bad. It's that all those other players, the Murrays and the Porters and the Gordons, Murray's down a little bit from where we're used to seeing him. MPJ is better than we're used to seeing him. Gordon's going to be just fine. They are who they are, but they can't function without Jokic. They don't have a plan or an identity when he's off the floor. When he's there, the passes go through him. 115 touches per game, leads the league by at least 15 touches. And he's led the league in touches for years. And they shoot over 50% when he's in there. Why? Because he commands the attention in the middle. And he can find Porter. And he can find cutters. And when he's not in there, they're shooting 42%. That's a 10% difference. And when you watch this offense, Murray used to be able to control the non-Jokic minutes, and it was always a negative, right? It was never a positive. You never gained ground when he was out, but he could stay out longer because you wouldn't suffer as much. And now he just defers. He doesn't have that authoritative, explosive authority anymore. And Porter Jr. doesn't really ever have had – he's never really had that. Brown's still learning who he is. Gordon's not going to take over on offense. Those guys have their roles, and they all fit Jokic perfectly. But, yeah, you're talking about the historically great offensive efficiency when Jokic is out there. The defense is fine when Jokic is there. It's not great. And last night Cleveland was just on fire. But when he's out, they cannot score. And the drain starts to open up, and they get these deficits. And now you're asking him to average 37 minutes per game. And that's what's concerning people. How long can he last coming out 2 to 3 minutes at a time and having the point differential swing by 8 every time?
Yeah, and it's the first week of December, and we're having these conversations, Dan. Jamal Murray continues to be the lightning rod with this team. The scoring average is down. It's at 18 points per game. The field goal attempts are down right now on a per-game basis. And clearly Jamal Murray doesn't trust his own offensive game out on the floor. What's going on with Jamal, and what do you see as his biggest issue?
Listen, what I do is I look at the numbers, I look at pattern recognition, I watch a lot of basketball. I don't know what's going through the guy's head, man. I can't break down why he's not as authoritative, not as explosive. He says he's healthy. You got to trust him, right? The thing that I'm able to look at, though, and his numbers are down. Shooting percentages are low across the board. But he's still around 17 points per game, 18 points per game. His assist numbers are up. So you take those two and you combine them. The offensive efficiency isn't that bad. The defense, to me, is the red flag here. Because what you're looking at, and his defensive rating is down. It's been pretty consistent, about average on the perimeter. But what's happening is his defensive rating is down, and you've got basically two things happening. One, he's not able to cut off guys driving into the lane. What happens when guys drive into the lane? They kick it out. You get corner threes. The Nuggets last year were the 8th best defensive team against corner threes. This year, they're the 8th worst. And that's a result of, you're getting 37 three-point shots per game in the NBA. That's the NBA today, okay? And that perimeter defense starts by allowing these guys to come in and create that space to give these open looks.
Yeah.
So so whatever's going through Murray's mental, state right now, whatever he's worried about, or why the offense isn't there, or why the shot's not falling, whatever. The offense is fine. The offense is actually better than it was in terms of shooting efficiency. They're the 4th best three-point shooting team. They're going to be just fine. They're not shooting threes enough, but if Murray can clean up the defense, and you're talking about a defensive team that is allowing a ton of three-point makes, they're bottom of the league in terms of three-point percentage allowed. And the last couple of years, they've been above average. That can change, and it's just what you said at the beginning of the show. That's a higher level of effort. The shots will come, hopefully, sooner rather than later, but the defensive effort, starting with Murray, I think is the biggest red flag right now to this team being 13-7 instead of 11-9.
Last night it was Darius Garland, but on any given night, Dan, it's whomever the opposing ball handler is. They they live in the paint. They get into the inside, and the defense just breaks down, and it does create those corner threes. Again, Cleveland's really freaking good at this. Okay, but you've got to be able to keep opponents out of the lane. All right, good breakdown right there. Dan, let's zip through it. 2 stats we need to know, 1 we don't. Let's start with the inconsistency. They've traded wins and losses over the last 9 games. What's going on?
Well, you're talking a little bit of home-road splits there, except the fact that they're 5-5 on the road, which is better than they were last year. But right now, the stat to know is that they've traded wins and losses 9 straight. They're going to beat Washington tomorrow. Washington is horrific.
Yeah.
It's like historically bad. But they'll win. And if they get to 10 games in which they've alternated wins and losses, they've only done that once in their history. Then if they go Sunday to Atlanta and it makes it 11, it's something they've never done. So it's something they've never really gone through. But and if you look at the offense, it's pretty consistent. The defense is the problem. You just beat Golden State by keeping them to 115? You lost to Cleveland by allowing 126. So you're talking about a team that can't be consistent on defense, and that's why there's fluctuation. The offense is pretty much going to be there. Porter's giving you consistency. Gordon's now giving you 15 to 18 a game. But if they're not able to consistently defend, and you assume a team's not going to hit 22 threes, but, they got to be better at that. Otherwise, they're going to continue to fluctuate and be around that 500 mark. Again, you're talking about a team that has the second highest strength of schedule played so far in the West. It's been hard. And their ideal lineup has only been out there for 7 starts, really 6 games because Gordon got hurt in 1. So you're not really looking at the product that they want to be showing anyway. But that inconsistency is what's really kind of troubling because you're right. After the Warriors game, you're thinking, hey, they got to figure it out. They got some quality wins this year, but then they have clunkers like Cleveland.
All right, can I offer you a challenge next time just for help because you're good with the numbers? Everybody, Scott talks a lot. I'm sure you've talked with Scott Hastings at the arena. He always talks about the 20-game mark, maybe the 25-game mark, and you know what you are. Can you find anything in the numbers that would either tell us, or maybe just an example of a team as to when they turned it around from a bad stretch, or when, how often do teams maybe remake themselves? Because we're nearing past the point of no return, right, Dan? I mean, at some point, we're going to have to accept they are what they are. Can you find statistical data to maybe tell us at what point is that no return?
How did Dallas?
You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Dallas from last year is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, something like that, Dan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, again, this is a team that spent 5 years paying their dues, making it to the playoffs, not quite finishing, figuring out who they are. They win the whole thing, and then last year they just fall short, right? Okay, so you're talking about wasting these years, but they haven't been through this before. They're not sure who they are, what they're doing. But, yeah, 20 games, is that enough to really figure out who they are now? Brown's been KCP. So that starting lineup, essentially. So you've got that starting lineup's good. Your bench is too thin, but it's been thin the last couple of years. So are you really looking at something totally different? I don't know. It's a good question and a good point to figure out how you actually assess that.
All right. There's been a tough conversation to have, okay? So let's lighten the load a little bit right here, Dan. Let's just jump ahead to the stat that we don't need to know today. This is always my personal favorite part of the segment. What do you got for us today about a stat we don't need to know?
Well, it's not numbers yet again, but it is in light of Jokic introducing his shoe, right? He's got the Joker ones. They came out pretty cool. It's a cool thing for him. It's kind of funny for a guy who hasn't really promoted himself all these years. Now he's got something that has his name and his logo. But again, got me thinking, right? Where are we in terms of how shoe endorsements started? And you look back at the ancient Olympians, right? The first couple of Olympians, ancient Greece. Turns out they didn't actually wear shoes during the Olympic Games when they first started, but it wasn't because they didn't have shoes. It's because it was actually kind of frowned upon. Everyone tried to be godlike, right? Gods were above human concerns and social norms and things, and you had higher status if you didn't have shoes. So I found it interesting that they actually chose not to wear shoes because it made you tougher and it made you look better. And if you wore shoes, that means you had to wear shoes for your job, or you were in the fields, or you were doing whatever.
You were soft.
And I just thought it was cool. Yeah, you were frowned upon for trying to gain an advantage, and it wasn't until 1895, which is a long time later, that actually shoes started to be created to help athletic performance. You had shoes before then. Olympians wore them to run, but it was like leather straps, and it was more of a just to put something on so you don't cut your feet up. But J.W. Foster and Sons, which was like a British company in the late 1800s, actually put little tiny spikes on shoes that we now call cleats to help with traction.
And that's how we got there, because you looked like a Sally if you were wearing shoes. But eventually they figured out that can help your performance. I did not know that about the ancient Olympians, that shoes were frowned upon. Man, Rex Ryan.
They were there. They existed.
Rex Ryan would have loved those old Olympics.
Endorsements have just been awesome over the years, right?
Yeah.
Honus Wagner figured it out. He could push gum and gunpowder, and Wilt Chamberlain is pushing children's laxatives at some point. Like it's been a journey, but those ancient Olympians, they didn't get paid. They just got higher status and statues and front row seats to the theater, which was important back then.
The other piece of research that I need you to know, do for us next week, Dan, is who is the most random NBA player ever with their own signature shoe? Find this out for me.
Don't you like coming on and getting homework? This all started out as Dan's cool stuff I already found, and now it's, hey, Dan.
I'll tell you right now, without doing the research enough, Spencer Dinwiddie's got his own, and it's good. I like him. Great. It's good, but it's a little random.
Spencer,
I'll find you one better.
Yeah, Spencer actually does. Gordon Hayward has his own shoes. That makes you seem cool on the playground, right?
Yeah.
Check out my GHs, bro.
Well, we could go the other way. What guy should have? Like, it's amazing this is Joker's first shoe.
I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Stephon Marbury had the Starberries.
He never bought. Oh, the Starberries. That's right.
Those things fell apart in like 3 minutes. Super cheap.
By the way, did you guys read the story about Lonzo Ball on ESPN this week? And it was all about his comeback from the cartilage surgery, which is the same one that Landeskog has. But in the story, he basically admitted, those big baller brand shoes that my dad got me, those things destroyed my knees. Yeah, it was a wild admission.
The holidays with LeVar Ball
that he made right there. Nuts.
Those guys now have their own shoe companies from other shoe companies because Big Baller absolutely fell apart.
Yeah, those things were crap. Dan, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, boys. Good luck.
All right, that's our buddy Dan Hyatt with us right there. Oh my, we gotta parse through some stuff. I was scribbling notes down that entire time about things that are going on with this team. But the biggest thing is, don't let guards into the paint. Number one. That's my number one coaching point for this team. Jamal, you got to cut off a dribbler every now and then. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Thanks again to Dan Hyatt. A lot of good stuff in there. Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with you here on a Friday afternoon on a no Bronco weekend. Yes, it is the bye. It came extremely late, but the Broncos enjoy the bye. They will be back at it next week against Indianapolis, who is also on the bye. So both teams will go into this thing nice and rested, but no Broncos game coming up here on Sunday, Andy. In fact, I'm looking at the NFL card right now. Last night was phenomenal. You had two teams that combined 20 wins going into the game. It's so rare that you get that kind of matchup this late in the season, but the NFC North has been absolutely incredible. Lions and Packers, and it completely lived up to the hype last night. We have one game. There is one game on the schedule between two teams that both have winning records right now. You got some 500 teams against winning teams, but there is one game on the schedule against teams with winning records. Do you know which game that is?
Is it Chargers Chiefs?
It sure is. Sunday Night Football. 8-4 Chargers and the 11-1 Chiefs. Mahomes in his career 9-2 against the Chargers. Andy, by the way, 12-2 against the Raiders, 13-1 against the Broncos. He is 34-5 in his career against the AFC West.
It's pretty good.
Pretty
that
good.
Feels a little Manning-like.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah.
Boo.
So, Chiefs go into this one looking to lock up at least the division if they can get the victory. So, Chiefs and Chargers. We have other games between winning teams and 500 teams. Bills-Rams on Sunday afternoon is one of those teams. Seattle and Arizona. Interestingly enough, right now, did you know the top two defenses in the NFL over the last 3 weeks, both by points allowed and total yardage? Seattle and Arizona.
No, I would not have thought that. Boy,
I wouldn't
Mike
have thought
McDonald
it either.
has got his thing working in Seattle.
Sure
then, huh?
does. Yeah, no, those guys are starting to crank. They got a big fat guy touchdown last week. That was a lot of fun. So, yeah, Seahawks and Cardinals, big one in that division. You have got Atlanta and Minnesota in Minnesota. Vikings are 5.5-point favorites. Atlanta is 6-6. The Vikings are 10-2. The Kirk Cousins Bowl, Andy. How's that one catch you? Nice and spicy?
Boy, you know, a few people thought that basically they might think about benching Kirk Cousins if they weren't about to face his former team.
Right.
Like that would have been the ultimate cruelty right there.
Right, exactly.
But Kirk Cousins was awful last week.
If he
against the
struggles,
Chargers.
again, is he going to finish this game?
Dude, I'm telling you.
Or is it about to be Penix time?
We didn't really get a chance to talk about this. Backup quarterbacks are becoming the new buyout coaches.
Yeah.
Or not backup quarterbacks, just overpaid quarterbacks.
Yep, sure are.
Deshaun Watson's weighing people down.
It's a killer.
Aaron Rodgers' thing's going to be interesting.
Oof.
Kirk Cousins may be next on the list, a guy you probably shouldn't have paid. Obviously, we know the Russell Wilson deal here in town.
Well, if you're going to pay him coming off an Achilles as he was, then
Like
don't
Rodgers.
use a top 10 pick on an old quarterback.
No, I don't disagree
Bizarre.
with you. I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, man, they might have done the right thing. This guy, it's inexplicable what he's doing.
They did the right thing after doing the wrong thing. Is basically
No, you
what
should
they
have paid
did.
him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there you go. That's those are your quality matchups this week. I mean, there's some puke games. New Orleans and the Giants. By the way, I like the Giants in that game, or at least to cover the 5.5. I don't trust Derek Carr as a road favorite in the NFL right now. You got Carolina at the Eagles. That's a 13.5-point spread on that game right now. Biggest number on the board here this weekend. Raiders are going to Tampa Bay as a 7-point dog. Believe it or not, I actually like the Raiders and the points there in that game. Going up against Tampa Bay, I don't really trust that defense right now. Ooh, yeah, but that's your NFL
All
card
right.
this upcoming weekend.
What bad game might be good? Look, the Broncos have been in a few of these in their
Sure.
times in the past, or if you put two kind of bad teams, you could get some fun football.
It
out of
happens every now and then. Yeah. Let me give you one. Okay? Let me give you a sneaky good bad game, or maybe it's a bad good game. Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Okay.
Mac Jones fighting for his football life right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a chance. Again, you got another contract opportunity. You close out this season strong if you're Mac Jones, and some owner's going to have to think about it. You can be a bridge quarterback for somebody, and then the Titans are a good mess.
Well, does somebody try to make Mac Jones the new Baker Mayfield?
Right.
Obviously not picked as high as the other. I mean, Jones was in the teens and Baker was number 1 overall.
But if you think about it, though, like Mac had the good rookie year, and then sort of plummeted after that.
They didn't give him an offensive coordinator. What a shock. He didn't develop.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, give me a little Will Levis, Mac Jones action. Tennessee going up against Jacksonville this week in the division that time forgot.
Okay, I got 2 more for you that could be good, bad games.
Okay.
Looking at it on the surface, this one's sort of low-hanging fruit. Browns Steelers could be a lot of fun. I don't know that the Browns are going to necessarily do anything to stop the Steelers' offense, but as good as that Steelers' defense is, dude, we just saw it. Jameis gets nutty. You blow a couple coverages, Jameis will make you pay. That might actually be kind of a fun early morning game.
Pittsburgh leads the NFL right now in takeaways. What's the Spring? Do me a favor. Go dig it in. What's the number on right now on Jameis to throw a pick? It's
you got to bet that, dude. What?
Well, it's not going to pay you anything.
You know what's funny?
It's guaranteed that Jameis is going to throw a pick. By the way, Cleveland has not won a regular season game at Pittsburgh in 20 years. Baker got him in the playoffs, but in the regular season in 20 years, do you know who quarterbacked the Cleveland Browns that day? 2003.
2003?
Yeah.
Charlie, that's not Tim Couch.
It sure is.
Shut up. He was still with the team?
He sure was.
Wasn't he like the 99 number 1 overall pick?
Yeah, Tim Couch. He won a game in Pittsburgh back in 2003. Last regular season victory for the Browns at Pittsburgh. I love the Steelers in that game.
All right, but here's the thing. You know what I'd like to research at some point? Fewest number of plays when you win.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jameis could be out there just like the other night where the Browns offense is on the field the whole night because he's throwing pick sixes and they go right back out there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you said, if they're number 1 in takeaways, Steelers may get 21 points
Yeah.
simply off of intercepting the guy.
Oof. It's going to be heinous. By the way, Vikings lead the NFL in interceptions right now. And they're about to take on Kirk Cousins.
Well, that could be bad.
It's
gonna be bad.
Spring, research that one for me. I'm just firing you homework
Okay.
here like you're Dan Hyatt. What's Cousins to throw a pick in this game? Give me that prop.
Let me throw you another one maybe on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know what they're showing us yet.
All right.
I could see Bears-Niners being a little more spicy than people think, a little more fun, a little more action.
Yeah.
You got a new head coach
Interim
in there.
coach.
Bears have been off for 10 days.
Yep.
You know, and isn't it the offensive coordinator? The guy just took over an offensive coordinator, now he's head coach?
The interim offensive coordinator is now the interim head coach.
Yeah, so it's nutty.
Thomas Brown.
The Niners couldn't be more beat up. I think they're probably all their running backs are on IR.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy's going to have to be like more than just Brock Purdy game manager. I bet you that could be a fun close game. There might be some bad football played at points, but I bet you that could be a fun close game.
Oh, it's I'll tell you this about Caleb Williams is he's not consistent, but he's must-watch television.
He's got a little Jameis to him.
Oh, that Thursday.
He's going to do something that drops your jaw, and then it's going to drop your jaw because that was stupid.
That Thanksgiving game, like that first half, you're like, this is death. And then you watch him go out and ball out in the second half. You're like, okay.
Yeah, but then at the end, you're like, take a timeout. You don't need your coach. Take a timeout.
Did you hear his explanation afterwards?
No. What do you have to say?
He had already called a timeout on that drive. He was just like, I used my one. That was his explanation.
You didn't.
You should have called
Nobody
another
got
one.
another one, pal.
Yeah. It's on Eberflus, too. Well.
Oh, it totally is. But I'm just saying, look, Bo Nix ain't letting that happen, right? There's no Bo Nix that gonna let that happen.
God, I hope
There's
not.
no way when he sees 16-10. No, we're taking a timeout,
Well,
man. This ain't working.
Sean Payton doesn't do that.
No, I know, but if Bo Nix was a Bear, he's taking a timeout. I'm convinced of
Actually,
it.
nope. That's the most wrong take you've had. If Bo Nix is a Bear, he has 17 interceptions by now this year.
And he's broken?
And he's out of the NFL
Yeah.
in 3 years.
He's broken?
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, you go to that career, that franchise right there, that's where quarterback careers go to die. Ooh, they are just awful. Crackman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here on a lovely Friday afternoon. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here at 5 o'clock. We'll dig into that. But when we return, we have to talk about a fight. Okay?
Well, I got to find the song to go
Not
with
the
it.
Houston Texans and the Jacksonville Jaguars. No, not a flag planting fight. Something much more grim than that. We will tell you because we found it. The saddest fight that has ever happened. We'll tell you about it. You'll want to hear it next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at SportTrade.com, Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. Go to GetSportTrade.com and download SportTrade onto your phone right now. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in the first week that you are using the service. SportTrade is awesome. It's got great prices on those lines, especially when you're live wagering. But minus 106 main lines, that means more earnings for you when you win. And by the way, if I say minus 106 and you're like, that's kind of confusing. Well, on Sport Trade, you can bet games as probabilities. Follow me on this, okay? Let's say you're betting a hockey game, okay? And you bet a team to win pregame, you bet an underdog to win, 40% odds. Well, then they could be up 2-0 at the end of the first. Suddenly that number shifts to 60, 65%, and you cash out right then. Buy low, sell high. Really simple concept. Even I can figure it out. Go to GetSportTrade.com right now. That's GetSportTrade.com. Download Sport Trade onto your phone. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Tonight, after a Scott Friday edition of the Craigman and Lindahl Show, Mountain West Championship game, Albertson Stadium in Boise. The field is blue. Number 10 Broncos taking on the number 20 UNLV Rebels. We'll have that game for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, kicking off right at the conclusion of our show. It's a play-in game. You win, you go to the playoff. Now, Boise wins, Boise's going to have a first-round bye. If UNLV wins, they will go in as the 12 seed and probably be on the road, most likely at Notre Dame. So that's what you're looking at in terms of the college football playoff championship weekend. Going to be an awful lot of fun. I tell you, the game to watch, Andy, or at least the situation to watch this weekend is I'm going to call them our SMU Mustangs.
Yes.
Because obviously you beat Clemson in the ACC championship, and you're good to go. You're in. You're not going to move. They lose, then that could drop them potentially out of the playoff, giving Clemson the automatic bid by winning the ACC, and that could drop SMU out. Now, again, the committee has been informed, like, please don't punish somebody for playing a conference championship game. That's absurd. But, like, they're keeping an eye on this game, basically, because if SMU loses and they drop SMU out and give Clemson that berth, Clemson would get in anyway, but if they don't give an at-large bid to SMU, then nobody's going to want to play in a conference championship game.
Yeah, it almost is like the loss total needs to stop the minute the regular season's done being played.
Right. Well put.
You don't need it doesn't count if you lose a championship game as far as overall losses in the season.
Yeah, you can't try. It's a terrible precedent. If you were to possibly take them out of this thing right now, SMU needs to be in the playoff, even if Clemson somehow wins this game. Now, if Clemson wins 56-0,
sure, unlikely,
isn't going to happen. But if it does, then maybe you got something to talk about. But if it's a close game, no, you can't move those guys down. Simply cannot do that. Iowa State or Arizona State, somebody has got to win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff.
What if they
this year.
tie? They can't tie.
They can't.
But what if they did?
By the way, speaking of ties, did you watch the way that Georgia and Georgia Tech game went down last week?
No, man, we were still on the air.
8 overtimes.
I kept looking at this thing
So
going, what is
fun.
happening here?
Those players were so dead.
Yeah.
By the end of
it
that
was like
thing.
the 6th overtime of hockey in the playoffs.
Yeah, just because every play is so high leverage, you're going all out on every single one of those little 2-point plays that is happening, and the game is taking forever. Yeah, that was wild. Good stuff right there. Okay. We got to talk about a fight.
Come on now. I've been waiting for this.
Not a flag.
Not a hockey fight.
Not a flag planting fight. Not a hockey fight. Not a you just gave brain damage to Trevor Lawrence fight.
Hell, not even a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight.
No.
Not even that.
No, this fight was grim, okay?
This fight angered me.
We got this story from TMZ. All right?
Can Sprague put the video up behind you?
It's so good. It's so good. Here we go. Good TMZ copy, by the way. All Mariah Carey wanted for Christmas was a peaceful holiday concert.
She's just trying to do her thing,
Yeah.
spread some joy.
She's Mariah.
She's in the outfit. She's singing the songs.
This is her time of year to get the paycheck, Andy.
Darn right.
Yeah.
Yes. The royalties.
This is where Mariah makes her nut every year.
Yeah, she may make more than Taylor Swift on a concert tour.
Fans had something else in store when they started throwing punches during her show. A brawl broke out during a Mariah Carey Christmas concert after a verbal spat and a thrown drink escalated things amid the singer's performance of All I Want for Christmas Is You. This is her hit, Andy.
Yeah.
This is the jam.
This is the sign Christmas is here.
She's closing the show with this. This is the big finishing number.
This is the end of it.
This is what everybody came to see.
Yeah. You hung out through all the other crap so you could hear this.
All I want for Christmas is for Mariah to play her hit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Just sing this dang song, please.
So there's 2 different videos of this. As you can see in the video, the drama started between 2 women, where one with curly hair had pushed the other from behind. The Shove-It concert goer then responded by tossing her drink onto the other lady, sparking chaos. Not only did the women go on to put hands on one another, but one of their male companions jumped into the fray by yelling and lunging at the aforementioned curly-haired woman. Other men soon got involved, resulting in the aggressive male flinging his arms about while getting held back. The scene was certainly a heated one, with one attendee asking off camera, "Where's the bleeping security?"
Yeah.
We need bouncers at the Mariah Carey Christmas concert.
And now let's pause on the story right there. I want to paint more of the picture for you,
Yeah.
if I could.
Yeah.
Okay? We're talking about the Keating family from Family Ties. Okay? You know, Michael Gross, or whoever that guy was, with your very nice quarter zip, red for the holiday season.
Yeah.
Your beautifully pressed slacks, dress shoes that certainly aren't meant to be used for fighting. The other guy's like in a sweater. They all got their hair perfectly coiffed like they're going to a board meeting.
It's two men in quarter zip.
Yeah, man, it's like we had a fight break out at the Christmas party at the Cherry Creek Country Club.
One of them's a bald guy that looks like Jay Glazer.
There you go.
And
the other guy's a silver fox
Right.
with glasses.
Right. And they are going honestly, it looks like Pat Summerall is fighting Jay Glazer.
Yes.
Is the fight that you're watching.
Right.
Two men in quarter zips. One of whom is being held back by, I'm assuming that's his wife. And then in the back of that is two women that are just throwing ice at one another.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mariah's on stage. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Andy, we should also add, this is not up in the nosebleeds or anything like this. This is floor seats at the Mariah Carey Christmas concert, meaning these dudes dropped like 4 figures a ticket to get hot seats to watch two Highlands Ranch wine moms.
Yes. This was the wine social as you're right. Book club gone wrong. This song playing there too. Mariah's just dressed like your holiday crush.
Yeah.
And this becomes a drowning pool concert.
The other video of it is my favorite one because there's yet another suburban Karen who is taking a selfie video.
Oh, this was the best.
And she's got herself in the foreground with Mariah and then all the dancers up on stage. And then her husband goes and sticks his pancake of a face right next to hers.
Yeah.
They're taking the selfie video
with the fight in the background.
And there's two cougars just brawling it out.
Yeah.
Directly behind them. They're completely oblivious to it in the video. It's it might be the funniest video that I've seen this year. I lost it laughing at this thing. And again, Mariah's up there playing the hit while these dudes who, clearly just got back from their vacation home in Florida playing golf every single day, wanted to go out to the Mariah Carey Christmas concert and decided it was time to trade knucks.
So I was listening. I've been trying to get in the Christmas spirit because Scott's all over me about it. And I found this Apple playlist of Christmas tunes by alternative bands.
Wait.
And
why does anyone else care what your Christmas spirit is?
Scotty's real big, and he'll probably get on you when he gets back from this road trip if he still remembers it's Christmas.
Andy, I have no opinions on your Christmas spirit.
You don't. This show leaves each other alone. Let's be honest about it. So I found
I don't care if anybody has Christmas spirit.
I found this version of the Mariah Carey hit, and I said to you, now this is one maybe we'd fight to. Maybe this is the one we do a little moshing to. It's the boys from My Chemical Romance who are about to go on a massive stadium tour all throughout 2025. But Gerard getting after it here. Now, see, this is where, look,
this is
stocks
where,
and bonds guy.
Yeah.
Listen, financial day trader, if you want to go at it in your quarter zip with your sweet $200,000 glasses, this is what you're going to get down to. This is where it's time to chuck nuts.
This is when the elbows are flying in the pit.
Yeah, now we're into it. First off, the guy that gets going, silver hair guy, you're going to break a hip even trying to swing anything at them. Just get out of this thing, Grandpa. We don't need you all laid up for the holidays as the young ones try to open their gifts because you got all fancy at a Mariah Carey concert. You were feeling yourself back in the day.
It's so good. It's so good. Seriously, if you get in a fight in a red Christmas quarter zip,
Yes.
You have done the holidays incorrectly.
Bro.
Nobody picked up a chair. I was disappointed with that.
Hey, save that for your house and your son telling you he's not going to be a lawyer. Then you can have this kind of mess or drama. Because it was like, you sent me this video.
Yeah.
And I didn't laugh as much until when I saw the dumb selfie with the people
So
so
good.
oblivious
It's
to
so
the
good.
fight in the background of their selfies
Oh,
were
it's
really
so
sold
good.
it. They look like the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. You know? I was waiting for Mitt Romney to enter the chat and get all upset with, hey, let's listen to the music, please.
Did these same people get in a brawl going to see the Mormon Tabernacle
Yeah,
Choir?
yeah.
Just fighting at Mariah
Shut up and
Carey.
hear the song.
I-
Stop talking.
But
what set this off is what I got it. No, it's the end of the show.
I know, right? What are you're
Like,
shoving
nobody took
somebody
your
from behind?
seats. You're all basically on a hotel ballroom floor. What are you all worked up about?
So good.
He told me he doesn't like Tesla. Relax.
Mariah's Christmas tour continues. We don't know if there's been any further
Yeah,
brawls.
try not to fight in any more of the stops. You know what? She's just up there doing it. Yeah, none of that.
This is.
Did the bouncers have to get it? Like, are there bouncers? You know how you always got the bouncers at the front of the stage? I got to imagine Mariah probably figured, I don't need to employ those folks right now.
You wouldn't think so.
Right?
Again,
nobody's pushing up against a barrier.
If I had to guess, like the least likely concert to have this go down, and yet, again, end of the night. So you know, Andy, like however many Chardonnays these ladies had drowned during the course of the evening, they were woozy as hell.
Couple of hot toddies.
Why don't you just reserve it for fighting with your daughter-in-law on Facebook?
Yeah.
You don't need to do this at the Mariah Carey concert, all right?
Save it for the political discussion over the turkey or the Christmas ham.
Calm down.
By the way, can I throw one more story into you that just came across my Twitter feed?
Let's
Because
have
I
it.
got some questions. I need some help from you.
Okay.
This comes from the Daily Loud.
All right.
Just going to give you the headline. Colombian hit woman known as The Doll.
The Doll?
Has reportedly been arrested for several murders, including her ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
If you're the ex-boyfriend, and I'm sorry you're no longer with us,
But you were dating a hit
you
woman.
had to know you can't be the ex, right?
Yeah.
You ain't breaking that off. You need her to be sick of you. Maybe you got it, and just the right amount of sick. Where
Right.
she's just off to something else. You're not breaking that off. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Andy, she's so dangerous, though.
Look at her. She's kind of scary.
She's so dangerous. How can you miss out on that? All right.
I mean, she's attractive. Don't get me wrong. But, dude, sooner or later, you're finding out how you're spending your time. Where were you for 2 weeks?
Dating a hit woman.
Yeah. Yes.
Just like basically you're dating Uma from Kill Bill.
Dude, the doll is shooting a look to the photographer.
Uh-huh.
It's scary enough.
347 says I can fix her.
Hey,
That's it.
So to bring this all full circle,
Yeah. That's
when your son brings home the doll
to
the Christmas dinner, then go off in your quarter zip and have a fight. Throw the eggnog, toss the Chardonnay.
So
you're not
good.
in the will if you're marrying her.
Oh, it's so good.
But seriously, you can't, right? You can't break up with her. There's no way. And don't tell me you didn't know. You had to have some. Maybe that's why you broke up with her. But now you're stuck, pal. I don't know what to tell you.
It's a risky proposition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Search the night drawers or search the nightstand at some point or something. Get a little snoopy.
It's risky. So there you go.
See, everyone's saying that the eggnog was strong at the Mariah Carey concert. Could it be that there wasn't enough in the eggnog?
Enough to keep him seated at the
Is
end
that,
of the show?
well, no, I mean, is that just it? Everyone's now just all bloated from eggnog, and there wasn't any
And
grandpa's
grumpy.
cough medicine in there, so now they're hacked. They're realizing there's no buzz to go with this crap holiday drink that people just drink because of it.
I don't have any gas X. I feel like fighting somebody right now. Got to unzip my quarter zip a little further.
You end up like Dan Skipper at the end of this thing, just sending the nog back to where it came.
Oh man, we're getting closer and closer to drop of the year, and Dan Campbell has entered the chat so strong today.
Hey, we need to mix in the fight footage with Dan Campbell somehow cheering them on. Keep going.
Keep puking, Skip. Doing great.
Not even Mariah. Yeah. Not.
How about the comedic timing of Dan Campbell too? He's just like mid rant, and then it's just like I'm gonna cheer on my guy for puking. You know what that is? That's a hearty laugh. That is no media laugh right there. No, that's the funniest thing those guys have heard this year.
If you're hearing what's like, where's your drop from Hard Knocks of our guy, the linebacker,
Brian
puking?
Cushing?
Yeah, Cushing.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm hearing that in the background, you got to acknowledge it. There's no just going past it.
Keep puking, Skip.
I know we're in the middle of the speech, but you keep doing what you got to do. I still love you.
Don't give up.
We won a game.
What was the noise he made at the start, Spring?
Hey, was that the sound of the first shove of the Mariah Carey fight?
I think that actually might have been Skipper's first his first thrust. Happy Friday and Merry Christmas, everybody, from the Crankman and Lindahl Show. Scott Friday, Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Spring, get the finger ready because I've got breaking NBA news for you right now. Courtesy of our friend Harrison Wind of DNVR, Jamal Murray questionable for tomorrow night at Washington, hamstring inflammation. Andy, his hamstring is inflamed.
Okay.
And he is listed as questionable to be able to play in this game.
It's all going well.
About to go into a back-to-back against Washington and Atlanta.
It's weird. Both the Avs and Nuggets have like the same schedule.
Yeah.
They're both doing back-to-backs, and it's roughly at the same time, Saturday and Sunday.
Over the weekend. It's
really
going to be
weird.
wild. So, Dan Hyatt pointed this out before. Nuggets have had the toughest strength of schedule in the Western Conference so far this year. They've traded wins and losses over the last 9 games. If they do it again and win tomorrow night at Washington, spoiler alert, they will, then it'll be the first time they had ever done that over a 10-game stretch in franchise history. But Jamal Murray, right hamstring inflammation, questionable tomorrow at the Wizards. 4 of the next 6 are against losing teams. Like we said, they're at Atlanta on Sunday. The Wizards they're historically bad. They have lost 16 in a row. They are 2-18 on the year. They only have 1 loss this season, Andy. Of their 18 losses, only 1 of them is by single digits. And it was by 9 points.
Good God. Really snuck that last basket in there.
Against San Antonio. They're just horrendous. So the Nuggets have a good get-right opponent tomorrow against Washington. But let me tell you, okay, clearly Jamal Murray doesn't have to play to beat the Washington Wizards. Somebody could make the argument maybe they're better off. That's neither here nor there.
Some seem to want to.
Let me tell you the concern, though.
Yeah.
This is my concern, dude, is if he starts to miss time again, then what's going to happen to his fitness? Which has been a problem all season long and has been going back to last year is if the conditioning is rounding into form right now, if he starts to miss time, then could we be resetting the clock on that?
Yeah, I don't know anymore. I mean, it's this hamstring thing again.
Yeah.
It was the calf. I don't know. I don't know, Nate. I don't know. You need this to go away. You need this to not be a storyline anymore. They desperately need this to not be a storyline anymore.
It's
At
not
what point do you just shut him down for good? For a while? No, not for good, but for a while. And by that, I mean, and this would probably be unprecedented.
Mm-hmm.
You don't play him.
Yeah.
And then you put him like almost through another couple weeks of his own NBA-style training camp where you were just going to run every day in the gym. You're going to shoot a lot of shots. It's going to suck, but we're going to get you back to who you are.
When you have this starting 5, and I mean the starting 5 of Jamal, CB, MPJ, AG, and Jokic. Right now, the defensive numbers are putrid. When you flip Westbrook for Jamal, it improves significantly, okay? And as Dan Hyatt pointed out before, the biggest issue that this team is dealing with is defensively. And it's guards getting into the paint. It is driving kicks and creating open 3 situations, which was going down last night all night long. Look, you could have gone to Cleveland and played well last night and still lost. The Cavs are really good.
And they were on fire.
I'll go so far as to say Cleveland's an elite team. They're a championship contender right now. I think the Cavs are that good. They've kind of figured it out. They've increased their depth. They've decreased Donovan Mitchell's role. I know Mitchell had a great game last night. But, I mean, you can go to the bench. My guy Sam Merrill going in there and hitting threes last night. So right now, Cleveland they're tough. Karis LeVert goes for 21 points last night. Entire bench scored 16. You know, with Russell Westbrook offensively, you don't have, he's Russ. It's hit or miss. But defensively, you get a little bit better. And the other funny thing about it is, and we had these numbers yesterday, if you substitute Peyton Watson in for Aaron Gordon in the starting 5, you know what's crazy? There's not a huge drop-off defensively. Actually, there's really not a huge drop-off either way. Now, I think AG is still rounding back into shape right now. Aaron Gordon is still playing himself back into it, but, ooh.
You know what else you are, though, with Russell Westbrook in there? You're scrappier.
Yeah.
And right now, this team may just need to live off of Scrappy a bit.
41 minutes played together this year.
Okay.
With Russ, along with the 4 other starters, Russell Westbrook and the 4 other starters, top 10 defensive efficiency team. Top 10. Russell Westbrook's become a very good defensive player. But the breakdowns and the ability of opposing guards to get into the paint is absolutely killing you. And here's the thing. This is the argument that I will continue to make, is that you have to fix Jamal.
You have to.
If you're going to win an NBA championship. You will not win you cannot win an NBA title with Russell Westbrook as your point guard.
No, you're right. And for everybody that wants to write in, just go ahead and trade him. Again, his extension hasn't even started.
I don't think he's tradable.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to for how long? 6 months, something like that?
Yeah. Once a guy signs a new contract, there's a length of time before you're even able to move him. 180 days or whatever it is.
Trading him's not going to go down. It just isn't going to happen, guys. He's got to be a part of this somehow. And frustrating as it may be, that's what you're stuck with. That's why I say, at what point do you just tell yourself, look, we got to get you right, and then we got to get you back in shape. Okay?
Yeah.
And maybe getting back in shape isn't something that's going to happen when you're playing games. We need you to go into the games already in shape again, however that looks. But you got to be right. You got to be running.
Big 12 title game is tomorrow, Iowa State and Arizona State. Buffs didn't make it. Still awaiting their bowl assignment.
Really feeling like the Alamo, but we'll see.
Yeah. That's kind of the heavy favorite. They could go to the Holiday Bowl. But Shedeur Sanders, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Travis Hunter, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. All right. Coach Prime did well. I counted. He got the 5-star in Julian Lewis. He got. I think I counted 7, maybe 8 4-stars, depending on whatever
service you buy.
Yeah, whatever ranking system you want to use. But that's with high school guys on the early signing period coming into Boulder, so it's a good situation. One of the things though that I do really wonder about for next year is the trade-off of when you don't have the best quarterback in the Big 12. The best receiver in the Big 12 and the best corner in the Big 12, which just so happens to be 2 guys fill those 3 roles. What's that going to look like? How is that team going to look? Because you look at the Buffs this year, Andy, and there's a lot of guys that had great years. BJ Green had a great year. I think he was the defensive newcomer of the year in the Big 12. He had a fantastic season. But if Colorado, when they don't have those 2 superstars, who are going to go in the top 5 of the NFL draft, hell, they might be the top 2 picks in the NFL draft. When you don't have the benefit of having the best quarterback and the best player in college football, can you build out enough depth to still potentially be an 8, 9, 10 contend in the Big 12 kind of team?
Yeah, here's the thing. I do think you're never going to completely replace a Travis Hunter who is just very, very special.
Yeah.
Okay. But they have done a great job of finding a lot of really good receivers, and they do have a good secondary. They're going to miss Travis Hunter, but I'm telling you, we'll see how the quarterback does. But don't take for granted how often Shedeur Sanders just made a couple guys miss to buy his own time so you could have the big play that you absolutely needed to either keep momentum or flip momentum for you.
Made outrageous plays this year.
And again, bought himself 5, 6, 7 seconds of time. Now, ironically enough, some of that may be the stuff they're trying to coach out of him at the next level. Take the passes we're giving you early and don't hold on to the ball forever and don't take 100 sacks like he's done. But he's a special player, and you are going to miss him greatly. You and I both know. Look, that offensive line, it's been better. It hadn't been great.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's covered up for that offensive line. And it felt like down the stretch, that was part of the problem in Kansas. They couldn't cover it up for it anymore. It was kind of like watching John Elway in the Super Bowl at one point where all of a sudden you can't cover up for you're playing against a really good team you can't cover up for anymore.
I kind of thought it was so funny, too, because clearly Colorado's a polarizing team, and college football fans are all lunatics when they get on social media. But the amount of heat that Colorado got winning those 2 awards, and it's like, hold on 1 second. Like, if you subtract Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter off the Buffs and just put replacement level talents in for those two guys, I don't even know if they're a bowl team.
Believe me, we talked about it.
Yeah.
We'd have conversations on the broadcast crew when we were done with this thing.
Right.
Because that's how special those two players are.
Yeah. Phenomenal years that those guys had.
And it's unbelievable how tough both those players are. They've got some great players. They've got guys that get nicked up and miss time. Somehow, some way, Shador and Travis don't ever miss time. It's been unreal.
It's really cool, too, because we'll have bowl games. We're going to get bowl game assignments next week. Both the Buffs and the Rammies are going to bowl games. Also, did you happen to see? How about those plucky fighting Falcons at the Air Force Academy? They came up 1 win shy.
Oh.
Finished the year on a 4-game win streak. Hell of a finish.
Which means look out for them next year.
That's right.
They're not transfer portal guys.
Oh, no. Air Force is going to be tough next year. Yeah, hopefully we'll get another good year here on the Front Range. It's Crackman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, happy holidays. Let's talk about your health. You know, it's a time of year we like to say, hey, give yourself a gift. Well, in this case, you could legitimately do so. Let me tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, especially if you're fighting erectile dysfunction. A lot more men are dealing with this than you probably realize, especially if you're over 50. But you can find great treatments over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This season can be tough on you if you're dealing with ED because maybe you're avoiding intimacy, you're trying not to get close to the one you love because you don't want to deal with the embarrassment of what sometimes goes on in the bedroom, but you don't have to deal with that anymore. Again, help is just a call away at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they'll find you the right treatment. It's not a one-size-fit-all deal for ED over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them find the right treatment for you because that's going to make the difference between a good experience and a great one for you and your partner. And they've served the Front Range for a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is $99, but here's the deal. It includes medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider and a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. But if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day right after your appointment. So don't delay. Get that appointment scheduled, 720-440-7900. Call them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
6 o'clock. We'll have the Mountain West Championship. UNLV Boise State start a championship weekend here in college football. That one's going to be fun right now. It's time for NFL news ahead of the Broncos bye week. Let's dive into it, Spring.
Let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, fun Thursday night football game.
Sure was.
Last night with the Lions beating the Packers 34-31. Dan Campbell rolling the dice on a 4th and short late in that game. His fiery post-game locker room speech. So much happening towards the end of that game. What about the start of that game or even before the game started? Pre-game ceremony appeared to be national anthem time, and the Lions had some fans, some of their own Lions fans, holding the flag. One of those Lions fans decided to take that opportunity since he was on the field and near the Packers sideline to turn to the Packers and start talking trash. And then he gets into it with Matt LaFleur. There's a heated screaming match between Matt LaFleur and this Lions fan.
This guy was he was one of the flag
He was one of the
waivers?
waivers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which it's kind of a big deal to be able to go out there and do it. So now I'm curious to see how the NFL reacts to all this.
This guy said, I'm going to shoot my shot.
Here's Matt LaFleur on it after the game.
All right, I'm all for security kicking this guy out and all, but let's use a little bit of creativity right here, Matt LaFleur. I got a simple solution to this problem. If any flag waiver or any pregame fan is deemed to have acted inappropriately towards the visiting team, then the rule is on the opening play of the game, that guy has to then take the field and play for the Lions, and the Packers are allowed to do whatever they want to him.
Pros versus Joes, holding that bat.
Very, very simple.
You just have to cover the kick at this point. Get a block, one block.
Just put that guy out there on kickoff. They're only 5 yards apart. What bad thing could happen?
All of it, but sure.
He might get his face stepped on, but that's my simple solution for it. If you want to talk junk to an NFL player on an NFL field, well, then we should have to see this all the way through, and you should have to play against the NFL player on an NFL field.
Yeah, I wondered though. Like I saw in the video, I don't remember which one of you sent it to us, but saw in that video where it was just the dude in LaFleur, and he felt pretty spicy, and then all of a sudden Packer players started joining in, and I wondered if he immediately regretted that decision.
Yeah, Matt LaFleur's not like the biggest, most intimidating.
Most of the coaches, and
of guys
get you too afraid. But
yeah, exactly. But when the players show up suddenly, you're not so tough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guy's a little frothy. Probably not a good time to go messing with an NFL player pregame.
Did this guy have the appearance of a guy that would get in the fight on the floor of Mariah Carey Christmas concert?
I think he was wearing some goofy hat too, wasn't he, Spring? Like he had some goofy hat on. I don't know. Everybody's also wondering last night how the guy with the cheese grater got in, and I'm like, what's the big deal? And then I remembered, oh yeah, they don't let you bring in sharp metal things. Did you see him? The camera focused on him. He was grating cheese as they went to break.
Did he have it in his clear plastic bag on his way in?
I don't know what he had it in to get that through security.
Or was he maybe he's like a kitchen employee who was taking a break and was like, I'll grab the grater and run out there.
Here I am.
Get it? We're cutting up the cheese.
Did the guy
that
give him a pat down and he went, it's a grater. Little wink. All right, guy, you're in.
Get it? Because they're the cheese, and we're going to be...
That's why that block of cheese is there.
We're going to be shredding them. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a metaphorical taunt.
That's not something that you want to have to drug mule in, though. I wouldn't think. With the serrated edges.
A little uncomfortable in the pants. Well, you know what? It would do better than the Manscaper, the Lawnmower 3.0. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Sunday afternoon, the 5-7 49ers trying to stay in the hunt as they host the 4-8 Bears. There have been some rumors of late that the Niners could trade their head coach, Kyle Shanahan, and the Bears have been a team mentioned as a possible trade destination for Kyle Shanahan. So today, John Lynch, Niners GM, went on KNBR, and during his interview, the host brought that rumor up to John Lynch like this.
Hey, now hold on. Isn't Kyle above John?
I was going to.
Wouldn't Kyle have to trade himself?
Kyle John's boss.
Yeah. Kyle was the one who said, go get John
Right.
after he got hired, for
Right.
those that don't remember.
Like, John Lynch is a personnel guy and a good
Yeah.
personnel guy, but Kyle Shanahan calls the shots over there. So I don't think John's allowed to make that call. Also, yes, there is such a thing as track record. San Francisco would be insane to let Kyle Shanahan walk out the door, and yet it goes to show you can go to 2 Super Bowls as a head coach and people can still gripe about you and want you out.
Here's the deal. If you're Kyle, we've talked about this with Sean. I don't think Sean Williams. I don't think Sean Payton would have wanted to coach Caleb Williams.
Right.
Won't make him one person. What about Kyle?
I bet he'd enjoy that.
You think so?
He wanted Trey Lance. He wanted a quarterback.
He fell out of love with that quickly.
Well, he
though.
did, but he liked him enough in the first place to say, I like a player of that profile. You know, Trey Lance, good mobile quarterback, hung on to the ball, big arm playmaker, all those kind of things. Turns out he couldn't play a lick, but still, wild story. Wild story that anybody would complain. I get you want to complain. Fair enough. You complain about everything. But the guy has shown over and over and over again there is a track record of winning. Frustrating losses at the end, to be sure. But you don't kick 2 Super Bowl appearances out of bed. No way. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
There was a rumor/report this week as well that Jim Harbaugh wanted to coach the Chicago Bears, a team that he quarterbacked in his playing career. He ultimately is now the head coach of the LA Chargers, and the Chargers are 8-4, and they are on Sunday Night Football at the 11-1 Chiefs. This week for the Chargers, following their win in Atlanta, Jim Harbaugh got gifts for each of his players. I don't know if this was a Christmas thing, but nonetheless, he got each of his players a black metal lunch pail with their names printed and personalized on each of these lunch pails, and he put some of his favorite words on each of these pails. I saw one pail that one player got. It had the word relentless on one side, and on the other side, the word stalwart, which is one of Harbaugh's favorite words.
All right. This was the thing that I thought of as I'm reading this story, okay? Andy, who owns the Chargers? It's the Spanos family, right? Yeah, notoriously cheap Spanos family. Is this their way of letting the players know, we're discontinuing the lunchroom. You're going to have to pack your own meals starting next year, but we've helped you out. Custom lunch boxes.
Here's a lunch box as if you're an 1950s steel worker and you're going to be in that famous photo of you dangling off a beam high above the Chicago downtown or whatever.
We got to have budget cuts. We're letting go of the chef. and you can make your own PB&J and bring it from home next year.
Bring whatever you want, but it's got to fit in this pail. That's all we're going to allow.
A bag of Doritos. We recommend an ice pack. Keeps your yogurt cold.
See, I had the same question Josh did. What about the thermos? They got the old thermos thing that sticks up top?
Yeah, they're better.
Or what
be
are we
a
doing
thermos.
here?
I would
they
hope
still make
so.
those style lunch pails too, by the way?
Sure.
The old school metal.
Actually, Jim Harbaugh.
Where would you go to get one?
Jim Harbaugh had to find them somewhere, right?
Yeah, but where? Like Duluth?
Farmed
What do you
it
think,
out.
Yeah. I ain't seen him at Costco or Target.
Did he have them custom made? I don't know. My kids have a little knapsack that they put their lunch in.
Everyone's got the soft one. Now you put the little ice thing in it.
Yeah.
Now he's going old school. You don't even get cold beverage. Just bring your dang thermos and here's your metal pail.
Like, we all get you going for the work hard thing, but I feel as though this is a warning. The Spanos family's gonna cut off lunch service.
Well, they are building a new practice facility. Maybe they forgot that part.
Yeah, we didn't put a kitchen in. Sorry, guys.
What if you get the word you don't like? Can you trade it?
What did you get? You get stalwart?
I don't want to be stalwart. Give me grimy.
Grindy. Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
This Sunday, 11 a.m., the 9-3 Steelers host the 3-9 Browns, those plucky Browns that we just saw on Monday Night Football. Good matchup, wide receiver versus cornerback. George Pickens on the Steelers side versus Greg Newsome on the Browns side. These two dudes do not like each other in division play here, so they were both asked about each other today. Let's hear from both of them. First, George Pickens was asked about Browns cornerback Greg Newsome. Okay, says he doesn't even know who that is. Here's Greg Newsome on George Pickens.
You got to give Newsome and Cleveland a little bit of credit because the 48 yards in the first matchup, the snow game where Pittsburgh lost that game, that was his lowest output of the season since all the way back in Week 5. So a little bit of credit right there. Now, Pickens chose to go with the I don't even know who that is, which
yeah, you do.
Here's my suggestion next time is if you really want to insult Greg Newsome, then don't act like you don't know who he is. Mess his name up. Call him Craig Newsome.
No, go Ozzy. You and Andy. Just make him the real guy, but not the guy you're talking about.
But Ozzie Newsome was really good.
Yeah, but he was also a tight end.
Just go with like George Newsome. Who are we talking about right here?
Newsome draft, and who's the worst?
Greg Newton? I don't know that guy. I don't know who the hell you're talking about right now. Bob Newhart?
Wayne Newton? What? Thought he played in Vegas.
Again, any of those could have worked better, George Pickens. Go ahead and consult the Kreckman and Lindahl show next time. There you go. That's your 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Broncos have a bye. 4 games remain on the schedule. What's the most winnable game left for Denver? I'll tell you which game it is, and it's not the one you think. That's coming up next. Hey, that's my plan, too. It's Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, we're giving away a custom set of irons, Andy, from Edel Golf. Just text Edel, spelled E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You'll then get a bounce back, reply to the bounce back with your name, and you're entered. It's that simple. It's a set of irons. For an extra entry into the drawing, head to altitudesportsradio.com/Edel, E-D-E-L, and fill out the entry form. Check out the special section on EdelGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gift for golfers. We'll announce the winner on Monday. That's E-D-E-L. Again, text E-D-E-L to 303-504-0925, and you are in.
Yay, Adele! Let's get golfing.
Set fire to the range, Andy.
E-D-E-L. E-D-E-L. Oh, here we go again. You still got your list?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Any more?
That one just tickled me. I just
Okay.
enjoyed it.
That's the one that got you
That was
funny?
the one. That was the one.
All
Yeah,
right.
that was the one. Even I was impressed with myself on that one.
Okay, good.
I know. Hard to
Good.
imagine, right?
Yeah, good.
By the
Well,
way,
hey, look, someone's got to be.
last night, got to be my biggest fan. By the way, did you happen to see last night the Tucker Kraft, the play after he hurdled a tackler but then got slammed into?
Right.
And he did the he did the kip up move. The Shawn Michaels just leap back to his feet like he's Bruce Lee. Were you ever able to do that move?
No, are you kidding me?
Even in your athletic prime, I couldn't do it either.
I don't know that I tried, though, to be honest with you.
I remember they taught it to us in middle school. We did like a gymnastics unit or whatever, and I remember 4 kids could do it. That was it. I could never figure it out. Yeah. Good on Tucker Kraft, though. Pretty sweet move.
See, the only guy, that's so funny that you think of, who did you say? Shawn Michaels?
Yeah.
I think of the dude in the Karate Kid that does it.
Oh, yeah. It's a staple of any martial arts
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee did it 7 times in every single one of his movies. If I had that move in my bag, I would do it pretty much every single time. But then it wouldn't be very cool. Broncos got 4 games left on the schedule, Andy. 4 games to go. All right? Of the 4 that remain for Denver right now, which one jumps off the page at you? Home against Indy, at Chargers and their lunch boxes, at Cincy, home against Kansas City. Which one of those jumps off the page at you and you say this is the most winnable game left on the schedule?
Well, see, I'm thrown off by the question because you apparently don't think it's Indy?
I don't.
Interesting.
Nope. I think there is a more guaranteed win left.
Hit me. Curious to know.
Week 18, home against the Chiefs.
All right, what's the scenario you see playing out? Everybody playing? We talking a game that means something to both teams?
This game is going to mean something to both teams. And Vance Joseph has had Patrick Mahomes' number. The Broncos' defense will be the best unit on the field in that game. They held Kansas City to a touchdown and 3 field goals the last time around, should have won the game. Right now, Kansas City's defense is, again, they can defend the pass. They've had a hard time stopping the run. Jaleel McLaughlin has become a weapon. Sean Payton is very good at riding the hot hand. If both of these teams should go into this game healthy, the Broncos are beating the Chiefs at home. In Week 18, that is win number 10. That gets them into the postseason. Hell, it could be win number 11.
Yeah, I mean, I still ride with Indianapolis. Now, I
Mhm.
realize both teams are into a bye. I'm trying to remember if the Broncos have ever dealt with this situation. I cannot remember.
A Week 15
where they-
coming out of the
well,
bye?
And they both have a bye.
Mhm.
No, I mean, both teams have a bye. That's unusual.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Just funky how that falls. Also, I don't remember too often where both teams got to play on a Thursday, like both Detroit and Green Bay did, then get the benefit of playing on another Thursday right after it, only to get 10 days off now before their next opponents. That worked out well for them, too.
This Anthony Richardson thing is just, it's squirrely to me. And it's because, he makes big-time throws.
Sure.
And then he makes big-time plays with his legs. Now, he also takes sacks, hangs onto the ball too long, Like, he is a weird player, but he is a physical freak. And there is a wild card to him that I don't fully know what he is and how he's going to play in a given game versus at this point of the year, I get a pretty good sense on what the Chiefs are. And I think if the Broncos go out there and play their A game, and if seeding is on the line and movement is on the line, I fully believe that they will. And Sean Payton has got this team focused week in and week out. Denver's winning that game.
All right. Sean Payton is 10-6 with a .625 winning percentage after the bye.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's good.
That's a good record. That typically is what you'd expect for a coach of his ilk who's considered one of the top in the game.
Yeah.
So I think you give this man 2 weeks, well, roughly 2 weeks, to figure this all out. Again, because they play it on.
I'm not saying they're going to lose to the Colts.
Sure.
My argument is the Colts are a bigger wild card, not wild card as in playoff seeding, but a bigger wild card in terms of what they're going to be than the Chiefs are, who to me are an absolutely known commodity. A team that cannot score in the red zone. What do they got? One touchdown on their last 11, 12 red zone trips against Vance Joseph defenses?
Right.
Yeah. If Denver can do what they have to and score 2 touchdowns in that game, give me one other scoring drive, give me one field goal, the Broncos will win that game at home.
Here's where I'm not telling you they're going to lose to the Chiefs either. I just don't know what the Chiefs game's going to be. Here's my hope, frankly. Broncos get business handled against Indy. You lose to the Chargers, whatever. Try to make it competitive, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the Bengals are going to be broken by the time you roll into that game. Now, I might be wrong. And Joe Burrow, did you see what is Joe Burrow's TD to interceptions? I think it's just gross.
He leads the NFL in touchdown passes.
It's like 30 to 6 or something
30
like that.
touchdown passes on the year, and Jamar Chase has been the best wide receiver in football. Like the Bengals are that's an unpredictable game just because Cincinnati can rip off 30 points any given week.
Right.
And so that automatically makes that game dangerous, plus you're on the road. So right away, again, I know Cincinnati's defense stinks and the Broncos should be able to score points, but you know Burrow and company, as long as he and Chase play, they're going to score big time points. That you can take to the bank.
Yeah. But look, here's why I'm giving you this theory. Will they hate each other? Will they be ready to be done with the season? I know they're pro athletes. I know they're not supposed to feel that way.
Yeah.
I just saw it with Oklahoma State. That Oklahoma State team that just played CU a week ago.
Oh, they were done.
Yeah.
They're finished.
They are not as bad.
Broken team.
They just, nobody cared that
right.
day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just get us out of here. It's cold. It's day after Thanksgiving. Let's get this season over with.
How much longer is Gundy going to hang on to
well,
that
did
job?
you see the news today is now they're in a stare down.
Okay.
Basically, Oklahoma State's asking Mike Gundy, reduce your contract, and we need to put the money into the NIL so we can let you go do your thing.
Yeah.
And he's not agreeing to it yet. I don't think he's buying what they're selling.
Big shock.
So apparently they're in a stare down.
Yeah.
They're calling it a stalemate as of today.
Chiefs have won 14 in a row by 1 score or less. You can't keep living that dangerous.
Okay, but don't you think, I still wonder if...
Including the Denver game, which they should have lost.
I'm still wondering, we could be in a situation, you and I talked about this, we could be in a situation where the Broncos cannot improve their playoff seeding because of tiebreakers and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they're the team resting the guys. They're the team not showing anybody. Let's say Denver knows that they've got things figured out. Doesn't Van playoff matchup for the Chiefs?
I don't think there's massive adjustments he has to make.
Okay, but if he's got something new.
Look at what he did in that opening matchup. He blitzed Mahomes at a high rate. He played that press man coverage against their receiving core, which can't get open, especially against Denver's secondary. If you go into that game and you have got Riley Moss healthy playing with the other two corners, the Broncos can just line up and do their thing. It's not like they're going to sit back in zone and let Mahomes pick them apart.
That is really the big thing, though, man. Riley Moss has got to be healthy. What did we say the knee injury was? It was a PCL or something? No, It wasn't. Christian had the PCL.
One of the CLs.
Bruised. I just hope he's right by then.
You sure hope
I
so.
know that Sean's not setting off any alarms,
Right.
but after what we saw the other night, I don't know.
Not
If
the same-
Riley Moss is not playing, how do you feel about that Chief game?
It's not the same defense. No, it's really not the same defense without him out there. This again, the argument that I'm making is this is a fully healthy secondary going into this game. I can't account for injuries. on my take.
Fair enough. But
yeah,
and I wouldn't even be trying to hold you to that. If I have concerns that Riley Moss, like he needs to get back against Indy, or it could make it more interesting than you think. I still think Indy's the most winnable one, especially because it's at home. For me, it's kind of like your injury take. I just don't know who's going to be doing what by the time we get to the end of the season.
Yeah.
It's funny because you've added this extra regular season game, and all it may be is just another preseason game for half the league because everybody's slotted in.
Right.
So
let me ask you this, to paraphrase you. If Saquon Barkley breaks the single-season rushing record, which he could do, theoretically, it's very much in play. Now, Eric Dickerson did it in 16 games. Saquon, if he did it in 17, does it mean less?
Wow, great question. Okay, who did it again? Who's got it right now?
Eric Dickerson.
Dickerson?
Yeah.
Gosh, I thought Jamal Lewis broke that a while back, no? Okay.
No, Eric Dickerson, 1984.
Give me the number.
2,105 yards. Adrian Peterson came up 8 yards shy in 2012. Jamal Lewis, 2,066. Barry Sanders, 2,053 and 97. Derrick Henry, 2,027 in the COVID year. TD went for 2008 and 98. CJ 2K went for 2006 and 09. And the juice was loose. O.J. Simpson, notable only for what he did as a football player, 2,003 yards in 1973.
And he's made some confessions on a hard drive that are probably going to get him finally put in jail. Well,
he's dead.
Oh, is he?
Yes. The juice is no longer with us.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, he's been so far out of my mind. I didn't realize that. All right. Trying to do what 100, 150 makes it like if he beats the number. How much does he have to beat the number by for you not to say, well, but he did it in 17?
To me, if he straight up just beats it. And let me tell you why. Playing 17 games is freaking brutal. It's an entire extra game that you're putting on these guys right now. I don't look at 17 games as a benefit. I look at it as a hindrance.
Okay, because of the wear and tear.
You're an NFL running back getting the ever-living crap beaten out of you every single week. Like, that's what's funny. Go back to 1984. Go ask Eric Dickerson in 1984 with his sweet goggles and his jerry curl. Hey, you want to go play another regular season game before you start the playoffs? I bet his answer is no. Nobody wants to. The body is broken by that time of year. That's why I give Saquon more love. Is you're asking the guy to play an extra football game. That to me is that's a hindrance more than anything else for the modern NFL player. The game has never been harder on the body than it is today. You don't agree with me? You think I'm nuts?
No, I don't think you're nuts. I think you make a very good argument, but I still think one more game is one more game. Because I think about what Terrell Davis did. You mentioned Terrell Davis's number.
He's had a lot of
I
fourth
remember
quarters.
it very well.
Yep.
Dude, they had to basically lock in and dedicate to getting him that number in that 16th game.
Yep.
And I can remember Mark Schler told the story, Dave Deason-Fonte, all the guys, Ed McCaffrey's talked about it, where the team decided, no, we're getting him that number because, guys will tell you, we've talked about it. He could have had the number easily had he actually played all the games.
Yeah.
But he sat out a lot of second halves because they were so dominant. If he can beat it by 100 yards, I still think it's. How much do you think he wants that? I'm just curious. How much do these personal records do you think it means? To the point where he tells Philadelphia, "I want to play to get that number."
Okay, let's flip it then. All right, let's say what if Saquon Barkley is at, I don't know, again, 2,105 is the record. Let's say he's at 2,020 or whatever. Going into Week 18, a game against the Giants. All right? What if Detroit loses a couple? All the defensive injuries catch up to them. Philly has got the 1 seed locked up.
Right.
All right? Now, if Saquon plays, he can get the record.
But that's all that's on the line. Everything else is done.
What if he said, now I want to rest up for the playoffs? Record's not important to me. Oh, he's a folk hero. They'd put a Saquon Barkley statue next to the damn Rocky statue in Philadelphia. That is such a good meatball fan kind of move right there. People would love him until the day he died. Oh, look at that.
Unless you get knocked out in week 1 of the playoffs, whatever that is for you.
But individual glory means nothing.
No, you're right. Well, because, again, for him to do it, the regular guys would have to play. You can't throw him out there against backups.
Yeah, with the backup O-line. Yeah.
And then think he's going to have really a shot at doing this, right?
But there's only...
And then Hurts has got to play, too.
But in the NFL, there's only so many guys. You can't run out a full backup O-line or anything else like that.
No, I'm with you, but, I mean, then they got to play, too.
Yeah.
Whereas if they were all going to get the day off, then he kind of... To be the good teammate.
But that's my point. You can't give everybody the day off in the NFL. You don't have enough dudes. You can only suit up 45.
Well, you got key guys that'll get the day off.
Yeah.
By the way, Spring, if you could, when we come back, should Is He Dead? Well, he's dead. Become drop of the year. Is that drop of the year stuff from Nate Kreckman? I don't even remember when Juice died.
It was this year.
Which I'm telling you, I don't remember. This year has felt like 3 to me.
We talked about it extensively.
When was it? I'm sure we did.
On our radio show.
I'm positive we did.
Yeah.
When?
Yeah, you wanted to go put a corpse in jail.
Well, I mean, now that we have the thumb drive.
Yeah, OJ's dead, Andy.
When? What of? Heart attack? What was it?
I don't know.
I don't remember any of this story. I mean, completely.
I mean, did you see him recently? One of the most healthy looking dude. What was the cause of death on the Juice? I don't know. He was like 75 or whatever he was. He was old.
Remember that? What was that dumb movie? Top Secret? Let me know if his condition changes. Is he doing better? No, he's dead.
God, I love that movie. Val Kilmer, Top Secret, early 80s. Oh, that's strong. It's Kreckman at Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Apple Air, Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. And it's cold out. I don't know if you've noticed. They have got some great specials going on right now. Do you need a new furnace and AC system at your home? $750 off. Plus, furnace safety checkup, perfect to do this time of year, $43.95. That is a new customer exclusive offer. You can check out all of these offers on AppleAir.com. I had Apple Air come out to the house. They installed a new 2-stage high-efficiency furnace, and I absolutely love this thing. The house is as cozy as can be. You can get one as well. Call 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813, or visit AppleAir.com. That's AppleAire.com to get a free estimate, or if you've gotten a quote that doesn't feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free. That's Apple Air. Yes, Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl on a Friday afternoon on a Ska Friday edition of the show. We got the weekend preview coming up here in just a moment. Drop of the year is coming up. We'll do that show, I don't know, sometime before the year ends. When do we usually? Is that before Christmas or after Christmas?
We'll probably do it. I don't know. It's going to be tough. I would guess the show would be, you know what? It'll probably be Monday the 23rd when we're at Hofbrau.
The Festivus show.
Because that'll be it. And then we're done, I think, for the rest of that week. We've got the Bronco game the 19th.
Yep.
And so the 20th, we're probably reliving Broncos. But we'll need some stuff the 23rd.
We got a lot of stuff going on. So drop of the year show coming up. The question today is what was even the drop of the day today? We've got three contenders for you right here. Two of them, Dan Campbell.
One of them you.
And
you got into it last year too, didn't you?
One of them, the Kreckman and Lindahl
Cool
combo.
Carl was last year's drop of the year,
That's
was
true.
it not?
Cool Carl did win
Spring?
last year.
Am I remembering right?
Yes.
Cool Carl?
Yeah. Cool Carl.
Yeah.
That was last year. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what you said.
I don't understand anything that you said.
It's because the goon from Lebitard called me up on the post-game show while I was filling in for Dan Tanner.
Played weird music in the background as he yelled heat.
You know, with some time, some separation from all of that, I do respect what that guy did. It was pretty good. Now, granted, I took him seriously and called him by his fake name.
Yeah. I just remember walking my dog at the time, my guy Tom, and I just remember thinking, Nate's never going to want to do this show again.
Well, I had to do the only game in the finals they lost.
Yeah.
The only one that they at home.
Yep.
I'm down there in the in the Breckenridge Brewery.
Everyone's sad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's dive into it. Drop of the day. Here we go, Spring. First off, two of them are Dan Campbell. Let's start with the beginning of Dan Campbell's postgame speech last night. They get the play on fourth down. They win it 34-31. Here we go. Go for it, Spring. That was how he started his speech. That was the first line. If you had to spell that, Andy, how would you spell the noise that Dan Campbell made right here? If you had to make a transcript
I got it.
of this speech, give it to me again, Spring.
Yeah! G-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. That's how I do it. Yeah!
A lot of H's.
Full disclosure, I'm trying to pull what Andy said right now.
He's trying to get this done.
Okay.
We've been nothing.
Didn't know we were going to run through this.
Yeah,
we've
been nothing
we do
but
it?
high wiring it with string all day,
and yet
throwing the requests left and right.
We're doing the whole bit.
You know what? We've been like that table that you used to have to wait on. Did you ever wait tables? You didn't, right?
No, I was a door staffer.
Every time I'd have to do the tables, you'd always get one table where just every time you got in the vicinity, they had something else they needed from you.
More ranch.
That's been you and me. Yes, that's been you and me to Spring today.
Keep doing it, Spring. Okay, number two. Here we go. Dan Campbell. While he's congratulating his team on a great victory, he also congratulates offensive lineman Dan Skipper for puking into a trash can.
There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up, whatever you're doing over there. You would have freaking land on the line.
That's my favorite because a guy is vomiting in the trash can. There's video of it.
Yeah.
And again, like I had to imagine that they all heard the ejection of whatever came out of Dan Skipper, and you can't just ignore it.
You can't.
In the middle of your hype speech.
It goes to show you how different an NFL locker room is than any other workplace on the planet. When it's completely acceptable to just have somebody over there chundering into a garbage can, and you're just like, yeah, that's a part of what we do.
Yeah.
That's a completely natural act at work.
That's what we do. We puke.
It's like D-Mac's weird box with his old coffee mugs and his headphones.
That he puts valuable radio stuff in with many stains.
Keeps his equipment with his dirty dishes.
Yeah.
Also, just wash the dishes.
Or clean out the styrofoam box. Look, he needs a locker. You're going to post a video later.
It's disgusting.
We have to play it. There's a little cussing because D-Mac got all fiery, and it was actually very, very funny.
It's real gross.
But yeah, it's a gross box.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the box.
Yeah.
What's
Real
in the
gross.
box?
Real gross.
So there's another drop of the year. What's in the box?
So Spring, were you able to isolate the moment of our show in which Andy suggested that OJ
It was early to mid last segment, right? It was out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are hard to find.
This guy doesn't know where we're going.
Because
we don't know where we're going.
It's a lot of football talk surrounded by this one moment where OJ was brought
Well,
up.
there's too much.
OJ's brought up because he was the guy that had rushed for 2,000 yards.
1973.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Juice had a 2,000-yard rushing season.
I had mentioned that they found the thumb drive that I think even you sent us, Spring, that they found the
1973.
thumb drive with him being basically, guy says, I've got the confession, so now the police want the thumb drive. And because I don't remember April much this year, probably because I had 2 new puppies, and that's all it was. I don't remember the Juice leaving us. So I said, maybe we ought to, you know what, now he's going to go to jail for something else, and you inform me, no, he won't.
He drove off in the great white Bronco
Yeah.
to the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. Spring wasn't aware we were doing the bit.
None of us were either.
Okay, well then let's do the weekend preview.
You know what else
before
this
we
felt like,
finish
though?
up.
You know what we need to, when he finally gets it together, it needs to be backed up by Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber looking at the headline in the old Aspen Hotel and going, no way. We've landed on the moon.
Find that drop in the next
Yeah,
45
do that
seconds.
now, too.
Do
well,
it,
he does
Spring.
the weekend preview.
Weekend preview, let's go! Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Yeah. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? Oh, you better believe you want to go and watch the game. Avalanche and Nuggets both very busy this weekend. The Avs with a back-to-back at Detroit, at New Jersey. That's Saturday and Sunday. Both of those are 5 o'clock puck drops. Nuggets are in Washington to play the Dog-Butt Wizards tomorrow night. By the way, who you taking number 1 overall in your Wizard draft, Andy? Who's your number 1 Wizard?
Gandalf. I don't have a lot of wizards. I'm not a Harry Potter guy. You're not going to talk me into that.
Merlin?
When there's some Merlin's fine. When there's some weird wizard in Clash of the Titans, I'm sure of, or something.
Ozzie Smith? Take your pick. Who's
the
your favorite
Wizard of
wizard
Oz
of them all? Mm-hmm.
Byron Wizard White.
Very strong.
That's a wizard, though, not a wizard.
But the wizard was a true wizard when he was out
and
there.
I'm not into whatever Dorothy and all them.
The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that movie sucks.
That's, again, a bottom 3 take. All right, at Washington tomorrow, at Atlanta on Sunday. Busy weekend coming up here for the Nuggets. Seriously, go back and watch The Wizard of Oz sometime. That movie is twisted as hell. Air Force Buckets on the road at Stony Brook tomorrow. You didn't know you were getting that update. DU is at Portland State. And the Rocky Mountain Showdown Hardwood edition tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. The Rammies and the Buffs, Andy, up in Boulder. Should be an awful lot of fun as Tad Boyle and Nico Medved go head-to-head. We have got one NFL game between teams with winning records coming up on Sunday. That's the Chiefs and the Chargers, plus really good college football weekend coming up, starting with the Mountain West title game, UNLV and Boise State tomorrow. We've got state title games, Andy, in high school football.
Good luck to all.
Yeah, best of luck to everybody
By the
involved.
way, the Mammoth play tonight. I should have slipped that in.
Oh, the
Against
Mammoth tonight.
The Vegas Desert Dogs.
Oh, the Desert
The old
Dogs.
Desert Pups.
Yeah, the DDs.
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
The Road Ponies. What do you call, what were the armadillos? The Road something?
Yes. Uh-huh.
You don't remember?
Also, OJ's dead. I don't know if you know that or not. That's
Come
going to
on.
do it. He's dead.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he did find it? Yes.
One more time.
Hold on. Give it to us one more time. He's dead.
Oh, is he?
Yes. He is dead. OJ's dead.
And by the way, I've been having an exchange with a caller. So real quick to reset it.
Okay.
Because it's a good reminder.
Okay.
Cool Carl came from You're in the Pain, as we said.
Oh, yeah.
The screener was told he was Carl from Lakewood.
Yep.
The guy then came on from the Levitard show, which we did not know at the time.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Started to fake like he had a point about the Nuggets and then goes, you guys are losers.
Yeah.
Go Heat.
Yeah, it was very
And
funny.
That's what you hear. Nate put him on hold and said, "Cool, Carl, I have no idea what you just said," and went on about his business. And then Levitard played it the next day.
Honestly, I had completely forgotten it.
Yeah.
And I was walking through the produce section of the grocery store the next morning, and my phone started blowing up that Levitard and his guys were doing the bit.
That was his guy.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that's that. That'll do it for us. We are back on Monday at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. Enjoy your college football weekend. Enjoy your NFL weekend. Enjoy your Nuggets weekend and your Avalanche weekend and your high school championship weekend and whatever else you do this weekend. That's going to do it for us. Good night, everybody.